Volume 10. Chapter 901, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 5. Chapter 901, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It goes without saying that Gao Lin was indeed feeling jealous. Why have I not met such a good young successor yet? A talented person like her would probably only exist in the first city. I'd certainly like to put that old holy doctor at a corner and snatch this genius over to my side. Naturally, the holy doctor was unaware of Gao Lin's thought. Otherwise, he would certainly regret his decision to let Gu Ruoyun attend the medicine sect's general meeting. Lord Sect Master, Elder Huang is requesting for an audience. Just then, a voice chimed in from outside. Elder Huang? Everyone frowned when they heard that name. No one expected him to request an audience at this time, and they had a feeling that nothing good would come from this. From the very beginning, Gu Ruoyun had kept a clear and cold gaze on her face. Her delicate features were unfazed and there were no sign of any changes in her expression at all. Let him in. Gao Lin replied in a mild-mannered tone, but his brows were tightly knitted as he stared coldly and seriously at the elderly man who had just stepped into the room. Lord Sect Master, you must support my poor daughter. Upon entering the study, Elder Huang began to speak in a tearful voice. Anyone ignorant of the situation would assume that he had suffered a great grief. Oh? Gao Lin raised his brows and replied with a smile which did not reach his eyes, May I ask, how do you want me to support you, Elder Huang? Elder Huang glanced at Lin Yang, who was standing to one side. My daughter's heart is dedicated to the good of the sect. She had tried to prevent others who had schemes of their own from entering the medicine sect, but no one expected Steward Lin to humiliate her in public. I won't let this matter rest unless Steward Lin gives an explanation to me. His demand rang out like the tolling of a great bell, and his severe gaze was like a knife which could cut a man into 10,000 pieces. Gu Ruoyun raised the corners of her lips slightly and crossed her arms. She looked completely nonchalant, as if she was not the troublemaker that Elder Huang was talking about at all. Elder Huang had noticed the woman in green after he had barged in. Deep down, he was curious as to why someone would be in the sect master's study. However, he did not think too much of it and soon turned his attention away from her. Elder Huang, Gao Lin looked at Elder Huang as he replied indifferently, It's not like I'm unaware of Huang Feifei's attitude and how she manages affairs, it's just that I had turned a blind eye to it all this while. I'm afraid no one is more aware than you of who is wrong and who is right in this situation. You have invariably shielded your daughter all the time, are you not afraid of courting disaster? Elder Huang's expression changed drastically. He had not expected the sect master to say such a thing. Based on past situations, shouldn't he be helping me? Lord Sect Master, even if it was my daughter who had made the first offense, that person should not have raised her hand against my daughter. Lin Yang also should not have shielded an outsider in that manner. Elder Huang sneered as he glared at Lin Yang, or should I say, Lin Yang had shielded that woman because he actually has an inappropriate relationship with her? Elder Huang, your F***king spouting slander, Lin Yang's face instantly turned black. He then carefully looked at Gu Ruoyun again. After seeing the indifferent look on her face, his heart began to feel restless and he was deathly afraid that her wrath would draw Grand Lord Honglian to them. If this happens, the entire medicine sect would be finished. Elder of the medicine sect, what a great, awe-inspiring authority you've got. Suddenly, a laughter filled with disdain and mockery sounded. The voice attracted Elder Huang's attention and also drew his gaze towards the woman he had dismissed earlier on. He furrowed his brows. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 902, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 6. Chapter 902, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who is your master? Are you not aware of how to speak to your elders properly? Have your parents and your master never taught you the meaning of good manners? It looks like that saying is true, that the type of parent dictates the type of daughter born to them. Observing your uneducated manner, I can certainly pinpoint the morals of your parents. I absolutely can't understand how a person like you would have been able to enter the medicine sect. This time, not only Lin Yang's expression has changed, even Gao Lin's face sank. He had always known that Elder Huang had set his eyes on those above him and has been currying favors from certain persons outside the medicine sect. Sometimes, Elder Huang would not even bother to place any importance on him, the sect master. However, Gu Ruoyun's position was unlike any other. This little girl was Grand Lord Honglian's daughter, yet Elder Huang has openly humiliated Grand Lord Honglian by criticizing her parents. But that's right, you are absolutely right. Gu Ruoyun nodded and the expression on her face was as if she really agreed with Elder Huang's accusations. Elder Huang's expression looked a little better when he heard this. At least this little girl knows more tact and knows that she should submit to me. Otherwise, I will make it such that even she is unaware of how her own death had occurred. However, in the next moment, Guru Oyun's tone changed as she continued to speak. It is indeed as you say, the type of parent dictates the type of daughter born to them. Huang Feifei has indeed inherited your old characteristics of ruling like a despot, relying on force to bully others, being capricious, mule-headed, arrogant and despotic. Instantly, Elder Huang's face turned from green to white, then white to green again. He glared furiously at Guru Oyun and looked as if he could gobble a person whole like a fiend. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, but his laugh did not reach his eyes. His eyes were whirling with the flames of rage. Little girl, you are the only person on this mainland who dares to speak to me in such a manner. Even the sect master has to yield to me. Not bad at all. You are very bold indeed. After saying this, he turned this attention back to Gao Lin and spoke with malicious eyes. Sect master, how can a woman who displays no upbringing or manners be allowed to set foot in the medicine sect? I want you to throw her out of the medicine sect right now. Do you have any objections, sect master? His tone of voice was spiteful and he had spoken as if he was the main decision-maker in the medicine sect. This shocked Guru Oyun. She subconsciously looked at the arrogant Elder Huang as her eyes flickered. According to reason, even if Elder Huang has a high position in the medicine sect, his position should not surpass the sect master's, so why is he so confident that the sect master would obey him? Where is his source of confidence coming from? Guru Oyun simply could not figure it out but did not analyze it any further. She gently raised the corners of her lips and turned to face Gao Lin with a smile which did not reach her eyes. Elder Huang, Gao Lin's eyes have darkened even more as he replied icily, the Gu girl is the holy doctor's disciple and is also a physician attending the upcoming medicine sect's general meeting. You don't have the right to make her leave. The holy doctor's disciple? Elder Huang's eyes instantly narrowed before he finally turned his gaze to fully observe Guru Oyun. Previously, he had assumed that this woman was a disciple from the medicine sect, but he never imagined that she was actually the old holy doctor's disciple. That old man always had high standards. Knowing his fussy expectations, how could someone be lucky enough to be accepted as his disciple? After a long pause, he turned away and laughed icily. So what? Others may fear the holy doctor, but I've never been afraid of him. Lord Sect Master, I'll only ask you one thing now, are you willing to throw her out or not? Even though Gao Lin had always given way to Elder Huang over the course of the past few years due to certain reasons, this does not mean that he was willing to listen to Elder Huang's orders. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 903, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 7. Chapter 903, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As such, when Elder Huang had said those words, Gao Lin's expression immediately turned into an absolutely ugly sight. His elderly voice was tinged with ice as he spoke. This little girl is not only the disciple of the holy doctor, I myself find a kindred spirit in her, so I won't force her to leave. Besides, I am the sect master of the medicine sect. When was it decided that an elder would be able to give the orders? Ha ha ha. Elder Huang burst into laughter. His laughter soon stopped and he swept his gaze across the people in the room one by one before he spoke coldly. Sect Master, I hope that you don't regret your decision today. Once he had said his piece, he threw his sleeves fiercely over his arms and left without a backward glance. Guru Oyun's gaze darkened as she stared at Elder Huang's disappearing figure. She then asked, Elder Huang is only an elder, why would he dare to speak in such a manner? May I ask the reason behind this? Unless I am wrong, Gao Lin had indeed hesitated when Elder Huang had threatened him in the beginning. In the end, after an internal struggle, he had made the decision to stand by me. This would not have happened unless Elder Huang has some sort of trump card in his hand. Miss Gu, allow me to explain. Lin Yang turned towards Guru Oyun and said, though Elder Huang is an elder of the medicine sect, he has some connections with those people from that place. That place? Guru Oyun raised her eyebrow and asked suspiciously. That's right. Lin Yang nodded, that place refers to the first city. Elder Huang is affiliated with some cultivators in the first city, this is why he has had the audacity to act with such tyrannical abuse. The first city. Guru Oyun fell silent when she heard those words. After a long pause, she continued to ask, based on this situation, why doesn't Elder Huang enter the first city? Why does he remain as an elder in the medicine sect? He. Lin Yang chuckled scornfully and his eyes were filled with ridicule. How great is the arrogance of those cultivators in the first city? Why should they even pay any attention to Elder Huang? He is merely their spy in the world outside. Honestly speaking, with Elder Huang's level of power, he would only be the lowest of the low if he actually enters the first city and would have no status to speak of. How can that be compared to the grandeur of being an elder of the medicine sect? Even though many are fighting to enter the first city, if their powers are insufficient, they would simply hold the fate of cannon fodder if they actually manage to enter the city. Gu Ruoyan nodded. Grand Lord Hong Lian had once mentioned this to her. Don't judge the Lin family just because they had sent many martial supremes over. Those martial supremes were not the most powerful ones in the Lin family. Furthermore, the Lin family's power is ranked amongst lowest in the first city's food chain, but the truly powerful cultivators were not allowed to leave the first city. Hence, the Lin family could only dispatch their martial supremes. If my guess was right, Elder Huang would have definitely have informed the first city about the medicine sect's general meeting this time. Gao Lin glanced at Gu Ruoyan and slowly said, "Little girl, Elder Huang is the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievances. When the time comes, you must be vigilant." "I understand." Gu Ruoyan smiled, but she knows that today, she owed the sect master a great debt. After all, the sect master had stood by her despite the threat from the first city. This was a feat that not many could accomplish. The medicine sect's general meeting will begin in 3 days. Lin Yang, you shall take good care of the Gu girl in the next few days. Gao Lin turned towards Lin Yang and gave his instruction. To him, Grand Lord Hong Lian was clearly more terrifying than the first city. At least the first city was limited by its rules and they could not do things at will. However, that madman, Grand Lord Hong Lian, does not care very much about rules and propriety. If his daughter was to meet with any grievances, he would definitely storm the medicine sect immediately. When that time comes, the sect master would not even have the time to weep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 904, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 8. Chapter 904, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Father, how did it go? In the Elder's Chamber, Huang Feifei saw Elder Huang entering the room and hurriedly welcomed him. Did the sect master punish that **TCH? Elder Huang suppressed his fiery anger at the sight of his daughter's eager face. He then spoke to her with a face filled with affection. "Feifei, don't worry, even though the sect master had not spoken up for you, I won't let you suffer any grievances. My daughter comes from such an honorable status, how could anyone insult you whenever they please? If the sect master truly insists on siding with Lin Yang, I don't mind making you the sect master's daughter and the lady of the medicine sect." Making me the sect master's daughter? What does he mean? She wondered. Huang Feifei's brain was temporarily unable to process this. When she finally made sense of the meaning behind Elder Huang's words, she quickly held her hands to her mouth. There were no signs of shock or fear on her face, only excitement and elation. Does father mean that he wants to become the sect master of the medicine sect? This would mean that the both of us will be in full control of the medicine sect. Who would dare oppose my orders on this entire mainland? Fair, Elder Huang stroked Huang Feifei's head intimately as determination shone in his malicious eyes. You can rest assured, I will make you the most treasured woman on the mainland. No other woman would be comparable to you. By then, any man who catches your fancy will become a servant beneath you. No one would ever dare reject my daughter again. However, Fair, some men are only good for playing. Based on their station, they would not be a good match for you. My daughter is so outstanding that only the most exceptional man on the mainland can be your husband. The most exceptional man? At that moment, Zhou Shengchen's mischievous face appeared in Huang Feifei's mind. She could not help but blush at that thought. To her point of view, on this mainland, a man who is good enough for her not only needs to have incomparably good looks, he must also be powerful enough. That evil-looking man's looks were obviously up to her standards, but she was unsure of his true abilities. After giving it some thought, Huang Feifei confessed hesitantly, "Father, I've taken a fancy to someone today." "Oh?" Elder Huang was a bit surprised, but he responded gently, "I wonder which man would be so fortunate that you, Fair, would take a liking to him. I remember that after that last man, you had not seemed to have fallen for anyone else." "Father, that man is very good-looking. I've never seen such a good-looking man before. He's even more handsome than my previous boy toys. I'd like to ask you to investigate him for me, and if it's possible, I'd like to marry him." Huang Feifei has played around with many men, but this was the first time she had ever mentioned marriage. This made Elder Huang place the highest priority on this matter. A somber look gradually appeared in his eyes as well. "Describe this man's facial features to me, I'll send someone to investigate immediately." It goes without saying that one would only need to roughly describe Zhou Shengchen's features to be able to find him. However, at this moment, Zhou Shengchen was still blissfully unaware that a woman had now set her sights on him, especially such a disgusting anthomaniac like her. If he were to find out about this, he probably would not be able to eat for the next few days. At this moment, in one of the medicine sect's guest rooms, the man was reclining in a chair with his head propped against his left hand. His peach blossom pink robes were slightly unfurled, displaying a radiance of spring. At this moment, he was in an indolent and contented state. The thoughts in his peach blossom eyes were concealed from the world, filled with smiles. "Young master, I've managed to thoroughly investigate the matter that you've entrusted to me." Suddenly, a melodious voice sounded. The man gently raised his brow and turned his gaze towards a devastatingly beautiful handmaiden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 905, Inviting Humiliation, 1. Chapter 905, Inviting Humiliation, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Speak. The man's languid tone made him sound as if he had just woken up from a nap. However, that word pierced right through the devastatingly beautiful handmaiden's heart, causing it to tremble immediately. She hurriedly joined her fists and bowed, reporting to the young master, "We have found out through our investigation that the reason why Elder Huang's daughter had dared to display such impudence was because she is being backed by the first city. Besides, she has even slandered Lady Gu in the medicine sect. She said that Lady Gu had used her body to seduce Lin Yang, which was why Lin Yang had insisted on helping her." As she was speaking, the beautiful handmaiden could clearly sense the cold aura emitting from that man, and she could not help but shiver violently. Her beautiful eyes peeked carefully over at his evilly carved features. "The first city?" The impish-looking man chuckled, but his laugh contained an endless chill. "If she has always been arrogant and despotic on a regular basis, we could have let the matter slide. However, she has provoked someone who should not have been provoked in the first place. Ultimately, she will encounter a fate similar to the immortal realm." The beautiful handmaiden could not help but pity the father and daughter from the Huang family. Of all the people they had to provoke, it had to be Gu Ruoyun. Now that the young master has also lost his temper, he would not let them off so easily even if she had the support of that organization. "Young master, are you planning on sticking up for Lady Gu?" No, the impish man shook his head as a look of mirth appeared in his peach blossom eyes. "You underestimate Xiao Yun'er. There's no need for me to stand up for her in such matters, she can solve this very well on her own. I had asked you to investigate this because I wanted to know which authority Huang Feifei was utilizing in order to be so audacious. However, it is unfortunate that it's only the first city. Generally speaking, the act of showing off from an elder and his daughter of a sect does not directly concern Zhou Shengchen. He himself found it tedious to bother with such a brainless woman. However, of all the people this woman had to cross, it had to be Gu Ruoyun. Hence, he could never ignore it. Based on Gu Ruoyun's abilities now, he could never make his move. Besides, he also understands that Gu Ruoyun does not want his help for the time being. Zhou Shengchen smiled bitterly at the thought. The young girl he had met years ago in Azure Dragon Country has unwittingly grown to an overwhelming degree. As she continues to grow, she would stand at the pinnacle of the mainland one day and become the peak of existence. "Young master." Just then, another handmaiden walked into the room. She joined her fists, bowed and informed him, "Young master, Elder Huang of the medicine sect has come to pay you a visit." At that moment, Zhou Shengchen's brows furrowed slightly as an obscure light flashed across his peach blossom eyes. "Let him in. I'd like to know what business an elder of the medicine sect has with me." "Yes, young master." The handmaiden slowly retreated. Not too long after, an elderly man in yellow robes entered the room. He saw the man who was reclining lazily in his chair at first glance, and his eyes flashed with surprise. No wonder Feyre wants to marry him. Even I had gasped at the sight of this evil-looking man. I had gasped because I've never seen anything quite so magnificent on this earth. Especially since this magnificence is in the form of a man's body. Elder Huang slowly concealed the surprise in his eyes before smiling as he stepped forward. "Good sir, the reason I've come to visit you today is because I have glad tidings for you." "Glad tidings?" Zhou Shengchen smiled faintly, but his peach blossom eyes were filled with an eerily cold light. "May I ask what these glad tidings are which would require you, Elder Huang of the medicine sect, to personally come here for a visit?" Zhou Shengchen's words sounded like flattery, but he was, in fact, taunting Elder Huang. However, Elder Huang was unable to discern this, and he thought that he was trying to curry favor with him. A hint of arrogance then appeared on his elderly features while his eyes filled with disdain. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 906, Inviting Humiliation, 2. Chapter 906, Inviting Humiliation, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. From what I can see, the man before me is indeed blessed with extremely good looks, but, alas, his station looks to be lowly. Otherwise, he would not be flattering me in this manner. If Thayer had not taken a liking to him, I would not have approved of having a lowly man with no position as my son-in-law. This matter is indeed of great tidings to you, sir. Elder Huang wiped the disdain from his gaze as his elderly features continued to smile. I'm sure that you've met my daughter, Huang Feifei. However, ever since she's met you, she has insisted on marrying you. As such, I have come here to personally act as your matchmaker. In this world, there are numerous men who wish to marry my daughter, yet she has fallen for you. Hence, to you, is this not a matter of great tidings? Besides, only you alone have been able to have me as a personal matchmaker in this world. If word of this gets out, your position on the mainland will increase for sure. In the beginning, Elder Huang had thought to investigate Zhuo Shengchen's identity before he decides on how he should treat him. However, after hearing the man's flattery, he had assumed that Zhuo Shengchen's station was most definitely not as powerful as the medicine sect's. Otherwise, he would not have been so flattering to an elder of the medicine sect. This probably means that he was most likely an emperor of a supreme country, at the very most. However, just as Elder Huang said those words, he did not notice the look of disgust and anger from the beautiful handmaiden who was standing next to Zhuo Shengchen. She is merely the daughter of an elder from the medicine sect. She's not even comparable to a fragrant steamed bun, yet she dares to claim that every man on the mainland wishes to marry her? Furthermore, is his personal matchmaking really anything glorious to begin with? He's actually saying that this matter will raise the young master's station on the mainland? This is the funniest joke that I've ever heard in my entire life. This was the reason why this beautiful handmaiden had actually burst into laughter. Her beautiful eyes filled with a fiery rage as she glared at Elder Huang. Such a puny medicine sect, yet you dare to insult my young master. Not even the eldest lady of Wind Valley would dare claim that she is fit for my young master. Wind Valley? Elder Huang's heart suddenly dropped. Wind Valley was in the first city and were people whom he could rely on for support. However, I didn't think that a mere handmaiden would know of Wind Valley's existence. Could it be that I've been mistaken and this evil-looking man is not some emperor of a supreme country but is from the first city? No. This is definitely impossible. If anyone from the first city were to make an appearance here, that lord from Wind Valley would certainly inform me as well. Since I've never received any notice, these people are clearly not from the first city. Perhaps this handmaiden is secretly in love with this impish man and does not want him to marry someone else. Furthermore, she must have used other means to find out about Wind Valley's existence. That's why she has deliberately said those things in front of me. The expression in Elder Huang's eyes became increasingly disdainful. He spat condescendingly. The masters are speaking, what right does a servant girl have to interrupt? If your master is incapable of educating you, then I'm more than willing to teach you the difference between seniors and juniors. Don't think that I'm unaware of your filthy thoughts. Aren't you in love with your master so you do not wish to have a mistress at all? You should also take a good look at your station. A servant girl would dare to think about climbing into her master's bed? Just wait for the day when my daughter marries him. You won't even have the right to follow him around then. I won't let anyone strive for favor against my daughter. Elder Huang spoke as if he had been making a solemn vow, and that Zhuo Shengchen had confirmed that he would be marrying Huang Feifei. The beautiful servant girl was hopping mad. This old fart is actually accusing me of having grand designs towards the young master? However, he probably would have never imagined that anyone who has any intentions towards the young master would be dealt with by the young master himself in the end. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 907, Inviting Humiliation, 3. Chapter 907, Inviting Humiliation, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Those of us who had remained are only loyal to him. Zhuo Shengchen finally made a move when he noticed that his beautiful handmaiden was about to speak again. He raised his hand and stopped the handmaiden from speaking before he lazily raised his eyes, sweeping his peach blossom gaze across Elder Huang's face with a smile which did not reach his eyes. His evil yet beautiful features were lit up with a smile which could topple nations. Huang Feifei? He laughed and turned a scornful gaze towards Elder Huang. His tone was languid and leisurely as he said, I'm sorry, I don't know who she is. Tui. Elder Huang nearly spat out a mouthful of his old blood. As it turns out, even after I've said so many things, this kid still does not know who my daughter is? Sir, Elder Huang took a deep breath and replied with a vicious look in his eyes, you had met my daughter while you were at the foot of the medicine sex mountain. My daughter was the incomparably beautiful young lady dressed in yellow robes. Upon hearing this, the smile in Zhuo Shengchen's eyes grew more pronounced. you're talking about the woman in yellow at the foot of the Medicine Sex Mountain? I've indeed met one woman dressed in yellow, but that woman wasn't much of a peerless beauty. At most, she's an arrogant despot and a condescending, tyrannical freak of nature. So she's your daughter. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a while. The beautiful handmaiden smiled when she saw the ashen look on Elder Huang's face. Aside from the Gu siblings, the young master has never shown courtesy to anyone else. A woman, no matter how beautiful, would be no different from a pile of bones in his eyes. Besides, Huang Feifei was really unsuitable to hold the title of a peerless beauty. By the way, Zhuo Shengqian turned towards Elder Huang, who now had a very ugly look on his face, and spoke condescendingly. I've even heard of something rather interesting about your daughter. I hear that your daughter had fallen for a man 2 years ago, but that man had been deeply in love with his bride-to-be, so he had rejected her. However, she could not accept the fact that the man she liked was marrying another woman. She then led a group of people and destroyed the fiancé's entire family before dragging the man back to the medicine sect. Ultimately, the man had committed suicide a few days later, unable to accept this humiliation. Elder Huang's expression had gone from green to white before changing from white to green again. This was indeed a disgraceful matter to the medicine sect, and if he had not received a favor from the Wind Valley's lord, the medicine sect would have definitely thrown them both out. That was only a rumor. Elder Huang steadied his heart and replied with a cold smile, my daughter is such an outstanding woman, who wouldn't like her? It is without exception. A man whom she has fallen for would be driven to madness for her sake even if he already has a wife. Hence, the matter you've mentioned is merely a rumor spread by others. She can have any man she wishes, why would she need to forcibly take that man? However, out of all the men here, she has fallen for you so much so that she wouldn't even look at any other man. That is why I say that you are fortunate to have managed to hold her heart. Despite whatever rumors which were swirling about Huang Feifei in the outside world, to him, she would always be the most outstanding. Just like how beauty was in the eye of the beholder, in a father's heart, his daughter would forever be stronger than anyone else. Elder Huang. Zhuo Shengqian slowly rose to his feet and raised his chin, looking down upon the elder in yellow robes. He then raised the corners of his lips gently. I will only offer you and your daughter one piece of advice: dishonor a man, and he will do much more. The consequence of being overly brain-dead is to invite humiliation. You. Elder Huang's expression changed greatly. He had not expected Zhuo Shengqian to reject him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 908, Inviting Humiliation, 4. Chapter 908, Inviting Humiliation, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Great. Just great. This is one debt that I will not forget. Damned brat. It is your good fortune to receive my daughter's favor, yet you don't know what's good for you. Do you think that you're a young master from the first city? If you're truly going to reject her, I guarantee that you would regret this in the future. This damned brat probably thinks that I'm only a mere elder from the medicine sect and not the sect master, that's why he has rejected me. Elder Huang's glare became even more malicious at the thought. His features now displayed an icy chill. Get out. The tone of voice used to utter these words was soft, yet they felt like a heavy weight as they slammed into Elder Huang's heart. He took a deep breath before he fiercely straightened his sleeves and left. Young master, are we really going to let him leave just like that? The beautiful handmaiden was not satisfied at all. After all, that old fellow had insulted the young master to such a degree, how could they just let him leave? Zhuo Shengqian swept his gaze towards the beautiful handmaiden. He did not say a word, but the chill from those peach blossom eyes caused her to tremble. She threw herself into a kneeling position on the ground with a loud thud as her forehead broke into a cold sweat. Please forgive me, young master, your subordinate has overstepped. Remember, don't step into matters that you should not concern yourself with next time. Zhuo Shengqian raised his brow slightly as he directed his gaze towards the sky. His demeanor no longer displayed his initial indolence. His entire being was like a sharp blade with a severe aura and an icy chill. Was he really going to let Elder Huang get away without repercussions after speaking to him in that way? No. When have I, Zhuo Shengqian, ever been so kind? Anyone who crosses me shall meet a gruesome end. Are you done enjoying the show? Not long after that, Zhuo Shengqian's severe aura slowly disappeared and he once again returned to his indolent state. His peach blossom eyes carried a smile as he turned towards a nearby spot in the sky. His voice had sounded very mischievous. The beautiful handmaiden jumped. She was still feeling dazed when she saw a figure appear out of thin air to stand right in front of Zhuo Shengqian. A beautiful woman has thrown herself into your arms, yet the SL*TTY4 prince would reject her as well? Gu Ruoyan curled the corners of her lips as she stared at the evil-looking and attractive man before her with a half-smile on her face. Zhuo Shangchen's face immediately turned black. SL*TTY? When have I been SL*TTY? To this day, I've never even touched a woman. Where did my SL*tiness come from? Actually, Zhuo Shangchen was not completely unaware that he was always accompanied by a group of incomparably beautiful handmaidens wherever he went. Most people would make their judgments based on that. Beautiful woman? Zhuo Shangchen laughed disdainfully and a hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. She's not even halfway there. However, if you, Xiao Yuner, wish to throw yourself at me, I would most certainly accept that. Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders and glanced at Zhuo Shangchen with a half-smile. Apologies, I'm not interested in a bottom. I expect that you're not all that interested in me yourself. Even though Zhuo Shangchen has always teased her, Gu Ruoyan could tell that he had been taking care of her entirely for Gu Xinxiao's sake. It had nothing to do with any other sort of feelings. Zhuo Shangchen's face turned even darker. Suddenly, he smiled slightly. That smile was as beautiful as 10 miles of peach blossom trees. Nothing more beautiful could be imagined. I am open to both men and women. Top or bottom, both are fine. Open to both men and women? Gu Ruoyan shivered fearfully when she heard that. However, she could tell that this fellow was only joking. After all, he views her as a bantering partner and nothing else. Zhuo Shangchen, Gu Ruoyan raised an eyebrow as she observed him seriously. What kind of a person are you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 909, Inviting Humiliation, 5. Chapter 909, Inviting Humiliation, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhuo Shangchen was shaken before he quickly regained his composure. His forlorn eyes then stared at Gu Ruoyan pitifully. Xiao Yuner, we've known each other for such a long time yet you don't know what kind of person I am? This is truly heartbreaking. I'm asking about your identity. Gu Ruoyan replied with a half-smile. You are the 4th prince of Vermilion Bird Country from the West Spirit Mainland and also the young master of the Darkeen Palace, and there's another Darkeen Palace in the first city. How is that Darkeen Palace connected to you? Xiao Yuner, you're overthinking things. Zhuo Shangchen placed his hands behind his head as he directed his peach blossom gaze indolently towards Gu Ruoyan and spoke with a smile on the corner of his lips. The Darkeen Palace I belong to is on the West Spirit Mainland. The Darkeen Palace in the first city has nothing to do with me at all. We've known each other for such a long time, how could I find the ability to expand the Darkeen Palace all the way to the first city? Oh, really? Gu Ruoyan's cool gaze seemed to see through everything clearly. She stared pointedly at Zhuo Shangchen's lazy yet evil face. If I remember correctly, you are only the young master of the Darkeen Palace. There is still the Palace Lord whose whereabouts are unknown and no one in this world has ever seen him before. I wonder where this Palace Lord could be. Zhuo Shangchen could not help but admire Gu Ruoyan's intellect to be able to piece the connection between the two Darkeen Palaces one together so quickly. However, he would never admit to that connection. This was an order from my master. Master had once warned me to not let Xiao Yuner find out about anything before the time is right, so I have to hide it from her. After all, I don't dare go against Master's orders. My master has already passed away. Zhuo Shangchen shrugged and smiled indolently as if there was nothing wrong with cursing his own master. Gu Ruoyan narrowed her eyes when she heard this and observed Zhuo Shangchen with utmost seriousness. Honestly, when the Grand Lord Hong Lian had given the First City's division chart to her, she was already suspicious on whether the Darkeen Palace in the First City was in any way related to Zhuo Shangchen. Now that she has bumped into Zhuo Shangchen in the medicine sect, her suspicions have increased. The Darkeen Palace was one of the more powerful forces in the First City. Even though it could not be compared to some of the best, it was definitely not at the same level as the Lin family. In other words, 100 Lin families could never match up to even one Darkeen Palace. Zhuo Shangchen, you may deny your relationship now, but one day, I'll find out who you really are. Gu Ruoyan loosened the knot between her brows and smiled mildly. Besides, unless my guess is wrong, Zhuo Shangchen's current level in power seems to have increased considerably. At the Elder's chamber, Huang Feifei hurriedly rushed out to greet Elder Huang the moment she saw that he had returned. Her face was flushed with anticipation. Father, how did it go? What did he say? Has he agreed to marry me? Also, what is his level of power? When Elder Huang saw the anticipation on his daughter's face, he shook his head and sighed helplessly. He has refused. Crash. His words were like a stroke of lightning that pushed Huang Feifei backward. Her face turned as white as a sheet as her eyes stared mournfully at Elder Huang. Father, did you say that he has refused? Does he not like me too? Huang Feifei's expression created a pang in Elder Huang's heart and he hurried soothed her. No, it's not like that. It's just that he feels that he is too lowly and is not suitable for you. That was why he had rejected the offer. Hearing this, Huang Feifei's expression changed for the better. However, she still persisted. Father, is this really true? The reason for his rejection was not that he doesn't like me but he thinks that he's not worthy of me? That's right. Elder Huang nodded. He has already decided that for the sake of his daughter, he must obtain the sect master's position. By then, that man will cry and beg for the opportunity to marry his daughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 910, A Provocation, 1. Chapter 910, A Provocation, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After leaving Zhou Shangchen's quarters, Gu Ruoyong decided to return to the guest rooms to get some rest. However, she unexpectedly overheard something as soon as she set foot into the rear courtyard, causing her to frown. You're a cripple and you dare to cross the medicine sect's Feifei? Kid, I advise you to kneel before Feifei and ask for her forgiveness, perhaps she might even spare you and your sister. At this moment outside the guest room, a group of people had surrounded Xiao Linyu who had just stepped out. The leader of the group was a man in grey robes who was staring arrogantly down at Xiao Linyu. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Who exactly is Huang Feifei? She was Elder Huang's daughter. Who, in the whole of the medicine sect, would dare to cross her? Yet these people can't even recognize what's good for them and had dared to make Huang Feifei their enemy. Aren't they looking for their own death? So, when Huang Feifei had sought them out, they immediately listened to her orders and came to cause trouble for Gu Ruoyong and Xiao Linyu. Do these outsiders think that they can do whatever they want with Steward Lin's support? Was his power as a steward in the medicine sect be enough to match up against that of an elder's? If he had not held the sect master's token in his hand, Huang Feifei would have had every right to bar these outsiders from entering the medicine sect. Xiao Linyu swept his clear, cold gaze across every face before him. His delicate features showed no signs of emotion as he coolly replied, "Get out of the way." Ha ha ha. The grey-robed man laughed maniacally and raised his lips in a condescending way. Even a cripple would dare to show such shamelessness before me? If it wasn't for the fact that you are so good-looking, I would have long driven you to a tragic end. Was there anyone in the medicine sect who was unaware of this grey-robed man's extreme liking towards men? He has an urge to capture any man with delicate features, have them as his boy toys. If he had not been one of Elder Huang's direct disciples, he would have long been thrown out of the medicine sect due to his peculiar liking for men. Xiao Linyu's face was enveloped in ice. His clear and limpid eyes seemed to have frozen over, displaying a thick fog of chill. Move. This one word caused the man in gray's face to change drastically. His eyes gleamed with malice as he spoke. Damned brat, who do you think you are? You had the audacity to offend Huang Feifei and you're all clearly seeking your own deaths. However, I'm going to give you one last chance. You only need to serve me, then perhaps I might even put in a good word about you to Lady Feifei. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, his vulgar gaze began to scan Xiao Linyu from top to toe. This little kid may be a cripple but he has fair and delicate features. Especially that petite frame, I can't wait to press myself up against him. 1. You. Xiao Linyu may be young but he understood the meaning behind the man in gray's words. His delicate features flushed red with rage and his clear eyes gleamed with disgust as he glared fiercely back at that man. Dream on. Humph, you really don't know how to appreciate favors. Guys, grab him. Once I've had my fun with him, we'll hand him over to Lady Feifei. The man in gray licked his lips and squinted his malicious eyes as a cold light flitted across his eyes. Huang Feifei had mentioned that as long as they did not kill the siblings, any form of torture was acceptable. Since that was the case, he might as well quench his thirst. Just as the medicine sect's disciples were about to lay their hands on Xiao Linyu, an arm reached out from behind them. A great force landed fiercely on top of the medicine sect's disciples with a loud crash and forced them backward. Fresh blood began to trickle down the corner of their lips. The woman's hair fluttered under the light breeze. Gu Ruoyong now stood in front of Xiao Linyu as her clear and cold eyes glared icily at the leader, the man in gray. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 911, A Provocation, 2. Chapter 911, A Provocation, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Oh, just as I was thinking of taking the brother away, the sister returns? The man in gray sneered scornfully as he stared at the girl in green who was standing in front of Xiao Linyu. His eyes were filled with an obscene light. Since that's the case, why don't the both of you come with me? I have an appetite for both men and women anyway. Ha ha ha. Xia Linyu's eyes darkened substantially. He could tolerate anything that anyone throws at him, but he could not stand idle and watch as someone else leers obscenely at Gu Ruoyun. However, just as Xia Linyu was about to step forward, a hand reached out and grabbed his arm firmly. He trembled and stopped. He then glared in anger and annoyance at the man in gray's perverted face. You want to have both you and me? Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly. Are certain that you can pay the price? The man in gray narrowed his eyes. He knows very well that this woman had defeated Huang Feifei with one blow at the foot of the mountain, and his powers were weaker than Huang Feifei's. Hence, if they were to fight, he was no match for this woman. However, Huang Feifei had mentioned that their job was only to provoke them and that she would take care of the rest. Ha, even if 100 of you attack me, I can definitely take you. The man in gray licked his cracked lips and squinted his eyes as he scanned Gu Ruoyun's body from top to toe. Woman, you've offended Huang Feifei, so it won't end well for you. If you still wish to live, try and please me and I'll ask her to be merciful to you. Otherwise, believe me, you would never be able to live for more than 3 days. Gu Ruoyun looked at the man in gray and laughed icily. It's not your fault for lacking intellect, but it's your own idiocy for allowing someone else to use you. Use me? The man in gray's brain momentarily lacked the ability to grasp this, nor could he comprehend the meaning behind Gu Ruoyun's words. He would rather not overanalyze it and waved his hand at the people next to him. He then clenched his teeth and commanded, all of you, go, as long as we can catch this woman, Lady Feifei will reward you. Hearing this, some of the other disciples' eyes sparkled. They immediately grabbed their weapons and charged towards Gu Ruoyun. Boom, dot. At that moment, Gu Ruoyun's aura started to fluctuate and a hurricane began to whirl around her. There was a loud crash as she flung the medicine sect's disciples out of the way, causing them to spit blood from their mouths. None of them could tell when Gu Ruoyun had made her move. All they felt was a hand which had slammed fiercely onto their chests and threw their bodies out of the way like an arrow released from a bow. Is there anyone else who would like to try? Gu Ruoyun raised the corners of her lips. Even though her voice was soft, it was like a heavy weight which hammered into everyone's hearts. Who else would even dare to try? The group looked at each other before they crawled to their feet, yet they did not dare to step forward and challenge her. After all, this woman was far too powerful. They would not have the ability to resist her, based on their powers. Xia Linyu silently lowered his head. At the end of the day, I was the one who was responsible for inviting all the trouble we have encountered ever since we've set foot in the medicine sect. If I had not been crippled, none of this would have ever happened. All these had happened because of me. I had dragged my older sister down with me, so much so that she is now facing the blame from the medicine sect. Xia Linyu's heart filled with self-blame and guilt at the thought of this. If I had not followed my sister here, all of this would never have happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 912, A Provocation, 3. Chapter 912, A Provocation, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You say that you want Yuer to serve you? Gu Ruoyun's eyes moved back and forth before resting on the man in gray. Her voice was clear, cold, and light, yet it carried a thick sense of coercion. Besides, he also has to please you, is that so? The man in gray shivered and his expression filled with anxiety. He immediately dashed hurriedly towards the courtyard door nearby. Nervousness has begun to take over his heart. Didn't Huang Feifei say that all we needed to do was to provoke her and that she would take care of the rest? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Of course, Gu Ruoyun could see the look on his face very clearly, and she also caught sight of his eyes darting towards the door. She curled her lips gently as she spoke. Are you waiting for Huang Feifei's people to save you? Unfortunately, no matter who arrives today, you'll have to pay the price for everything you've said. Boom! Gu Ruoyun's fist landed fiercely on the man in gray's chest. Instantly, the man in gray flew out of the way and crashed heavily inside the courtyard. Fresh blood splattered continuously from out of his mouth, making him look absolutely horrifying. Just as he raised his fearful gaze, a leg landed heavily against his chest. That assault caused him to spit even more blood and he nearly breathed his last. Dragons always have their reversed scale. Gu Ruoyun's reverse scales are her loved ones. It did not matter whether this was Huang Feifei's trap, she did not mind stepping into the trap herself. Since Huang Feifei wants to use you, you can relax, I'll let you be used to your ultimate potential. Gu Ruoyun giggled. Huang Feifei knows her level of power, but she had asked such weaklings to approach her. The whole world knows her intention, but Gu Ruoyun was not willing to bow to her. Slam! Gu Ruoyan struck once again and the man in grey spat out another mouthful of blood. He now looked extremely pale as he stared in terror at the delicate features on her face. You're acting out in the medicine sect's territory, aren't you afraid of the consequences? The man in grey had used a great amount of effort just to complete that question. Gu Ruoyan turned around and looked at him. Since I'm bold enough to do this, it already proves that I'm not afraid of the medicine sect. The man in grey trembled violently and his face instantly turned ashen. Even though he was a pervert, he was good at reading people's intentions. He could see very clearly that Gu Ruoyan was speaking the truth. This woman's eyes show no sign of fear and all there was confidence. Perhaps, this time, they have truly kicked a hot iron. At this moment, the man in grey suddenly hoped that Huang Feifei would not make any other move. Otherwise, if she truly angers this woman, the entire medicine sect might end up being burnt to the ground. However, a sudden cry shattered all hope in his heart and killed all of his optimism. Gu Ruoyan, how dare you openly commit such thuggery in the medicine sect? You simply place no importance on the medicine sect at all. Guards, surround this woman and inform the sect master as well as my father so that they can come and serve justice. A woman in yellow robes slowly stepped forward. Her lips were curled into a sneer as she stared disdainfully at Gu Ruoyan. Even though Elder Huang had promised Huang Feifei that he would obtain the position of the medicine sect master, Huang Feifei does not wish to let Gu Ruoyan live on for so long. She then planned to get rid of this eyesore of a woman herself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 913, A Provocation, 4. Chapter 913, A Provocation, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Therefore, she had asked a group of disciples from the medicine sect to provoke her. She anticipated that Gu Ruoyan, based on her personality, would lash out in a big way. By then, her heavy crime of harming a medicine sect's disciple would be enough for her to be exterminated 1,000 times even if Steward Lin was to shield her. Huang Feifei was partially right. If this had been anyone else, they would have fallen neatly into her trap. Unfortunately, she had gone against Gu Ruoyan this time. Despite whatever crafty plots and intrigues she could come up with, none of it would have been successful. When he heard Huang Feifei's words, the man in grey's expression changed drastically. He tried to speak but Gu Ruoyan sensed his intent and swept a clear and cold glare towards him. With just one look, the man in grey felt as if someone had just reached for his throat and pinched it. He could not make a sound. Soon enough, numerous large and bulky figures flew towards them. Huang Feifei's grin has grown even more prominent. She stared complacently at Gu Ruoyan, who was now surrounded by the group of people, and looked very pleased with herself. Those who oppose me will never receive a happy ending. While you may have used your body to seduce Lin Yang, this time, not even Lin Yang can save you. She had publicly harmed a disciple of the medicine sect. Not even the medicine sect master could shield her now. Gu Ruoyan's expression was serene and silent. Her green robes were as clear and cold like the moon. She stood quietly as she observed the crowd which had charged towards her from not too far away. What's the meaning of this? The sound of an elderly voice slowly resounded from a distance. It fell into the ears of the crowd and silenced them. Sister. Xia Linyu clutched Gu Ruoyan's hand and looked somewhat nervous. He was not afraid but he was worried for Gu Ruoyan. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing bad will happen. Gu Ruoyan patted Xia Linyu's hand as she turned around and flashed a smile at him. When Xia Linyu heard these words, he immediately felt his anxiety miraculously melt away. Humph, is there even a need for explanation? Elder Huang sneered and glared at Gu Ruoyan as he spoke in a cold voice. The situation is clear to see. Someone has roughed up these medicine sect disciples and paid absolutely no attention to the medicine sect's prestige. If I were the sect master, I would never allow anything like this to happen. I will destroy the entire family of anyone who dares to lay a finger on the medicine sect. Gao Lin's expression sank. He glanced at Elder Huang before turning towards Gu Ruoyan and asked, Gu girl, what on earth is going on here? It's just as he said. Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders. I've roughed up the disciples of the medicine sect. However, they were the ones who had provoked the fight first. Furthermore, this man had wanted my brother to please him. I couldn't hold my temper, so I had attacked. When Gao Lin heard this, he turned to face the man in grey beneath Gu Ruoyan's foot and a sense of understanding flashed in his eyes. However, before he could speak, a sharp voice screamed out from the side, You're spouting rubbish, we did not provoke you at all. We had only been passing by when you had grabbed us and wanted to interrogate us about the secret hiding place of the pill formula. We had been unable to answer your question, so you then attacked us. The person who had spoken up was obviously not the man in grey beneath Gu Ruoyan's foot, it was another youth from the medicine sect. Because that man in gray was now unable to even make a sound. What? The pill formula? Elder Huang's tone of voice shifted. He fixed his malicious glare upon Gu Ruoyun and spoke with animosity. I didn't think that not only would you attack the medicine sect's disciples, you would even be so treacherous as to want to rob us of our pill formula? Who do you think you are? Would a person like you have the right to own such a valuable treasure like the pill formula? Even if you are the holy doctor's disciple, you'll have to leave your life behind this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 914, False Charges, 1. Chapter 914, False Charges, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Holy Doctor's Disciple? Huang Feifei sent an astonished look towards Gu Ruoyun. Never in a million years would she ever think that this woman was actually the Holy Doctor's disciple. Still, so what? This time, she had caused trouble in the medicine sect. It would not be reasonable even if the Holy Doctor were to step forward. Gu girl, please explain this to me. Gao Lin knit his brows. Honestly, he did not believe in their words at all. Even if Gu Ruoyun had truly intended to snatch the pill formula, why would she interrogate them in broad daylight? This was clearly a false charge. What disappointed Gao Lin was that his own disciples in the medicine sect would falsely accuse others. Especially since Gu Ruoyun was no average person. You still need an explanation? Elder Huang did not wait for Gu Ruoyun to speak and coldly cut her off. Sect master, this matter is clear for all to see. This woman has harmed a disciple of the medicine sect and has intended on taking the pill formula away. Does a person like her deserve to be spared? It's no use even if she does give us an explanation. Many of our disciples can bear witness to this. Gu Ruoyun did not attempt to give any explanation for her actions. Instead, she only stared at Elder Huang with her clear, cold gaze. At this moment, she was like a mirror which exposed all the ugliness in the opposition's expression. Xia Linyu has nearly gone mad with rage. Aside from Xia Ming and his daughter, he has never met anyone else who was so shameless. They were clearly the ones who had provoked them, yet, in the end, they had made bogus accusations and are now framing others for theft? However, the fire in his heart slowly calmed down when he saw the calm look on Gu Ruoyun's face. Xia Linyu chuckled softly and his delicate features filled with disdain. My sister would never pay any attention to that scrap of pill formula. He was speaking the truth. All the pills sold on the West Spirit mainland had been refined by Gu Ruoyun herself. She would not place any importance on one pill formula. Besides, he also knows that his sister had journeyed to the medicine sect in order to obtain the herbs needed to heal his arm. As for those precious medicinal herbs, they could only be found in the Northern Bloc territory. Xia Linyu was aware of Gu Ruoyun's power, but that does not mean that others would know this as well. Therefore, when they heard his smug declaration, Elder Huang immediately burst into laughter as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that he almost could not stop. A scrap piece of pill formula? This is a typical case of saying that the grapes were sour after being unable to eat the grapes. Elder Huang's lips curled into a disdainful angle as his elderly features filled with contempt. This is the first time an old man like me has ever heard anyone call a pill formula as a scrap. If you really don't see the rarity of that pill formula, you won't have wasted your effort in trying to steal it. Sect Master, I know that your relationship with the Holy Doctor is more than ordinary, but this matter involves the interests of the medicine sect. If you truly refuse to protect the medicine sect, your post as the Sect Master is at an end. Elder Huang had thought of dragging Gao Lin down from his position, but if he had done it that way, many would not feel satisfied with his decision. However, he had not expected Gao Lin himself to provide him with such an opportunity. If Gao Lin neglects the medicine sect in this manner and shields this woman who has intended to steal the pill formula, no one in the medicine sect would support him. Gao Lin has thought of this as well, so he has fallen silent. However, he returned to his senses after a short pause. A cold light flashed in his elderly features and he sent Elder Huang an icy glare. Elder Huang, your words have crossed a line. You've concluded that someone is guilty based only on the accusations of others. Since when have you been granted such a privilege? What if someone were to accuse you, Elder Huang, of plotting a rebellion? Should I punish you too? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 915, False Charges, 2. Chapter 915, False Charges, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Though Gao Lin has always tolerated Elder Huang's demands, this does not mean that he does not have a temper. On the contrary, he has a very fiery temperament. He has always prioritized the medicine sect's best interests, all this while, which was why he had tolerated this old fart for such a long time. Elder Huang's expression slowly changed. There was no way for him to miss the fact that Gao Lin was shielding Gu Ruoyan in his words. However, Elder Huang never imagined that Gao Lin, who has always been intelligent, would make such a foolish mistake at a time like this. He would never be able to make up for this mistake for the rest of his life. Elder Huang sneered at the thought and said arrogantly, "Lord Sect Master, so many witnesses have just seen her try to steal the pill formula, so how could there be a mistake? Otherwise, why didn't they frame anyone else and accuse her instead? If someone stepped forward and accuses me of plotting against you, Lord Sect Master, I then would allow myself to be punished for the sake of peace in the medicine sect." Elder Huang had a righteous look on his face as he spoke. What he meant was that if anyone were to frame him in front of Gao Lin, he would willingly accept punishment for the sake of the medicine sect. Since he was so willing to accept his punishment, Gao Lin had no reason to spare Gu Ruoyan. Gu Ruoyan, in the meantime, had treated the scene as if she was watching a good show. Her delicate features were calm and serene, as if the false accusations were of little importance to her. When she saw that Gao Lin was lagging in his debate with Elder Huang, she slowly opened her mouth to interrupt Gao Lin. "Elder Huang, are you certain that you can confirm my crime based on what these people have said?" she asked with a small smile. Her clear and cold gaze was turned towards Elder Huang as an unreadable light flashed in her eyes. Elder Huang laughed icily. "I'd much rather believe in the medicine sect's disciples than you." "Really?" Gu Ruoyan smiled as she replied, "Then if they've really framed me, what should their punishment be?" He. Suddenly, someone laughed coldly. Huang Feifei raised her chin and stared arrogantly down at the graceful woman in green who was smiling softly. A disdainful light flashed across her eyes as she said, "Gu Ruoyan, do you think that everyone else is just as vile and shameless as you? Every single one of the disciples from the medicine sect holds noble and virtuous values. No one here would ever falsely accuse others. If I were you, I'd confess to my own crimes. Denying it is useless." She had recruited all these people, so she had personally instructed them on what to say as well. Aside from her cronies, there was no other uninvolved third party here. Hence, no one could stand as a witness for Gu Ruoyan. However, if you'd still like to save face, end your own life now. This way, perhaps I'd still have some respect for you. Huang Feifei's lips curled into a sneer as she swept her disdainful gaze towards Gu Ruoyan. "Otherwise, I will make sure that you lose your dignity completely and suffer a fate worse than death." Gu Ruoyan shrugged as she stared at the Huang father and daughter pair and said, "I only have one question. If I can prove that these people have framed me, how do you intend on compensating me? The price for damaging my reputation is very steep." "Humph," Huang Feifei scoffed frostily and replied disdainfully, "If you can prove that they are framing you, I, Huang Feifei, shall willingly compensate you with all the power I have for the rest of my life." First of all, Gu Ruoyan would need to find proof. "All right." Gu Ruoyan smiled and turned towards Gao Lin before saying, "Sect Master, I'll let you be the witness in acknowledging this. If I can prove that this matter was a false accusation, no matter what I do, no one can stop me." Hearing this, Huang Feifei's heart trembled. She did not know why, but she could not shake the feeling that something was not right. However, she was unable to pinpoint the reason at all. Besides, she had watched as the group carried out their provocation, so she was sure that there were not any loopholes that Gu Ruoyan could exploit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 916, False Charges, 3. Chapter 916, False Charges, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When she remembered this, her apprehension slowly melted away. If you are truly able to prove it, Huang Feifei's fate shall be left into your care. May I ask if you, Elder Huang, would have any objections? Gao Lin's gaze turned towards Elder Huang as he queried. This. Elder Huang wrinkled his brows. After all, he was still a little more old-fashioned when compared with Huang Feifei. Even though he had never once paid any notice to Gu Ruoyan in the beginning, he began to hesitate after hearing her words. Could it be that she actually has a hidden chess piece, which was why she had dared to speak with such confidence? What's the matter? Gu Ruoyan smiled mildly, but her eyes remained just as cold as ever. However, that voice made the Huang father and daughter pair feel very uncomfortable. Are you scared? Since that's the case, why not just admit that you were the ones who had recruited these people to falsely accuse me? As long as you confess, I will let you off willingly. Elder Huang stared at the woman in green's face, which was glowing with confidence. He could not help but want to let this bet go. The future was long. If she was truly able to obtain proof, then they should not rush things. Besides, the medicine sect will fall into his hands sooner or later. By then, he could attack her at the same time, so why shoulder the risk now? Fair. Elder Huang relaxed his brow. How about we let this go for now? If this woman does not have any proof, how could she act with such confidence? However, just as Elder Huang said this, he clearly saw Gu Ruoyun heave a sigh of relief. This realization shook him. He quickly regained his senses and smiled curtly. He now assumed that this woman had carried such a confident look on her face to create doubt in him, so they would let her off. Unfortunately, regardless of her great acting skills, she had been exposed in the end. No. Huang Feifei glared at Gu Ruoyun. A bet is a bet. Why should I have to fear this woman? She can produce the evidence if she has the ability. I simply do not believe that she can prove her innocence. Since that's what Fair wants, I'll agree to your terms. Elder Huang smiled icily as he turned around, faced Gao Lin and said, I agree to this wager. If she is successful in proving her innocence, she may do whatever she wishes to Fair. If there's no proof, you would not be able to shield her anymore. When Xia Linyu heard this, he stared at the Huang father and daughter as if they were a pair of idiots. Would my sister ever do anything without a guarantee? It's settled, since both sides are in an agreement, I'm willing to be the notary. Gao Lin smiled and turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Gu girl, please show us your evidence. Honestly speaking, he believes that Gu Ruoyun has a good shot at winning this wager. This way, they could chip away at the Huang father and daughter's arrogance. I've already prepared the evidence. A malevolent smile hung on Gu Ruoyun's face. With a flick of her hand, a jade ornament appeared in her palm. Elder Huang did not know why, but when he saw the smile on Gu Ruoyun's face, an uncomfortable pang began to bubble up from the recesses of his heart. He was just about to speak when they all heard a vulgar voice coming from the jade pendant. Oh, just as I was thinking of taking the brother away, the sister returns? Since that's the case, why don't the both of you come with me? I have an appetite for both men and women anyway. Ha ha ha. You want to have both you and me? Are certain that you can pay the price? Ha, even if 100 of you attack me, I can definitely take you. Woman, you've offended Huang Feifei, so it won't end well for you. If you still wish to live, try and please me and I'll ask her to be merciful to you. Otherwise, believe me, you would never be able to live for more than 3 days. It's not your fault for lacking intellect, but it's your own idiocy for allowing someone else to use you. All of you, go. As long as we can catch this woman, Lady Feifei will reward you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 917, False Charges, 4. Chapter 917, False Charges, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom. Elder Huang's elderly features froze in place and he no longer heard anything else from the conversation. He only the name Huang Feifei, which was clearly mentioned by the vulgar-sounding man's voice. His elderly face instantly turned ashen. This? How could this be? Feifei had planned this matter all on her own? Even so, how did Gu Ruoyun manage to record those voices in the jade pendant? You're framing me. Huang Feifei recovered from her initial shock and screamed at Gu Ruoyun, don't think that you can prove I had sent those people simply with that jade ornament. I've never done such a thing. Father, please take this SL*T away. She actually has the audacity to make false accusations against me. I must have her sliced into 1,000 pieces. Just as Huang Feifei spoke, she charged towards Gu Ruoyun as if seized by a bout of madness. She rushed with bared fangs and brandished her claws towards the jade ornament in Gu Ruoyun's hand. Huang Feifei, stop right there. Boom. A powerful wave of energy slammed into Huang Feifei's body. She was sent flying out of the way before she could even reach Gu Ruoyun. An elderly figure then descended from the sky as he stared at her emotionlessly. Huang Feifei, you're really great, aren't you? You would even frame a guest of the medicine sect? Gao Lin lifted the corners of his lips into a cold smile as he stared down at the woman in yellow who was lying on the ground. His voice was sharp and cold. All the witnesses were shocked to the core, especially the ones who had come to provoke Gu Ruoyun. They began to tremble as they never expected to be implicated at all. Most of all, they had planted false evidence against Gu Ruoyun in front of the sect master. She's making false accusations against me. Huang Feifei gritted her teeth vehemently and glared at Gu Ruoyun. I, Huang Feifei, have never done such a thing. This is all evidence that she had fabricated on her own. I wasn't going to confess anyway. As long as I don't confess, this woman can't do anything to me. At this moment, Huang Feifei missed the anxiety on Elder Huang's face as she entirely focused on defending herself. Fabricated? Hee, Huang Feifei, do you think me a fool? Do you really think that you and your father are the ones who make the decisions here? Gao Lin laughed icily. The Gu girl's jade ornament is a divine weapon and it can record any conversation. I've read about this divine weapon in the ancient books. At this point, do you still want to claim that she's making false accusations against you? Divine weapon? Whoosh. Upon hearing those words, Huang Feifei's expression turned ghostly and she looked absolutely horrified. However, beneath that horror lay a deep-seated venom. Gu Ruoyun. Elder Huang finally regained his senses and glared hatefully at Gu Ruoyun's delicate and pretty features. He gritted his teeth and asked, "You had proof in your hands, so why had you acted as if you didn't?" "When on earth did I act as if I didn't have any proof?" Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. "If I didn't have proof, would I have suggested this wager?" "You." Elder Huang was maddened with anger and his elderly face filled with malevolence. "I had thought to let you off, so I had initially refused the wager. At that time, you clearly let out a sigh of relief. That showed you had a guilty conscience." He thought that Gu Ruoyun had purposely acted guiltily to force him to give up on this wager. This way, she could escape this disaster. Who would have thought that she actually did have proof in her hands? Since that was the case, why would she act as if she did not? Gu Ruoyun smiled. "If I hadn't done that, would you have accepted this wager so readily? If there's anything to blame, blame your lack of experience and your naivety. You're far too easy to fool." Tui. Elder Huang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes looked bloodshot as if he had not slept for a good few nights, glaring ferociously at Gu Ruoyun. This damned girl, not only had she set me up, she's actually telling me that I lack experience? Imagine a scene where an old man over 50 years of age was being scolded by a 20-year-old little girl for lacking experience? Especially since the girl also said that he was naive, which had led to him being fooled too easily? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 918, Huang Feifei's Hatred, 1. Chapter 918, Huang Feifei's Hatred, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Little girl, I've played into your hands this time. Elder Huang took a deep breath to suppress the fiery rage in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Therefore, I will let you off this time. Fair, we're leaving." Gu Ruoyun smiled when she saw that Elder Huang and his daughter were about to try and leave. She said, "Elder Huang, since you've agreed on the bet, then you must accept the loss. Do you really think that you can leave just like that?" "Humph." Elder Huang paused in his steps and turned around to face Gu Ruoyun. He then replied in an icy voice, "Gu girl, let this old man give you a piece of advice. Conduct yourself by leaving a gleam of light for others and you will be well met in the future. Don't argue to the point of death. There are some people who should not be provoked. Not a bad phrase. Conduct yourself by leaving a gleam of light for others and you will be well met in the future." Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin and smiled. "Unfortunately, I've never thought of meeting you again in the future, so there's no need for me to leave this gleam of light." Elder Huang's expression has turned ashen from anger. Flames of rage were dancing within his muddy pupils. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since someone younger had dared to speak to me in such a manner? Great. This was just great. If the woman named Gu Ruoyun does not die here today, from here on, I won't have a place to mingle on the mainland anymore. Gu Ruoyun, you are most certainly an intolerable bully. If you had not used such an unscrupulous scheme to scam us, would we have agreed to the wager? Since I'm here, I'd like to see who dares to lay a hand on my daughter. One. He raised his elderly features and swept his gaze arrogantly across every face in the crowd. His tone of voice was pompous beyond measure and was fueled by an air of dominance. Gu Ruoyun, who had been standing next to Xia Lingyu, suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, she was right next to Huang Feifei. Without any warning, she slammed her hand fiercely onto Huang Feifei's chest. A powerful force burst into her body with a loud crash, snapping all her tendons. Splatter! Huang Feifei spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled backward before collapsing weakly onto the ground. Her initially rosy cheeks were now completely white as if she had just experienced a severe loss of blood. Fair! Elder Huang's eyeballs nearly split open at the sight of Huang Feifei's body on the ground. A fiery rage exploded within his being with a bang as he ignored everything else and charged straight towards Gu Ruoyun. Damned girl, you dared to hurt my daughter. I'll make you pay for this with your life. A few other medicine sect's disciples who had been slowly drawn to the scene witnessed this and could not help but gasp. Elder Huang was being far too shameless. They had clearly lost the wager, and not only did they not feel any remorse, they had converted the shame to anger and were now trying to kill others. Nevertheless, if it had not been for the fact that the Huang father and daughter pair had solid support behind the scenes, they would never have the audacity to act with such impudence. Elder Huang, what are you trying to do? Gao Lin had initially been shocked by Gu Ruoyun's sudden attack. When he finally regained his senses, he saw Elder Huang charging towards Gu Ruoyun's figure and his expression changed drastically as he bellowed. Stop right there! However, Elder Huang did not seem to hear Gao Lin's command at all. At this point in time, there was only one thing on his mind: to kill the woman in front of him and avenge his poor daughter. Gu Ruoyun's expression had remained the same despite being faced with Elder Huang's ferocious aura. Her calm eyes were like the serene waters of a lake with no sign of any ripples at all. Shortly after, the crowd watched as she slowly called out a name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 919, Huang Feifei's Hatred, 2. Chapter 919, Huang Feifei's Hatred, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! As soon as the name rolled off her tongue, an endless flame came spiraling out from her being and formed a fiery hurricane. With a loud crash, the flaming inferno charged towards Elder Huang and threw him out of the way. Slam! Elder Huang fell heavily on the ground. He then stared in shock at the growing flames in the sky. It was not just Elder Huang who had reacted this way, everyone else was also shocked. They were aching to know what that strange flame was that even a martial supreme such as Elder Huang was unable to retaliate against. Merely a bunch of minuscule humans not even large enough to fit the space between the Lord Vermilion Bird. Yet you had the audacity to act with such arrogance. Now, I will show you what true arrogance means. A large red figure descended from the sky. Its fiery red eyes were filled with contempt and disdain as well as an indisputable arrogance. However, the most shocking thing of all was that person who had manipulated the flames and harmed Elder Huang was actually a little Lolita of only a few years of age? No one would have thought that this adorable little thing before them would have uttered such proud and arrogant words to the world. Seriously, the difference was far too great. A spiritual beast. Gao Lin stared at Gu Ruoyun in shock before he fell silent. If I heard it right, the Gu girl had addressed the little Lolita as She. This was the true name of the Vermilion Bird, a member of the 4 divine beasts. What is the divine beast, the Vermilion Bird, doing in her hands? She also acknowledges her as her master? Actually, she was unlike the other spiritual beasts. The other spiritual beasts had willingly formed a contract with Gu Ruoyun, but she had been forced to do so by her own brothers and sister. However, she did not have much of a choice either. She had to form a contract so that she could continue to be with her friends. Besides, the ancient divine phoenix Zixi was Gu Ruoyun's contracted spiritual beast as well. Following her around would not be of any shame to the Vermilion Bird. What? This little Lolita is a spiritual beast? Could it be that this spiritual beast is at the rank of a martial supreme? Heavens, a martial supreme spiritual beast who is an adorable little Lolita like this. I want one too. Everyone was shocked when they all heard Gao Lin's words, but most of them were filled with envy and jealousy. Even though this woman had defeated Huang Feifei, she was a high-level martial honor at most. Otherwise, she would not have been unable to fight against Elder Huang. Nevertheless, if she was a high-level martial honor, why would she have a contract with a martial supreme-level spiritual beast? Isn't she much too fortunate? Elder Huang clenched his fist and his malicious glare was enough to carve a cavity in Gu Ruoyun's face. He never thought that he would have lost so horribly, and to make matters worse, by the hands of 20-year-old girl too. Especially since this little girl had also just wounded his precious daughter. Ha ha ha. Elder Huang suddenly burst into laughter. His smile was full of scorn, and those who were looking at Gu Ruoyun felt pity for her. Gu Ruoyun, you have some guts. Even I cannot be compared to you. Unfortunately, so what if you are powerful? In the face of such a great force in the first city, you are just as tiny as an ant and will be trampled on easily. Believe me, in just a few days, you'll become a soul sacrifice under the blade of the first city's cultivators. You won't be able to escape. That's right. In just 2 more days, the cultivators from the first city will arrive. By then, my alliance with the first city will topple the medicine sect, and this woman, shielded by Gao Lin, will not escape death. Anyone who crosses me must pay a horrible price. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 920, Huang Feifei's Hatred, 3. Chapter 920, Huang Feifei's Hatred, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and smiled. While it's true that I can't defeat the cultivators of the first city, I also don't fear them either. Any powerful enemy is my stepping stone towards greatness. So what if it is the first city? If I ever become afraid of an organization, I'll never be able to experience any form of growth for the rest of my life. The medicine sect's disciples felt a sense of enlightenment when they heard her words. They had all encountered similar situations at some point, and they would flee if they ever faced an enemy who was far too powerful. Not one of them has ever used this as motivation to become better. If someone no longer has any enemies, their level of power would remain at a standstill for the rest of their life. There was nothing to be afraid of when one faces a powerful enemy. It all depends on your choices. Elder Huan, don't you feel any shame? Gao Lin sneered, and a hateful light flashed across his elderly features. You're both mainly at fault in this matter. Firstly, you had falsely accused the Gu girl. The Gu girl has produced the evidence, yet you still don't admit defeat? Huang Feifei's powers are now severed, and this is in accordance with the agreement made during the wager. What crime has the Gu girl committed that you would want to have her killed? Elder Huang's smile held an eerie light and his gaze was filled with malice. Gao Lin, you may have behaved intelligently all your life, but you've become careless at this moment. You may shield her now, but, sooner or later, you will pay the price for your choice today. Once Elder Huang had said his piece, he slowly rose to his feet and walked towards Huang Feifei. He picked her up before heading towards the direction of the elder's courtyard. Are you trying to escape? The vermilion bird's cherubic features slowly lit up with an angry flame which whirled angrily from within her being, emitting a scorching heat. I have not given you permission to leave. Who asked you to leave? Her manner of speaking was full of dominance, but her voice was tender and youthful. It sounded a lot like someone willfully throwing a tantrum. However, no one dared to assume that the vermilion bird was merely throwing a childish tantrum. Everyone knows that if the elder was to take another step, this little Lolita would certainly incinerate him until not even his ashes would be left. Sure enough, Elder Huang did not dare to move a muscle when he heard her voice. He suppressed the fiery rage within his heart, turned around and asked, Gu Ruoyun has already turned my daughter into a good-for-nothing. What more do you want? Kowtow and apologize. Or leave one of your arms behind. The little vermilion bird raised her fiery brows and demanded with a domineering voice. This was an order from Lord Zixi. If these people don't kowtow to the master and confess their crimes, don't let them leave. She does not dare to defy Lord Zixi's orders. You. Elder Huang was so angry that he was on the brink of insanity. If it had not been for the fact that he could not defeat the little Lolita, he would never have tolerated this. He would have made her adorable little face bloom long ago. You talk too much. The little vermilion bird laughed icily. With a wave of her tiny hand, she sent a spurt of flames towards Elder Huang. It ignited his clothes with a whoosh and soon enveloped his entire arm. Elder Huang was now white with shock. He hurriedly threw Huang Feifei onto the ground and quickly tore his sleeve off. However, the flames were already burning strongly, and even after he had torn his sleeve off, he could not stop them at all. Help me. One of you. He quickly turned towards a medicine sect's disciple and bellowed as his face twisted in agony. The medicine sect's disciple's reaction was a little delayed, but, in the end, he had gone to Elder Huang and stomped on his arm fiercely. Despite that, he could not put out the flames no matter how hard he tried. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 921, Huang Feifei's Hatred, 4. Chapter 921, Huang Feifei's Hatred, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You can stop wasting your energy. How can my flames be extinguished by insignificant humans such as yourselves? If I allow you to extinguish them, I would not be able to socialize in the spiritual beast world ever again. It would be too embarrassing. The vermilion bird rolled her eyes and viewed Elder Huang's attitude with disdain. She then pulled up a stool, sat down and smiled as she observed Elder Huang, whose arm was slowly changing shape. If you still want that arm, you'd better come over to Kowtow and apologize to my master and my master's brother. Furthermore, I want you to write down your sin of falsely accusing my master and plaster that on the medicine sect's door so that anyone who passes by can see how Elder Huang has slandered a guest of the medicine sect. Sect master. Elder Huang did not even look at the little vermilion bird. He turned around towards Gao Lin and said, You're willing to let these people bully the members of the medicine sect? Are you not afraid of disappointing your disciples? Gao Lin wrinkled his brows and turned towards Elder Huang irritably. You were the one at fault, so you can figure it out yourself. Honestly, that little lady in red is very powerful. She is at least more powerful than I am. I don't wish to lose the entire medicine sect for your sake. What? Elder Huang was shocked when he heard this. Even the people around him were stunned. The sect master was the #1 cultivator in the medicine sect, and even he was no match for the vermilion bird? What kind of terrifying existence does this little Lolita hold? Elder Huang understood that if he does not listen to the little vermilion bird's demands today, his arm will soon turn into ashes. In the end, he turned around and slowly approached Gu Ruoyun and Xiao Linyu. Hurry up! Apologize and write your confession letter. The little vermilion bird crossed her legs as she smiled and said, if you delay any further, I can't guarantee whether you would still be able to keep your arm. Of course, if you had no intention of sticking up for your daughter after Master had crippled her, I might have spared you, but you had then insisted on killing my master. I'll sever whichever arm you were thinking of using against my master. Elder Huang clenched his fists as his heart filled with unending anger and hatred. However, he then took a deep breath and, in front of everyone's eyes, knelt before Gu Ruoyun. Miss Gu, it was Fair's mistake this time and my fault for not being strict with her. Please, Miss Gu, spare us. This was the first time he has ever confessed that he had been overly lenient when it came to her upbringing. However, his confession had been made under forced circumstances, so one could easily imagine the distress in Elder Huang's heart. That person, what's your name? The little vermilion bird turned towards Gao Lin as she raised her brows and said, Go get a piece of paper so this old fart can tell the world about how he had framed my master in a written confession. This father and daughter pair had dared to design grand schemes around my master, so I must ensure that they suffer a complete defeat and fall from grace. As she spoke, Huang Feifei, who was lying on the ground, trembled. She lowered her eyelids and hid the malice and bone-deep hatred in her eyes. A complete defeat and fall from grace. This was the fate that she had intended for Gu Ruoyun, but she had to suffer it instead. If that man were to find out about what I've done, would he still accept me? Huang Feifei's heart felt a pang when she thought of Zhou Shengchen's impish and peerless features, and she clenched her delicate fists. Her eyes were like daggers which had been dipped in poison. Their look was absolutely terrifying. Gu Ruoyun, this is all your fault. It was you've destroyed my good name and my happiness. I, Huang Feifei, hereby swear that if I don't kill you, I can no longer be considered human. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 922, First City, Wind Valley, 1. Chapter 922, First City, Wind Valley, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. During this period of time, Elder Huang and his daughter's reputation has become infamous. Everyone on the East Peak mainland was aware of their infamy, not just the cultivators who have visited the medicine sect. Even children who have just begun to babble knew Elder Huang's gallant achievements. According to the rumor, Elder Huang's daughter Huang Feifei had an arrogant and despotic attitude. Just because a woman who had visited the medicine sect as a guest had offended her, Huang Feifei had schemed to frame her for stealing the medicine sect's pill formula. No one could have anticipated that the woman would manage to produce the evidence to prove her innocence. They also had not expected Elder Huang to lose all sense and side with his daughter. He had not hesitated to step in and attempt to murder the woman who had been framed. Even though Huang Feifei had once created a sensation on the mainland, that sensation did not have very much effect on the general population. Only the more powerful organizations had been aware of her actions. However, this time, her reputation has been completely swept away. Even a 3-year-old child would scorn her attitude. On the other hand, another sensational piece of news soon followed that. According to a few medicine sect disciples, the woman who had been framed by Huang Feifei was the Holy Doctor's disciple. Knowing the Holy Doctor's explosive temper, how could he condone his disciple to be bullied by others? A lot of people were now waiting for a good show. They wanted to know who was more powerful, the Holy Doctor or the medicine sect's sect master. Damned girl, I had allowed you to set foot in the medicine sect before me and you ended up causing such a *king huge ruckus. At this moment, Gu Ruoyun was in her room. Her eyes were closed and she was resting when she heard someone bellow loudly from outside the door. She opened her eyes and raised her eyebrows as she replied with a half-smile, Master, your old body has arrived very quickly. Zoom! A ray of white light charged into the room, zipping towards Gu Ruoyun's face. The Holy Doctor had clearly rushed right over, so he looked rather tired and was obviously worn out from his travels. His white hair was a messy and unkempt tangle, looking as if he had not combed it for a very long time. Little girl, from what I've heard, not only have you crippled Elder Huang's daughter, Huang Feifei, you've also crippled one of Elder Huang's arms and forced him to write a letter of confession. The Holy Doctor glared fiercely at Gu Ruoyun and his voice held hints of labored breathing. You've certainly developed your abilities, you've even managed to turn the medicine sect upside down. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders and replied leisurely, "They had provoked me first, I was only acting out of defense." "You?" Bai Zhongtian's elderly face became even more incensed. "You really can't wait for your master at all, can you? If you had not managed to obtain the vermilion bird a few days ago, do you think that you would have been able to defeat that old fart, Elder Huang? What if you had been unable to injure him at all and, instead, ended up getting hurt? That old fart has always been a petty villain who would seek revenge over the smallest grievances. Would it have killed you to King wait for me?" Bai Zhongtian was nearly mad with rage. He never thought that letting Gu Ruoyan arrive first would have generated such a huge ruckus. At the end of the day, Elder Huang was still a marshal supreme. Even though Gu Ruoyan has a few spiritual beasts on hand for protection, what if she had been unable to release her spiritual beasts and had ended up encountering an evil scheme? Furthermore, Elder Huang was also backed by Wind Valley of the First City. It was a good thing that the cultivators of Wind Valley were not in the medicine sect at that time. Otherwise, by the time he had arrived, he might only have been able to see her corpse. At this moment, each time he thought of the circulating rumors, Bai Zhongtian would be filled with fear. When he had first heard the news, he had hurriedly put aside the matter that he had been handling and rushed right over. If anything were to happen to this girl, he would never be able to forgive himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 923, First City, Wind Valley, 2. Chapter 923, First City, Wind Valley, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I couldn't do anything else about it either. Gu Ruoyan looked absolutely exasperated. They kept provoking me and I had initially ignored them, but, in the end, they wanted my life, so I had fought back. Besides, don't I look alright? Even without Qi, Zixi is around, so I'm not in any danger. For the sake of Bai Zhongtian's heart, Gu Ruoyan did not tell him that even if she was to fight Elder Huang on her own, she might not lose to him anyway. Bai Zhongtian's voice then became sluggish. "How could I have forgotten? This little girl has the ancient divine pagoda and is Zixi's master. With the ancient divine phoenix Zixi by her side, an insignificant human like Elder Huang could never be able to hurt her. Except... Little girl, now that you've attacked Elder Huang, he must be harboring a bone-deep hatred towards you. Why had you not severed the roots as well back then? You've already crossed the first city, there's nothing wrong with crossing them even more." Bai Zhongtian rolled his eyes and glanced at Gu Ruoyan as he asked. "He still has his uses." Gu Ruoyan laughed softly. "I have crippled Huang Feifei's powers. In general, there's nothing she can withstand. As for that Elder Huang, I've spared him for now, so, naturally, he would be of some use to me." "Humph." Bai Zhongtian scoffed icily as a fiery rage burned from within his elderly features. "I don't care what uses you think he has, that old fart, Elder Huang, had the audacity to make a move against my precious disciple. If I don't cripple him, I'll wipe out his surname." This time, he no longer waited for Gu Ruoyan to speak and disappeared from the bedchamber with a loud whoosh. An angry roar then echoed through the sky above the medicine sect, shaking the entire place. "Huang Chuan, you get your *SS out here and face your death." In the elders' chambers, Elder Huang trembled when he heard the loud roar. The pen in his hand dropped and rolled right off to the ground as his elderly features completely drained of color. Previously, when Bai Zhongtian had been yelling at Gu Ruoyan, the entire medicine sect had heard it all very clearly. Therefore, Elder Huang had thought that Bai Zhongtian was unhappy with everything Gu Ruoyan had done and would punish her severely. Who would have thought that the old man would charge towards him after that? Bai Zhongtian was indeed angry at Gu Ruoyan's attitude, but he never felt that his disciple had done anything wrong. To him, Gu Ruoyan would never do anything wrong. Even if she had been in the wrong, it must have been a miscommunication. Who would dare oppose this? The real reason why he was so angry was that Gu Ruoyan had not waited for him before making her move. If Gu Ruoyan did not have such powerful spiritual beasts on hand, then she would have suffered some pretty heavy wounds and maybe even end up losing her life. Of course, Bai Zhongtian did not consider the fact that since Gu Ruoyan had dared to launch her attack, that proved that she had a 100% guarantee of success. An old man was dressed in disheveled white robes was now standing in the medicine sect's courtyard. He glared angrily at the courtyard's gate and his elderly features were full of rage as he roared furiously once again, "Huang Chuan, if you don't *King get your *SS out here, I'll run your territory to the ground." As he spoke, a figure hurriedly stumbled out. When he saw that figure, Bai Zhongtian's expression became even uglier as the fiery rage within his soul burned brighter and brighter. He gritted his teeth and said, "How great you are, Huang Chuan, you must be sick of living since you had the audacity to harm my disciple. If I don't cripple you today, I'll wipe out your surname. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 924, First City, Wind Valley, 3. Chapter 924, First City, Wind Valley, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Though my disciple had said that this guy still has his uses, which was why she had spared his life, that does not mean that I'm willing to leave it at just that. Elder Huang's expression has changed drastically. His eyes filled with malice as he said, "My daughter has now become a good-for-nothing thanks to your disciple, and I've nearly lost an arm as well. I've kowtowed and apologized to her. I've also written a letter of confession. What more do you want?" Bai Zhongtian scoffed and stared arrogantly at Elder Huang. "Have you gone deaf? Did you not hear me? I'm here to cripple you." "You?" Elder Huang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared fiercely at Bai Zhongtian, gritted his teeth and said, "The two of you better stop being so unsatisfied with your gains." "Ha ha ha." Bai Zhongtian laughed maniacally. "That matter had been previously handled by my disciple, so what does it have to do with me? What does being unsatisfied with small gains even mean? This is the very first time that I've come to you to ask for payment, so how is that being unsatisfied with small gains?" Elder Huang wanted to explode each time he saw the shameless look on that old man's face, but, in the end, he decided to suppress his anger. He was only a low-level Martial Supreme and Bai Zhongtian was already a mid-level Martial Supreme. Even though they were only one level apart, the difference in power was like a vast gulf between them. If they were to fight, he would be of no match for the man in front of him. Therefore, Elder Huang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger within his heart. He then softened his tone of voice and said, "Holy Doctor, Feyre had been in the wrong in this whole matter. I've already punished her and she knows her mistakes. Furthermore, she no longer has any powers and is now a good-for-nothing. You would refuse to spare us both?" "Humph." Bai Zhongtian scoffed icily and a look of disdain flashed across his face. "If you have wiped the hatred from your eyes, perhaps I might even have believed your words. Unfortunately, your eyes have betrayed you. I know that you must be aching to kill me and Yuner, and I can also understand why you feel this way. However, that would first include the fact that you have any powers in the first place." Bai Zhongtian. When Elder Huang realized that the old man had seen through his deepest and darkest thoughts, he no longer tried to suppress his anger and replied furiously, "Both you and your disciple have such cruel hearts, are you not afraid of retribution?" "Retribution?" Bai Zhongtian sneered and replied with disdain, "If I were to face retribution after crippling you, that only proves that the gods are blind. Who would want to obey such blind gods?" Elder Huang clenched his fist. He has already cursed Bai Zhongtian 1,000 times over in his heart. Just as he was thinking of a way to escape, a soft laugh suddenly sounded. It was crystal clear like a black-naped oriole, beautiful and moving. "The medicine sect sure is bustling with noise and excitement. I wonder if I've arrived too late?" As the figure descended to the ground, few other figures also suddenly appeared in the sky. The person at the frontmost of the group was a woman who was dressed in green robes which fluttered elegantly. She held an emerald green flute in her hand as she slowly descended from the sky. This woman in green was followed by a group of beautiful maidservants. Hence, the elderly figures amidst the beautiful maidservants was obviously very eye-catching. Elder Feng. Huang Chuan's eyes sparkled when he saw the grey-robed elder. He then quickly cried out, "Elder Feng, quick, come and save me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 925, First City, Wind Valley, 4. Chapter 925, First City, Wind Valley, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Feng? Bai Zhongtian wrinkled his brows and turned to face the countless guests behind him. His was slightly startled upon seeing who they were. If my senses are in order, these people hold great power within their bodies. Even their maidservants are extremely powerful. On this entire mainland, there's only one place that contains so many powerful cultivators. Bai Zhongtian took a deep breath at that thought and spoke with a stern look in his eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, if my guess is right, you must be from the First City's Wind Valley?" The man whom Huang Chuan had addressed as Elder Feng glanced at Bai Zhongtian when he heard those words. However, when he sensed Bai Zhongtian's power, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. Nonetheless, he did not show his disdain at all. His elderly voice remained stern and severe as he stood behind the woman in green like a revered god of war. "That's right," the woman in green smiled gently. Her behavior was elegant and graceful with no sign of arrogance at all. "We are from Wind Valley. We heard that someone from the medicine sect has uncovered a pill formula, so we wanted to come by and join in on the fun. I wonder if the medicine sect's master would welcome us." As she spoke, her gaze turned to look at a patch of the sky not too far away. Her beautiful eyes were filled with smiles and her voice was like a black-naped oriole, clear and moving. It was an indulgence to listen to her speak. "Ah, eldest Lady Feng Xiaoxiao of Wind Valley, you certainly have a sharp wit. Since you've all personally made an appearance, why should I refuse your presence?" A bout of loud laughter pierced through the air. Soon, they all saw the medicine sect's master, Gao Lin, slowly appearing out of thin air. The meaning behind his choice of words was obvious. He was implying that they were all uninvited guests. Feng Xiaoxiao? Bai Zhongtian shuddered. Even though he had never been to the first city, he still has some measure of understanding towards the powers within the first city. Feng Xiaoxiao was the lord of Wind Valley's daughter and has become the young valley lord at a very young age. The full measure of her power was a profound mystery. He did not expect Feng Xiaoxiao to personally show up as the representative of Wind Valley. This time, it looks like it would no longer be so easy to obtain the Northern Bloc territory. Even though the eldest lady of Wind Valley does not have a lot of interest in the territories outside her city, she would certainly be interested in pill formulas. Besides, based on Feng Xiaoxiao's exclamation, their objective here was definitely for the sake of the pill formula. "Sect Master, you are too kind." Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and she did not show any anger towards Gao Lin's rude words. She maintained a warm smile on her beautiful face which was as gentle as a spring breeze. "This time, I've indeed arrived uninvited. It's really all because of that pill formula, it's simply too alluring to me. I had no choice but to thicken my skin and make a trip to the medicine sect as a guest for the sake of that pill formula." Initially, Gao Lin had a few more things he wanted to say, but after hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's words, he began to feel embarrassed and was momentarily unable to speak up. Humph. Bai Zhongtian, however, paid no attention to the power of Wind Valley. He scoffed icily as he said, "I don't care what the Wind Valley's objectives are. Huang Chuan had bullied my disciple, so I won't let him off so easily." Huang Chuan was Wind Valley's spy in the outside world. This was not really a secret amongst the members of the medicine sect, so when he heard Bai Zhongtian's words, Elder Feng furrowed his brows and sent an ugly look towards Bai Zhongtian. "Huang Chuan is a member of Wind Valley. If you wish to lay your hands on him, you would need to ask our permission. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 926, First City, Wind Valley, 5. Chapter 926, First City, Wind Valley, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bai Zhongtian now has a very ugly look on his face and he was close to spitting fire. Gao Lin noticed the look on his face and nearly jumped in shock. He quickly grabbed Bai Zhongtian's shoulder and whispered into his ear. "You better hold it in for a while, the cultivators of Wind Valley are just too powerful. Besides, these people are all at the rank of a Marshal Supreme and above. Even if we were to join forces, we would be no match for them. If you really want to retaliate against Elder Huang, wait for them to leave first. You need to understand that the first city has its rules and most Marshal Supremes cannot leave the city so easily. These people must have their reasons for coming here, but once they've left this time, it would not be so easy for them to return the next time. Wind Valley has sent their Marshal Supremes. They could resist them for a while if they join forces, and besides, there was also the highly abnormal Grand Lord Honglian. However, Gao Lin was right about one thing: the first city would not normally allow any martial saints to go out of the city so easily. This time, Feng Xiaoxiao must have gone through a lot of trouble to obtain permission. If she were to leave now, it would be unknown when she would be allowed to come out of the city again. Bai Zhongtian was at a loss. He was not afraid of the first city's cultivators, but he was afraid of dragging Gu Ruoyun down with him. What if one of his brash moves were to drag his precious disciple down? He would regret this for the rest of his life. Hence, Bai Zhongtian swallowed his anger. "I'll collect Elder Huang's debt once these people leave." Eldest Lady Feng, Gao Lin smiled as he faced Feng Xiaoxiao's devastatingly beautiful face and said, "If my guess is right, you had not journeyed from the first city only for the sake of the pill formula. There should be another reason. If the reason had merely been because of the pill formula, there would be no need for Feng Xiaoxiao to make a personal appearance. She only needed to send Wind Valley's physician instead of making the extra trip herself. So, she must have made this journey because she had a more important matter at hand." Sect Master Gao, it goes without saying that you are indeed very astute. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled. "Aside from the pill formula, my trip from the first city has other objectives, but this matter does not concern the medicine sect. There's no need to trouble yourself. I had gone through great trouble this time to obtain the permission to leave the first city. Would I have done this solely for the sake of a pill formula? Definitely not. It was just as Gao Lin had said. If this were purely for the sake of the pill formula, as the eldest lady of Wind Valley, she need not make the trip personally. May I then be so bold as to ask, Lady Feng, what are your objectives for this trip?" If we don't fully understand the truth, I'm afraid that a lot of people would feel unsettled. Though Gao Lin was afraid of Wind Valley's power, he had voiced his suspicions anyway. Since Feng Xiaoxiao had personally made the trip out of the first city, the entire mainland would feel very uncomfortable once this gets out. Outrageous! Elder Feng's expression sank instantly and he shot a sharp glare at Gao Lin. This is not a question for you to ask, you will suffer a great calamity if you continue to question us. Elder Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hand and stopped Elder Feng's sharp bellows. She then slowly turned her beautiful eyes towards Gao Lin and replied with a smile, this isn't exactly a secret, I've left the first city to look for someone. To look for someone? Gao Lin was stunned. However, he felt a little more assured upon hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's explanation. That's right. To look for someone. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes were distracted as her heart clouded with sadness and the smile on her lips was tinged with a bitter taste. Am I truly not outstanding enough? Otherwise, why had I been unable to behold that man's gaze? Furthermore, he has never even bothered to look at me at all. Nevertheless, I'm not asking for much, I only wish to stay by his side. I'm afraid that he doesn't love me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 927, First City, Wind Valley, 6. Chapter 927, First City, Wind Valley, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You're saying that Wind Valley's Feng Xiaoxiao has arrived? Meanwhile, in one of the medicine sect's guest rooms, that man has draped himself indolently across his chair. No one could tell what he was thinking. After a long pause, an evil smile crept up upon his peerless visage. His peach blossom eyes then glimmered with an attractive smile. When the sword-wielding maidservant heard the impish man's question, she joined her fists together and bowed respectfully as she replied, in response to your question, young master, according to Feng Xiaoxiao herself, she has journeyed here to look for someone. Look for someone? Zhuo Shangchen gently raised his brow. A peculiar light then flashed across his eyes. Did she say who she's looking for? She did not mention that. The gorgeous maidservant lowered her head and replied respectfully. Since Feng Xiaoxiao has arrived, I won't be able to make an appearance for the time being. Otherwise, she would definitely expose my true identity and Xiao Yuner can't know about this for now. A light flickered in Zhuo Shangchen's eyes but his thoughts were hidden from the world. After an immeasurable amount of time, he continued to speak indolently and gave his orders, I want you to gather a few others and keep a watch Feng Xiaoxiao. If she helps the Huang father and daughter pair to cause more trouble for Xiao Yuner, her position as the eldest lady of Wind Valley will be at an end. However, the fact that Feng Xiaoxiao has been able to rise above the rest in the first city implies that she may not be as stupid as most people are. Feng Xiaoxiao may be of the fairer sex but she has been able to surpass her older brother to become Wind Valley's heir. How could she have been conferred with the title of the young Valley Lord if she does not have a few tricks up her sleeve? Hence, Zhuo Shangchen believes that Feng Xiaoxiao would never stand up for the lone Elder Huang. Besides, to Wind Valley, Elder Huang's existence was considered to be dispensable. Your wish is my command. The gorgeous maidservant joined her fists, bowed, and retreated upon receiving her orders. She soon disappeared from Zhuo Shangchen's peach blossom gaze. Zhuo Shangchen's evil smile slowly vanished as he watched the maidservant disappear. A stern expression took its place. Feng Xiaoxiao, I hope that you won't do anything to harm her. Otherwise, the entire Wind Valley will cease to exist in the first city. Elder Huan was bowing humbly in a luxurious and exquisite bedchamber at the Elder's courtyard. His stance was about as low as the dust on the ground and his face filled with flattery as he spoke, Eldest Lady Feng, Elder Feng, you're finally here. I've been awaiting your arrival. Feng Xiaoxiao was seated on the highest chair. She gently raised the teacup in her hand and took a small sip. She then put the cup down and swept her gaze across Elder Huang's face which was filled with flattery. Finally, she mildly furrowed her pretty, willowy brows. I've heard stories regarding everything you've done these past few days and it goes without saying that you're truly an idiot. You had tried to frame someone and, what's even worse, planted false accusations when others already have proof of their innocence. How could you be capable of doing such a thing? Furthermore, you had not accepted your loss in the wager and had flown into a rage out of humiliation, threatening to murder someone. Elder Huang, you've been alive for so many years but why is your brain still so stupid? Her words made Elder Huang so ashamed that he could not show his face. He did not dare to show any form of dissatisfaction so he could only reply with a pitiful look on his face, Eldest Lady Feng, despite my many mistakes, I am still a subordinate of Wind Valley. I've always had Wind Valley's best interests in mind so when the medicine sect had obtained the pill formula, I had sent word to Wind Valley immediately. However, I did not expect for someone to attack me after they had discovered my connection with the members of Wind Valley. This was clearly an act of disrespect towards Wind Valley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 928, First City, Wind Valley, 7. Chapter 928, First City, Wind Valley, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's enough. Feng Xiaoxiao's finger gently stroked the jade cup as her lips curled into a small smile. You're only saying these things so that Wind Valley could avenge you. However, you had clearly behaved unreasonably in that matter, so how am I supposed to avenge you? Don't ever bring this matter up again. I won't involve myself in your grudges. Furthermore. She paused and a hint of contempt laced her smile as she continued in a casual manner, subordinate? He. Honestly speaking, you're not worthy of the word. Even without you, I have tens of thousands of people willing to carry out tasks for Wind Valley, so don't be mistaken that we cannot function without you. There's one more thing, there has been no lack of your use of Wind Valley's name in carrying out other matters. Whatever you do on the outside has nothing to do with us. However, whatever you do, you should never have ruined Wind Valley's good name. Huang Chuan's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to speak. Nevertheless, his heart could not accept this at all. Could it be that he, an elder of the medicine sect, has fallen headfirst into the hands of a little girl? No. Sooner or later, I'll reclaim this battlefield. I'm tired. Feng Xiaoxiao furrowed her willowy brows, but her eyes were emotionless. Elder Feng, send our guest away. Yes, eldest lady. Elder Feng joined his fists and bowed. He then turned towards Elder Huang with a hollow gaze and said, let's go. Huang Chuan gaped and hesitated, wondering if he should speak or not. However, he chose to leave in the end when he saw the impatient look on Feng Xiaoxiao's face. Still, just because Feng Xiaoxiao did not support him does not mean that he has no other way of finding a strong and powerful backer. Outside the room, Elder Feng paused in his steps and slowly swept his icy gaze across Huang Chuan's face. His tone was condescending and emotionless. Huang Chuan, you have indeed crossed the line this time. The eldest lady has been thoroughly angered, so you best take care of yourself from now on. Elder Feng, Huang Chuan looked thoroughly unsatisfied and implored in a pitiful manner, are really going to let these people off? That woman had the audacity to attack me in this manner despite knowing that I'm a member of Wind Valley. She clearly has no respect for Wind Valley's name. Furthermore, she has also claimed that Wind Valley is no match for her. Elder Feng may be a proud person, but it does not mean that he lacked intellect. He would have wasted all the years he has spent in the world if he had blindly trusted Huang Chuan's words just like that. Huang Chuan, Wind Valley will not involve itself in your grudges with others. However, I can help you to improve your situation. Though Elder Feng may not fully believe Elder Huang's story, that does not mean that he condones Gu Ruoyun's attitude. Even though Wind Valley places no great importance on Huang Chuan had been carrying out tasks in Wind Valley's name. There was a saying which goes, when beating a dog, one should consider its master. Even though Huang Chuan was only their slave, they would not allow others to bully and humiliate him in that manner. As a cultivator of Wind Valley, they need to take care of their dignity. Huang Chuan had behaved without courtesy first, so if Wind Valley was to help him in his grudge, they would draw immediately gossip. Those people from the first city would never permit them to do so either. This is a holy extension fruit. Elder Feng glanced at Huang Chuan as he produced a white-colored fruit from his sleeve. Swallow this holy extension fruit and you would be able to instantly break through to the rank of a high-level martial supreme. However, this holy extension fruit has great repercussions as well. After consuming it, you will never be able to make any more gains in your cultivation for the rest of your life. This also means that no matter how hard you work in this lifetime, you would never be able to break through again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 929, First City, Wind Valley, 8. Chapter 929, First City, Wind Valley, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Huang Chuan's eyes lit up. He had reached a certain age and would not possibly experience another breakthrough in this lifetime. Since he has now been given the chance to break through to a high-level martial supreme, how could he let it slip by? After all, Gao Lin and the Holy Doctor were only mid-level martial supremes. Once he successfully achieves this promotion, the position as sect master should easily be in the palm of his hands. It would no longer matter that Gu Ruoyun has powerful spiritual beasts in her hands. He believes that he would definitely be able to defeat one little Lolita after his breakthrough. Thank you, Elder Feng. Huang Chuan smiled happily. In his heart, he could already envision the Holy Doctor and his disciple crawling beneath his foot. He could not help but look extremely pleased with himself. Once I've avenged myself and successfully taken over as the sect master, I will never forget your goodwill. Elder Feng nodded. All he wanted was Huang Chuan's wholeheartedness. Even though Wind Valley was a part of the first city, they still require help from powers on the outside. After all, it was not convenient for them to personally act on certain matters. If Huang Chuan becomes the sect master of the medicine sect, it would be a great boon to the first city. Gu Ruoyun was seated cross-legged in the midst of cultivation in a guest room. Hence, she was not aware of what had transpired in the world outside. Suddenly, she sensed a peculiar activity coming from the ancient divine pagoda. However, before she could even think, she had been sucked into it by an unknown force. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Xiao Zixi was seated on the floor of the ancient divine pagoda with his eyes closed. His adorable little cherubic cheeks were now deathly white as a powerful energy fluctuated around his body. His little body almost looks like it would be torn apart by the impact of that mighty force. Gu Ruoyun's expression changed greatly as she quickly rushed to Xiao Zixi's side in a flash and pressed both her arms firmly on his shoulder. Her eyes filled with anxiety as she asked, "Zixi, what's happening? What has caused you to become this way?" Blood. Fresh blood was trickling from the ruptures on Zixi's skin. However, the power from within his body continued to explode as if it wanted to rush out of him. Xiao Zixi. Gu Ruoyun's heart clenched fiercely. However, no matter how much she cried out, the little fellow in front of her did not move and looked almost lifeless. He did not react to Gu Ruoyun at all. Master. Yunyao glanced at Xiao Zixi, who now resembles a bloodied human. Her pretty eyes were filled with a thick sense of anxiety as she said, "Do you remember the power source he had received in the Snowfields forest?" Gu Ruoyun nodded gently. At the time, Zixi had mentioned that the spiritual beast egg was a power source that he had once sealed away. The object has since returned to its master, but that power source had not shown any reaction after entering his body. It had not even generated a breakthrough in his powers, so why has it evolved in such a manner? In the ancient times, Zixi was extremely powerful. His power was so great that it was at a terrifying stage. Even though his strength had been severely damaged during a fight at that time, he was still almost invincible and far more powerful than his present state. Can you imagine how much power lies within that spiritual beast egg? Yunyao laughed bitterly. Once, Zixi had held a godlike existence and had been incomparably powerful. However, he has regressed to the childhood stage and his powers were now only a small fraction of what he used to have in the past. His physical condition is still too weak at the moment and can't possibly endure the full power that he had once held. It was fortunate that this was a power that he had once sealed away. If this were anyone else, they probably would have exploded and died the moment they had absorbed that power source. Yunyao observed the bloodied Zixi and murmured exasperatedly, originally, he should not have absorbed the power source before he reaches adulthood. However, in order to prevent his power source from falling into the hands of another and to obtain enough power to help you, he had taken the risk and absorbed this energy source in a short period of time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 930, First City, Wind Valley, 9. Chapter 930, First City, Wind Valley, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun's heart shook violently and she clenched her fist in a tight grip. Zixi. This fellow has always put my best interests first, yet he never tells me anything. A few years ago, he had not hesitated to risk his life in exchange for my own. Now, he has been revived with great difficulty and yet he's still only thinking of me. What have I done in this life to deserve a friend who would give up everything he has for me and would even sacrifice his own life? Master, Zixi did not tell you this, but during the past few days, he had been using his own powers to suppress that power source within his body. He had been waiting for himself to break through to the rank of a martial saint before he absorbed that power source completely. That way, he would then return to his peak abilities. However, no one expected that power source to suddenly become uncontrollable, which has caused him to turn out this way. Gu Ruoyun fell silent for a moment before asking, Yunyao, do you have any way to help Zixi? If this continues, he may die. Zixi has already left me once. This time, no matter what, I won't let him leave me again. Master, Yunyao hesitated for a moment before she continued to speak. There's one way, but you'll have to use your mental energy to enter Zixi's body and help him seal the power source in his body. However, there are a few flaws in this method. Once Zixi reaches the rank of a martial saint, he would not be able to absorb the power source immediately. He would only be able to break the seal progressively. That isn't much. Gu Ruoyun raised her eyes and spoke with determination in her gaze. Even though I've grown to my current state, it was all due to Zixi's help. If he had not been around, I might have already died a few times over. However, I can't only rely on him constantly. Even if it's impossible for him to return to his peak in an instant. So what? I can stay by his side and accompany him as he slowly grows. However, Yunyao paused for a moment, then continued to speak. Master, you and Zixi are tied together by a contract, so only your mental energy can be safely used to enter his body, but this is also dangerous for you. You are still at the rank of a high-level martial honor. What if you force your way in to help him seal that source of power? There's a high chance that the power might snap back at you and cause your mental energy to collapse. A collapse in mental energy would mean that, from then on, Guru Oyen would become an imbecilic fool. This was Yunyao's greatest worry. If Guru Oyen had reached the level of a martial supreme by now, she might have stood a chance to do this without risk. However, she was only at the level of a high-level martial honor and would not have enough power to withstand the energy from the power source. At the end of the day, she might not be able to even save Zixi, while she herself would end up in a complete disaster. Zixi is the first friend that I've encountered in this life. Guru Oyen lowered her gaze and looked at the blood-covered boy. A light, the meaning of which no one understands, flashed in her eyes as she said, "He has protected me for so many years and now it's finally my turn to protect him. No matter what, I cannot watch him slowly lose his life. Even if I fail this time, at least I've given him everything I've got." The vermilion bird's eyes moved and she stared at Guru Oyen in shock. I had formed a contract with this woman only for the sake of my friends. Guru Oyen's best interests had never in my heart at all. Yet, this time, I feel as if I'd been mistaken in my past convictions about her. Humans. Not all of them seem to be completely wicked. At the very least, this woman before me is willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of her contracted spiritual beast. This sacrifice comes with a heavy price. If she fails, she would truly be turned into an idiot. Nevertheless, after knowing the consequences, she still chooses to do this. In this world, how many humans would make this kind of sacrifice for a spiritual beast? Perhaps my decision in following her is not a mistake. The vermilion bird fell silent as she muttered to herself. It was only at this very moment that she truly felt at peace with having Guru Oyen as her master. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 931, A Martial Supreme Breakthrough, 1. Chapter 931, A Martial Supreme Breakthrough, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Are you ready, Master? Yunyao did not seem to notice the little vermilion bird's change of heart as her pretty eyes stared fixedly at Guru Oyen. I'm ready. Guru Oyen nodded gently with a rarely seen seriousness on her face. All right. Master, I want you to follow whatever I tell you to do next. If you find that you absolutely can't continue the process, call me and I will find a way to help you. Yunyao's eyes slowly filled with a somber air, but her gaze was filled with resolution as she spoke. Guru Oyen did not reply as she slowly released her mental energy and seeped into Zixi's body. The situation within Zixi's body then entered Guru Oyen's mind through her mental energy. When she laid her eyes upon the condition in Zixi's body, Guru Oyen gasped in surprise. She looked on as countless forms of energy turned into beams of light and clashed against each other within Zixi's body. His vital organs were all bleeding from the sheer force of the conflict as the energy reverberated inside him as if looking for a way to itself out of his body. Guru Oyen's expression sank. She then took a deep breath and said, "This cannot continue, I must hurry and move quickly. Otherwise, Zixi will be in grave danger. However, the power source is scattered all around his body, so I'll have to seal it for him one by one." Boom! As Guru Oyen's mental energy came into contact with a wave of energy, she felt as if a powerful force had slammed into her head. It was so painful that she could not help but wrinkle her brow. Even so, she still continued to direct her mental energy into Zixi. That power source was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, without anything to bind it, Guru Oyen could not possibly control it, and all it wanted to do was to leave Zixi's body. Within the ancient divine pagoda, Yunyao observed the increasingly pained look on Guru Oyen's face. Yunyao's gaze slowly displayed a sense of anxiety. She then bit her lip and spoke hesitantly, "Tianxiong, was I wrong? Master should not have found out about this matter. If anything happens to her, I. That power source was something which not even Lord Zixi had been able to suppress. While Master is indeed highly talented, this power source was not something that she can control in her current state." Yunyao, Tianxiong furrowed his brows. "We must believe in her." Believe in her? Yunyao laughed bitterly. "This is not whether I believe in her or not, but, based on her current level of power, she can't possibly accomplish what she is set out to do. Tianxiong, if anything goes wrong, we must pull her mental energy out even if we have to give our own lives." Actually, Yunyao was right, Guru Oyen was indeed in a dangerous condition now. Each wave of energy was extremely powerful. Based on her level of power, she would not be able to suppress it just yet. Based on this, one could imagine the kind of terrifying power that has been generated from this power source. This power had come from Zixie's past life. Since my powers are not at your level, I'm going to weaken you first. I'll cripple you to a level where I can resist you. Gu Ruoyan smiled icily as she stared at the beams of light which were clashing and shooting all over the place. Her gaze filled with resolve and determination. Be restrained. Whoosh! The light from one of the power source's energy fluctuations was instantly extinguished at the sound of Gu Ruoyan's command. Upon careful examination, it almost looks like a gust of wind was absorbing the power source's energy. Of course, Gu Ruoyan could not absorb the power source completely. Otherwise, even though the power source has been dispersed into countless light beams, each small beam of light was enough to explode her on the spot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 932, A Martial Supreme Breakthrough, 2. Chapter 932, A Martial Supreme Breakthrough, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You are only bits of energy which were once a part of him. Without him, how could you have come into existence? Now, you're taking advantage of him for not being fully grown to bite back at him? Since that's the case, you should at least ask me for my permission. Get back. Whoosh! The wave of energy from the power source weakened once again. The power source seemed to sense that its own powers were diminishing and began to panic. It grew even more unstable as it desperately continued to attack Zixie's body and tried to escape from him. Meanwhile, the light within Gu Ruoyun's body continued to grow and a powerful hurricane began circling around her. Because she was going through a breakthrough in the ancient divine pagoda, the energy that would alert others of a martial supreme's breakthrough did not appear. That was right. After Gu Ruoyun had forcibly absorbed the power source's energy, she then experienced a breakthrough in her powers. She has just burst into the rank of a low-level martial supreme, so it was a huge leap in power for her. What is this? Yunya was shocked as she stared dazedly at Gu Ruoyun, who had just undergone a breakthrough. Her mind could not process this at the moment and she simply could not understand the situation. Was her master not helping Zixie seal his power? How has she experienced a breakthrough instead? Holy sh*t. Little Vermilion Bird, who had been sitting on the medicine cauldron, jumped off from the cauldron's lid when she saw Gu Ruoyun's progress. Her cherubic features were filled with shock and she began to curse not too long after that. Madness. This person is insane. Based on her level of power then, she had not been able to seal the power source, so she had absorbed part of it. Even if leader Zixie was her master one, she's risking way too much, but to absorb someone else's power? The consequence of this is more than being rendered an idiot. She could have died from an inner explosion. Yet, she would take such a great risk? Does this fellow have a death wish? Frankly speaking, Gu Ruoyun was not aware of this matter. She kept her eyes trained on the weakened power source and soon, a smile appeared on her pretty and delicate features. Trying to escape? You're going to stay here obediently and wait until you merge back into Zixie. Seal. As she spoke, Gu Ruoyun put her palms together and a wave of energy instantly locked the power source. Very soon, the initially chaotic and clashing energy fluctuations gradually stopped and quietly stayed within Zixie's body. While I've now sealed one wave of energy, there are still numerous energy waves that can't be sealed. Gu Ruoyun frowned as she stared at the remaining clashing waves of energy. Her features slowly grew somber as she pondered, based on the condition of my body, I shouldn't continue to absorb any more energy. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand the power from the power source. When that happens, if I die, I wouldn't be able to help Zixie at all. Perhaps. Gu Ruoyun's eyes suddenly lit up, I can direct this power source to the other spiritual beasts. This way, not only will their powers receive an upgrade, it would lessen the dangers for Zixie. It had indeed been a huge risk for her to decide and absorb the power source's energy. She had not known if she would be able to absorb it, but in order to prevent the power source from continuing to damage Zixie's body, she had taken that risk. The result shows that she had chosen the right method. Since she had been able to absorb the power source, this proves that the power source was a masterless entity at this moment. It was an untethered energy which was running afoul, so the other spiritual beasts should be able to absorb it as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 933, A Martial Supreme Breakthrough, 3. Chapter 933, A Martial Supreme Breakthrough, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Once she thought of this solution, Gu Ruoyun no longer hesitated as she immediately transmitted her voice into Yunyao's mind. Yunyao, would you all be willing to help absorb a part of Zixi's power source? There would definitely be dangers that come with doing this, so I won't force any of you into it. If you're not willing. Before she could finish her sentence, a beautiful, gentle and graceful voice echoed in Gu Ruoyun's mind. Master, if that's what you need, I am willing no matter what it is, but... When it comes to Gu Ruoyun, they have always maintained a steadfast belief in her abilities and decisions. Besides, they also believe that Gu Ruoyun would never take any unnecessary risks with their lives. She would never have made this decision if she does not have 100% guarantee. Hence, after Yunyao had voiced her opinion, the other spiritual beasts also agreed to Gu Ruoyun's decision as well. Even the newly arrived little vermilion bird was no different. Alright, since that's the case, I'll transfer the energy to all of you in a while. All you need to do is absorb it. Gu Ruoyun raised her head and looked at the countless power sources before her. Her delicate features lit up with a smile once again. One day. Within the course of this one day, Gu Ruoyun had not set foot out of the bedchamber even once. She had set up a formation in her room before threading her way into the ancient divine pagoda and did not emerge at all. Just how powerful was Zixi at his peak? Even a small sliver of energy from that power source was enough to generate an overall change in every spiritual beast. The most powerful one, the little vermilion bird, charged through the rank of a martial supreme and reached the rank of a martial saint instantly. On this mainland, as long as she does not run into the cultivators from the first city, no one could stand in her way. The Azure Dragon may be the leader of the four divine beasts, but because he had sustained heavy injuries in the past, the speed in his recovery was naturally slower than that of the vermilion birds. However, with the help of the power source, he managed to break through to the rank of a mid-level martial supreme along with the white tiger. Yunyao had been slightly weaker than the other but has now reached the rank of a low-level martial supreme one. Yen had been pretty powerful prior to this event, so his breakthrough was second only to the little vermilion bird. He has now become a high-level martial supreme. The snow wolf Baobao was considered the weakest amongst Gu Ruoyun's spiritual beasts and his position was rather low. However, he was the first spiritual beast aside from Zixi that Gu Ruoyun had received after her reincarnation. Most importantly, the snow wolf was a gift that Gu Ruoyun had received from the ancient divine pagoda when she had her breakthrough to the rank of a martial king. Since Baobao was not as powerful as the other spiritual beasts, his existence had been rather lowly and, generally speaking, had not been given many chances to dive into action. Too, as he was a spiritual beast which resides in the ancient divine pagoda, he would certainly have a position that far surpasses that of an average spiritual beast. This time, after absorbing the power source, he has managed to successfully reach the rank of a high-level martial honor. There were quite a number of spiritual beasts following Gu Ruoyun, but the amount of energy from the power source was even greater. There was still a lot left to seal, so Gu Ruoyun then turned her attention to her subordinates in the Devil Sect. Gu Ruoyun had placed every member from the Devil Sect into the divine weapon Xiaohei when she left the West Spirit mainland. Within Xiaohei's body was a vast and inexhaustible amount of space. The period of time needed for cultivation was also a few times faster than the time needed in the outside world. The only issue was that as the master of the divine weapon, Gu Ruoyun could not enter and use it for her own cultivation. The results that the Devil Sect's members have received from their cultivation was remarkable. Most of them have achieved a significant increase in their power. The ghost doctor, Wei, was one of the fastest in her progress and has broken through to the rank of a low-level martial honor prior to this day. After absorbing the power source, she then managed to break through to another level and has now become a mid-level martial honor. As for the leaders of the four great authorities, three that Gu Ruoyun had subdued in Black Rock City, they were already at the brink of becoming high-level martial honors. Hence, like Gu Ruoyun, they have now reached the rank of a martial supreme. As for the rest of the disciples of the Devil Sect, they all received a promotion in one rank. Even the weakest amongst them were now low-level martial emperors. While the risk of failure this time was extremely high, the results were rather remarkable. Gu Ruoyun chuckled softly as she examined the forces within her grasp. It is unfortunate that Zixi has not awakened. However, I have sealed off this power source so he would now be able to continue and absorb it at his own pace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 934, The General Meeting Begins, 1. Chapter 934, The General Meeting Begins, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Master, Zixi won't be waking up so soon. Yunyao glanced at Gu Ruoyun and said, however, I believe that when he awakens, his power will have greatly increased. When that time comes, perhaps Master would not need to worry about the first city anymore. However, Whenever Yunyao remembers the enemy who had caused great injuries to she and her friends, her gaze would darken, but she would only sigh in the end. I'm excited to see him re-emerge and fight by my side again. Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly before a distracted look flashed in her eyes. After a long pause, she turned away and said, "The medicine sect's general meeting will start soon. Master must be waiting anxiously. As for the ancient divine pagoda's reward for my breakthrough into a martial supreme, it wouldn't hurt to wait until after the medicine sect's general meeting to see it. Each time she has a breakthrough to a new rank, the ancient divine pagoda would bestow a gift to her. This next gift had been awaiting her breakthrough to a martial supreme. I wonder what gifts I would receive this time." However, regardless of how curious she was feeling, Gu Ruoyun still chose to attend the medicine sect's general meeting first. After all, the holy doctor was already waiting for her outside. If she were to delay any further, that old geezer would probably flip out and instantly pound her room to the ground. She did not delay any further at the thought of this, and with a single shift in thought, she left the ancient divine pagoda. At this moment, it was already late in the morning. Gu Ruoyun left the ancient divine pagoda and crawled out from her bed. She then walked to her room's door and opened it with a creak. Soon, the glow of the morning sun washed through the room, shining upon the woman's green robes to create a delicate, moving and pretty picture. Except, when she saw the ugly look on the elderly man's face outside the door, Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched mildly. She yawned and said, "Master, you're early." "Early?" Bai Zhongtian glared at Gu Ruoyun. "Do you know what time it is? Have you forgotten what day it is? The medicine sect's general meeting has already begun. What if someone were to refine the pill first? My reputation would then go down the drain." Gu Ruoyun shrugged disapprovingly as her gaze swept from the old man towards the delicate youth next to him. She raised her brows and asked, Are you attending the medicine sect's general meeting as well?" Xia Lingyu scratched his head as a shy smile appeared on his delicate features. "Sis, I'm quite curious about this pill formula as well. Still, I think that no one can be better than you at refining pills. Others may not know this, but how could I, who have journeyed from the West Spirit mainland, feign ignorance when it comes to this matter? Would a pill formula remain a mere pill formula in my sister's hands? She is the only person on this mainland who has the ability to refine pills." "Alright," Gu Ruoyun smiled before she turned towards Bai Zhongtian. "Master, shall we leave now?" "Let's go." Bai Zhongtian glared at her irritably. He had intended to give his tardy disciple a good talking to, but he could not bring himself to it. He could only restrain himself and head to the medicine sect's general meeting. The plaza was overcrowded with people. Aside from powerful cultivators who had been drawn by the allure of pills, there were also many medicine sect disciples who curiously eyed the cauldron that has been placed right in the very middle of the plaza. Pills. To most people, these were mythical objects. Forget about witnessing the pill refining process in person, they would never be able to see a single fully refined pill in their entire life. Especially since almost all the pill formulas have been destroyed during the ancient times with hardly any left. It was for this very reason that no pill masters could ever come into existence on this mainland again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 935, The General Meeting Begins, 2. Chapter 935, The General Meeting Begins, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sect Master, Huang Chuan glanced at Gao Lin and his face filled with arrogance as he said, "May we begin the general meeting now?" Gao Lin's expression was slightly unsightly, but he ignored Huang Chuan's provocation. His gaze was full of anxiety as he looked into the distance with a concerned expression. He was unsure what had happened to the holy doctor. It was already midday and that man still has not arrived. "Let's wait a little longer." "Wait?" Huang Chuan scoffed and shot Gao Lin an ugly look. His face was filled with scorn as he said, "Don't forget that other than a few physicians who have made the trip to the medicine sect, the cultivators of Wind Valley are here as well." "Do you actually want to make the cultivators of Wind Valley wait?" Gao Lin's expression sank. He glanced at the ugly look on Elder Feng's face and his heart thumped immediately. If this had been anyone else, he would still be able to delay the meeting with his authority as the sect master of the medicine sect. However, Wind Valley was far too powerful, and if he were to let them wait any longer, he was afraid that. Just as Gao Lin was becoming increasingly more anxious, a few figures finally arrived and sauntered in slowly. When he saw the old man's familiar face, his heart began to relax and he sighed with relief. "Since that's the case, let's begin the general meeting." "Humph." Huang Chuan also noticed the arrival of Gu Ruoyun and her master. His expression sank as he scoffed and turned around while his eyes filled with malice. After a long pause, he hardened his elderly features and spoke eerily, "Before we begin the medicine sect's general meeting, there's something that I want to say." "What is it?" Gao Lin furrowed his brows as he glanced at Huang Chuan and wondered what sort of commotion that old man was about to pull at a time like this. Hee, Huang Chuan laughed icily and his venomous glare was like that of a poisonous snake as it enveloping Gao Lin fixedly. I don't think that you are suited for the sect master's position in the medicine sect any longer. Gao Lin's expression sank while his eyes hit a brewing storm. The initially bustling plaza was silenced by this declaration. All eyes turned in uniformity towards Huang Chuan as their gazes filled with shock. No one ever thought that Elder Huan would say such a thing in front of the great cultivators of the mainland. What did you say? Gao Lin's questioned in a low voice. The hoarse sound in his throat made it difficult to hear any other emotion. His expression has turned exceptionally ashen as he glared icily at Huang Chuan's arrogant face. Are you saying that I'm not fit to be the medicine sect master? Then who is? Huang Chuan smiled arrogantly as he took one step forward, raised his chin and replied with a single word, me. Boom. The crowd dove into a sensation. Initially, they had stared at Huang Chuan in shock, but their gazes slowly became filled with a thick sense of disdain as well. However, because the Wind Valley cultivators were present, no one stepped out to speak though they were glaring contemptuously at Huang Chuan. Gu Ruoyan curled her lips and turned her attention to the eldest lady of Wind Valley who was seated at the side of the plaza. A light flashed in her eyes. Even after hearing Huang Chuan's declaration, Feng Xiaoxiao still remained smiling like a breeze in a clear sky as if this matter does not concern her at all. However, Gu Ruoyan knows that if Huang Chuan had not obtained Wind Valley's support, he would not possibly have had the courage to say such things. It looks like Feng Xiaoxiao was not so simple at all. Gu Ruoyan lifted her lips into a smile and soon turned away. Even though she had never met Feng Xiaoxiao before, her master had described her to Gu Ruoyan as they were headed to the medicine sect. The fact that Feng Xiaoxiao had been able to overthrow Wind Valley's Lord's son and become the young Valley Lord proves that she certainly has a strategic mindset. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 936, The General Meeting Begins, 3. Chapter 936, The General Meeting Begins, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Feng. Feng Xiaoxiao sensed Gu Ruoyan's gaze and frowned mildly. The woman's green robes reflected against her pretty pupils as she asked in a hushed tone, who's that lady next to the holy doctor? Elder Feng glanced at Gu Ruoyan and answered, if my guess is right, she must be the one who was responsible for severely injuring Huang Feifei and the one who had forced Huang Chuan to apologize. Really? Feng Xiaoxiao fell silent. After a long pause, she spoke again, she's very dangerous. Elder Feng was completely shocked by her statement. After all, his lady has always been splendidly gifted from a young age and was the #1 cultivator amongst the younger generation in Wind Valley. Through her own efforts, she had managed to oust her half-brother to become the young Valley Lord of Wind Valley. Furthermore, even in the first city, she was certainly one of the top gifted cultivators amongst the youngsters. Yet, she was now saying that such a young woman was dangerous? Based on Elder Feng's point of view, he simply could not see the danger in Gu Ruoyan at all no matter how hard he tried. Eldest lady, please forgive my ignorance, what you really mean is, Elder Feng Xiaoxiao stared at Gu Ruoyan seriously and spoke to Elder Feng leisurely, I know that Huang Chuan's actions today are a result of your endorsement. Since that's the case, we'll let him be as long as Wind Valley isn't dragged along with him. There's no need to bother too much over what he does. As for this woman, she is very dangerous indeed. I don't know why I feel this way, but I'm sure that once she is grown, not a single soul would be able to control her. Eldest lady, I don't think I agree with that. This woman may have considerable talents, but this was based on the standards in the outside world. Eldest lady, you are the young Valley Lord of the first city. Your talents are mesmerizing and beyond compare. No matter how powerful she is, she can't possibly be a match for you, eldest lady. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled gently, but the light in her eyes were unreadable. Elder Feng, my talents may be quite good, but this mainland is vast. No one can guarantee whether a peerless genius like her would not appear or not. Instantly, Elder Feng fell silent. Not too long after that, a malicious light flashed in his eyes as he said, if that's the case, eldest lady, why don't we entice this woman so we can be the ones to control her? This way, no matter how dangerous she becomes, she will belong under us. No. Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head, don't judge her simply because she looks so cool and calm on the surface. In truth, she's a very proud person. Someone like her would never allow herself to remain at the edge of a blade willingly. We cannot control her. We cannot control her? Elder Feng was shocked, so, we'll ignore her? Just like that? It's best not to make an enemy of someone like her. If we do that, we shall have to obliterate her entirely in order to prevent the chance of a future disaster. As she spoke, the smile on Feng Xiaoxiao's face slowly vanished and was replaced with an austere and severe look. Furthermore, she must be killed under the most definite of circumstances. If she escapes, our troubles will never end. However, we don't have any deep animosity with her at the moment, so there's no need for us to be on guard. As for Huang Chuan, there's no need for you to bother about him. I can find tens of thousands of other dogs after discarding this one. To her, Huang Chuan was merely a lackey of Wind Valley, they could definitely live without him. Elder Feng had something else to say, but, in the end, he had kept his thoughts to himself. He then stared skeptically at Gu Ruoyun, unsure of what capabilities that woman held which would cause the eldest lady to make such a deep evaluation of her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 937, The General Meeting Begins, 4. Chapter 937, The General Meeting Begins, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha ha. Just as Huang Chuan made his declaration, a burst of laughter could be heard. Gao Lin suppressed his rage and showed a cold smile on his face. You? Are you sure that your qualifications are enough to gain you the sect master's position in the medicine sect? Elder Huang, you think too highly of yourself. Today, I'd like to see how you plan to push me out of my position as the sect master. Huang Chuan's eyes gradually filled with disdain. He then spoke in a tone completely devoid of courtesy. Alright, I'll prove my capabilities to you right now. I wonder how many elders would like me to take charge of the medicine sect. Hearing this, Gao Lin laughed icily again. However, before he could finish his laugh, his elderly face suddenly froze in shock. An elder had stepped forward and was making his way towards Huang Chuan. The elder had looked ashamed and uneasy at first, but his expression was soon replaced with a sense of determination. A good number of elders then followed him as well and headed towards Huang Chuan. All of their expressions were similar to the first elders, their faces were clouded by a layer of guilt. You. All of you. Gao Lin's face was now full of rage. He never thought that this would happen. When had Huang Chuan managed to bribe so many of the medicine sect's elders? Somehow, he had always been kept in the dark. Elder Tian, Elder Cheng, what are you doing? Lin Yang was enraged. He stepped up beside Gao Lin and stared at the elders who had stepped out with an ashen face. Have you all forgotten who was the one who had supported you to your current stage? And you're all treating the sect master with such blatant ungratefulness now? The one who had been addressed as Elder Cheng laughed coldly as the guilty look on his face vanished into thin air, followed by Lin Yang's words. I just think that Elder Huang. Ah no, Sect Master Huang is more qualified for this position. Gao Lin has been shielding an outsider so protectively, what right does he have to remain as the Sect Master? This was definitely not the truth. The reason why so many elders have turned traitor was because Elder Huang has given them a promise. He promised them that as long as he was elected as the sect master, he would ensure that they would all break through to the rank of a high-level martial supreme. To become a high-level martial supreme was a dream held by all on the mainland. When they witnessed Huang Chuan's breakthrough to a high-level martial supreme in a single night, they had all believed in his words. Of course, these elders were completely unaware that Huang Chuan would never honor his promise. After all, the reason why he had been able to achieve a breakthrough was because he had received help from Wind Valley. However, Wind Valley would never be so kind to help every elder in the medicine sect achieve their breakthroughs. Elder Cheng, the previous matter was initially Huang Chuan's fault. The sect master had sided with reason, not favor. Lin Yang laughed frostily as his eyes filled with sarcasm, yet, in the end, not one of us would have thought that you would all be so unreasonable. I really don't know what benefits Huang Chuan has given you to entice you to side with him. Huang Chuan has indeed given them benefits, but no one would ever admit to that. Benefits? Elder Qing curtly replied, do you think that everyone is as selfish as the sect master? He's only helping Gu Ruoyun because the holy doctor has given him benefits. A sect master who punishes an elder of the medicine sect for the sake of profit is beneath our dignity. I believe that only sect master Huang is fit for the position of sect master. At the same time, he is the only one who deserves our loyalty. At this moment, Gao Lin was shaking with anger and his expression was filled with rage. Just then, he felt a hand on his shoulder and heard Bai Zhongtian's consoling voice in his ear. You should rejoice for having the opportunity to see their true colors. After this, you may do a bit of spring cleaning in the medicine sect. Gao Lin's initially furious elderly features became steadier when he heard those words. The holy doctor is right, I should rejoice for having the opportunity to see their true colors in case they end up selling out the medicine sect for a bit of profit in the future and I might not even be aware of it. Indeed, it's time to clean up the medicine sect now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 938, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts, 1. Chapter 938, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gao Lin sighed and looked very disappointed. Perhaps even he could never have imagined that so many elders would betray him for the sake of personal gain. Ha ha ha. Huang Chuan laughed maniacally. Gao Lin, do you really think that you'll have the chance? From now on, I'm the sect master of the medicine sect. Anyone who opposes my orders will be killed mercilessly. The entire plaza fell silent as he mentioned the words killed mercilessly. The crowd stopped their debates as they turned to look at Huang Chuan in unison. After all, no one expected such a huge incident to happen on the first day of the medicine sect's general meeting. Humph. Gao Lin scoffed coldly and took 2 steps forward. His eyes glared at Huang Chuan icily as he said, that would depend on whether you have the ability. Boom. As he spoke, his mid-level martial supreme aura exploded from within his being and whirled towards Huang Chuan, carrying a stern fluctuation. However, upon sensing the terrifying power, Huang Chuan sneered instead and looked as if it did not bother him at all. A mid-level martial supreme? Hee Gao Lin, from this moment on, your time as the previous sect master is up. If you had immediately given me this position, perhaps I would have granted you an easy death. Yet, unexpectedly, you still stubbornly wished to oppose me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for my inconsideration towards our past camaraderie. Everyone was shocked. It was common knowledge that Huang Chuan was only a low-level martial supreme. What right does he have to make such a bold statement? However, they soon discovered the answer. Just as the aura was whirling towards Huang Chuan, the latter's body released an explosion of powerful energy. That energy, when compared to Gao Lin's, was certainly much more powerful. There was the sound of a loud bang as all of Gao Lin's energy abruptly disappeared. He stumbled backward, completely stunned. Several others went into a daze as well as they stared at Huang Chuan in disbelief. If our memory is correct, Huang Chuan had only been a low-level martial supreme a few days ago. The crowd thought in unison. How has he been able to break through to a high-level martial supreme in just a few days? This was not logical at all. A high-level martial supreme? Gao Lin's expression changed drastically. He then took a deep breath to suppress his extreme fury. His eyes, which were full of rage, glared fixedly at the arrogant-looking Huang Chuan as he said, how could you have possibly reached the rank of a high-level martial supreme? He. Huang Chuan sneered and surveyed Gao Lin in front of him with a disdainful stare. He then replied in a voice filled with contempt, Sect Master, you were once the #1 cultivator in the medicine sect, but this position now belongs to me. You've seen my power, and if you choose to continue opposing me, well, you know the consequences. Gao Lin clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were full of hatred. However, at this moment, he felt as if he was truly powerless. After all, once a person has reached the rank of a martial supreme, a single level of difference meant a vast level of difference in power, However, he simply could not understand how Huang Chuan had managed to break through 2 levels in succession in the span of a few short days. Could it be? Suddenly, Gao Lin seems to have thought of something and his eyes shot towards Wind Valley's group. Aside from Wind Valley, he would really like to find out the person who would have such a great ability to help Huang Chuan in his breakthrough. Since Wind Valley was hindered by a rule which prevents them from taking any action against forces outside of the first city, they had still been able to use this method to help Huang Chuan. Just as Gao Lin's heart was slowly sinking into an all-time low, a sneering voice sounded from the sides, did you think that you're the only high-level martial supreme here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 939, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts, 2. Chapter 939, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What? Upon hearing those words, all eyes turned to look at the white-robed elder who was standing next to Gao Lin. At this moment, the old man's face was full of scorn and he no longer displayed his previously frivolous attitude. His elderly features were filled with mockery as if he thought that Huang Chuan's display of power was no big deal. Holy Doctor, while it is true that I had once feared you, do you think that I would be scared of you now? Huang Chuan glanced at the old man in white and burst into laughter. My powers now surpass yours, you are no match for me at all. However, since you had the audacity to stand up for Gao Lin, I'm going to kill you first. Huang Chuan laughed icily and did not think too much of the meaning behind Bai Zhongtian's words. He had been oppressed by these 2 old men for so many years, it was time to purify the past, Hence, after saying his piece, he gave no room for anyone else to speak and immediately charged towards Bai Zhongtian as he screamed hoarsely, Bai Zhongtian, you go to hell. Boom! An aura formed into the shape of a blade came slicing down from high above and pierced towards the ground with absolute ferocity. Huang Chuan laughed maniacally at the dust flying through the air. By Zhongtian, aren't you supposed to be extremely powerful? Aren't you supposed to be awesome? Regardless of how powerful the opposition is, their death will be assured by my hand. This time, forget about you. Even if the Grand Lord of Red Lotus territory were here, I will ensure that he never returns. Ha, on this mainland, I'm the most powerful of all. Huang Chuan laughed maniacally and the crowd shook their heads when they heard that. Elder Huang is simply too much of a savage. They thought in unison. He's only a high-level martial supreme, but he not only intends to kill the Holy Doctor, he also wants to challenge Grand Lord Honglian. One should know that Grand Lord Honglian is able to defeat a martial saint while he was a high-level martial supreme. Besides, we've even heard that he has already broken through to the rank of a martial saint. Can a puny person like Elder Huang be compared to him at all? Nonetheless, the reason why Elder Huang had dared to say such things was because he had Wind Valley's backing. As a member of Wind Valley, why should he fear a Grand Lord who resides in the outside world? He guarantees that even if Grand Lord Honglian had been present for the general meeting, the Grand Lord would have to bow before him as well. Who would dare to make an enemy of Wind Valley? Was that not looking for one's own death? Elder Feng, this Huang Chuan. You had recruited him? Feng Xiaoxiao laughed icily when she heard those words. If my guess is right, that man named Hong Lian is the enemy of the Lin family from the first city. The Lin family isn't exactly powerful and they're also placed last in the first city. However, I heard that ever since Grand Lord Hong Lian had arrived on the East Peak mainland, the Lin family has been trying to hunt him down and have him killed. Moreover, not only has he been able to escape them, he's even grown from his initial stage as a martial emperor to the martial supreme that he is today. He has also set up a great organization. In order to prevent him from growing any further, the Lin family did not hesitate to ignore the rules and had sent martial saints after him. Grand Lord Hong Lian, however, used his powers as a high-level martial supreme and escaped from the clutches of those 10 martial saints. He even managed to kill one of the martial saints. Feng Xiaoxiao was full of high praise towards Grand Lord Hong Lian. After all, he was probably the only man who succeeded in growing his power whilst being hunted down. Eldest lady, I can't seem to see the greatness in this man. Elder Feng replied disapprovingly. He may have been able to hide from the Lin family's clutches, but I'm very certain that the 10 martial saints which had been dispatched from the Lin family were the weakest amongst all martial saints. If they had sent their strongest warriors, the Lin family's punishment for breaking the rule may have been even more severe. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 940, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts, 3. Chapter 940, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That year, the Lin family had been punished severely by the first city due to that incident. This gave way to an intense hatred they had towards Grand Lord Honglian. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head. Elder Feng, your way of thinking is wrong. Those 10 martial saints may not have been very powerful, they were still martial saints. He had been able to escape from 10 martial saints who had surrounded him and even managed to kill one. If it had been you instead, would you have been able to do it? However, I'm certainly very curious as to the kind of person he is. If fate permits it, I'd like to meet him. A figure appeared in Feng Xiaoxiao's mind once she said her piece and her eyes displayed a hint of absent-mindedness. I wonder where he is now. Ha ha ha. Huang Chuan did not hear Feng Xiaoxiao and Elder Feng's conversation. He was still filled with the joy of being able to kill Bai Zhongtian. He burst into laughter, but that laughter soon came to a halt. His laughter had stopped so suddenly that he nearly stopped breathing and his expression turned absolutely ashen. How could this be? He widened his eyes and he could not help but tremble as he stared at the scene before him. When the dust had cleared, all he saw was a distinct gash created by the aura's blade, but Bai Zhongtian was nowhere to be seen. I clearly remember slashing him, so where is he? Suddenly, a chill crept up from behind him. He quickly turned around, but an elderly hand had reached out to land fiercely on his chest. Huang Chuan had let his guard down completely and with a loud bang, his body was sent flying out of the way before falling straight into the crowd. Huang Chuan, do you think that you can hurt me based on your abilities? Didn't I just say that you're not the only high-level martial supreme here? A few days ago, I had intended to have you killed in order to avenge my disciple. Now, you've given me the chance to do so. If I waste it, I won't be able to face my precious disciple. The corner of Gu Ruoyun's eye began to twitch as she stared at the furious look on Bai Zhongtian's face. Her heart was filled with warmth. This fellow may have an explosive temper, but he loves her deeply. When it comes to his words, she would have to accept whatever he said no matter how severe his scolding was. However, no one else was allowed to say anything against her. Otherwise, this old fellow would charge head-on and take that person's life. As for Huang Chuan, she had never paid any attention to him from the beginning. If Bai Zhongtian wishes to destroy him, he was welcome to do it any time. A high-level martial supreme? The Holy Doctor has also broken through to the rank of a high-level martial supreme? Upon sensing the current measure of Bai Zhongtian's power, whispers of shock coursed through the entire crowd. I never thought that you, old geezer, would have reached this stage first in the end. Gao Lin stepped forward and patted Bai Zhongtian on the shoulder. His face was filled with sincerity as he spoke. It seems that the registry of martial supremes on the mainland will need to go through some revisions. Previously, even though Bai Zhongtian and Gao Lin were both high-level martial supremes, if the two were to fight, Bai Zhongtian's powers would still be slightly inferior to Gao Lin's. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhongtian, who had been originally incapable of defeating Gao Lin, would become a high-level martial supreme first. I had better luck. I managed to break through before I arrived at the medicine sect. Bai Zhongtian raised his brows complacently before he returned his attention to Huang Chuan. Huang Chuan, you've utilized external means to induce your breakthrough. No matter how you compare it, it would never be as good as my breakthrough which had been achieved through my own hard work. So, if you plan on killing me, I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Huang Chuan emerged from his initial astonishment and sneered. His laughter was rife with contempt and disdain. He then slowly rose to his feet, raised his chin, and stared arrogantly down at Bai Zhongtian. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 941, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts, 4. Chapter 941, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Do you think that I had dared to fight for the position of sect master simply because I have a bit of power? Would I have taken this risk without having 100% guarantee? He then turned his eyes towards Guru Huayun and spoke in a contemptuous voice. I know that you have a high-level martial supreme spiritual beast in your hands. Take it out and I'll have a duel with you. Let's see whose spiritual beast is more powerful. Gao Lin had previously mentioned that the little Lolita's powers were stronger than Elder Huang's. Based on this fact, he had then guessed that the little girl must be a high-level martial supreme. As for a martial saint, that would be entirely impossible. Would the first city allow a martial saint spiritual beast to exist in the world outside? Therefore, before the start of the medicine sect's general meeting, Elder Foam had lent him a spiritual beast. As long as he has that spiritual beast on hand, no one on this mainland, including Grand Lord Hon Lian, would dare to defy him. Spiritual beast? Bai Zhongtian paused in his actions and stared at Huang Chuan with a peculiar look on his face. He does not know why, but when he saw the look on the old man's face, Huang Chuan felt a sense of uneasiness. However, as soon as he regained his senses, he immediately shook his head in self-mockery. After all, this spiritual beast has already reached the rank of a semi-saint. The little Lolita in Guru Huayun's hand would certainly be no match for it. A semi-saint, as the name implies, refers to a cultivator who has not successfully reached the rank of a martial saint. Once a cultivator reaches the semi-saint rank, it was a division point and they would never be able to become a martial saint. However, to a martial supreme, this semi-saint would still be an undeniably strong opponent. Huang Chuan's confidence had stemmed entirely from this fact. Little girl, Bai Zhongtian turned towards Guru Huayun. This guy wants a duel with your spiritual beast. Since he's asked for it, duel with him. Give him a satisfactory loss. Asking for a duel with Guru Huayun's spiritual beasts? Wasn't that just looking for death? This girl not only holds the 4 divine beasts in her hand, she also has the ancient divine phoenix Zixi as well. The blood running through his veins was enough to drive all other spiritual beasts into servitude. However, before Guru Huayun could reply, Huang Chuan had called out his spiritual beast. Bai Zhongtian laughed as soon as he saw Huang Chuan's spiritual beast. Was this fellow purposely joking around? It was outrageous enough that he wants to duel with Guru Huayun's spiritual beast, but the beast he had chosen was a firebird? Does he not know that the vermilion bird was the ancestor of all the bird species of spiritual beasts? Gao Lin was stunned as well. Even though Huang Chuan was not aware of the vermilion bird's identity, he knows very well that Guru Huayun's spiritual beast was a member of the divine beasts, the vermilion bird. The suppression that comes with the blood in the vermilion bird's veins was extremely powerful. The vermilion bird was considered as the sovereign of all the bird species of spiritual beasts, so even if her powers were not on the same level as this firebird, the domination in her blood was enough to stop the firebird from fighting back. Is he certain that he wants to use a firebird against the vermilion bird? Why are all of you looking at me like that? Huang Chuan tried to forget Gao Lin and Bai Zhongtian, who had similar expressions on their faces and felt extremely puzzled. Is there something wrong with these two old geezers? Why are they looking at me with such pitying eyes? Could it be that they're trying to scare me on purpose? After all, this was what Gu Ruoyun had previously done. Huang Chuan steadied his emotions at the thought of this and sneered, I know that you're all afraid. However, as long as you admit to your wrongs and announce to the world that your powers were no match for mine, perhaps I will let you off easily. Besides, you're going to be food for the spiritual beast today anyway. It has been starved for almost a full day. As for that little girl, it would become a delicious meal in Huayer's tummy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 942, Elder Foam Vomits Blood, 1. Chapter 942, Elder Foam Vomits Blood, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The plaza was completely silent. Everyone looked unhappily at the spiritual beast which had appeared in front of Huang Chuan. If they really allow Huang Chuan to become the medicine sect master, perhaps a nightmare would await them. However, the spiritual beast in his hand was indeed very powerful. Its powers were at least one level above Bai Zhongtian's. Nevertheless, even when faced with Huang Chuan, who was so determined to win, Bai Zhongtian still has a peculiar look on his face. He glanced at the old man in front of him and said, Huang Chuan, I'm giving you one last chance. If you admit defeat, I'll allow my disciple to leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't even be left with a corpse at all. No corpse at all? After hearing those words, Huang Chuan could not contain himself from bursting into laughter. He then stared arrogantly at Bai Zhongtian and said contemptuously, Bai Zhongtian, stop trying to scare me. Neither you nor your disciple are very good people. I won't fall for your tricks. Sigh, Bai Zhongtian let out a breath and shook his head. Those who refuse to listen to the advice of kind people often live to regret it. Don't say that I never reminded you. Little girl, I'll leave it up to you. There's no use in sparing someone like this. He certainly has not forgotten that Gu Ruoyun had previously decided to spare Huang Chuan because she believes that he still had his uses. However, Bai Zhongtian could not figure out how useful Huang Chuan could be. Gu Ruoyun did not respond as her clear and cold gaze stared calmly over at Huang Chuan. Initially, she had spared Huang Chuan for some minor reason, but this does not mean that she would allow him to provoke her over and over again. Never do something more than 3 times. Hence, even though Huang Chuan may still be somewhat useful to her, she no longer planned to let him off. What, are you scared? Huang Chuan sneered when he saw the emotionless look on Gu Ruoyun's face. He then spoke with a disdainful look on his face, weren't you full of savagery in the past? Why are you scared now? If you had known back then that this was going to happen, would you have acted the way you did? You had crippled my precious daughter and humiliated me in that manner. If I don't avenge myself, I, Huang Chuan, can no longer be considered as a human being. Human? Snigger. Suddenly, a sharp laughter pierced through the silent plaza. Do you think that you're fit to be considered human? Whoosh! A wave of red flames rose into the air. A little Lolita dressed in red robes was standing tall and ready for battle in the middle of the flames. Her adorable cherubic features wore a scornful smile. Her eyes, which were filled with flames, stared down in a domineering manner at Huang Chuan, who was standing on the ground. Huang Chuan went green with rage. The space between his brows was filled with the flames of anger as he said, Damn little girl, don't be so smug. This time, I'll make sure that even you won't be aware of how you've died. Huaer, kill her now. He would never forget how this little Lolita had humiliated him. That was the most shameful moment of his life. If he does not kill her today, he would never get over this grudge for the rest of his life. Kill me? With this little bird? The little Lolita gently raised her brow as her commanding gaze slowly swept across the firebird's body. Her adorable little face then lifted into a smile, tisk, tisk. This little fellow is no bigger than the food stuck between my teeth and it still wants to kill me? Those who were not aware of the little Lolita's identity were completely shocked when they heard her smug declaration. They simply could not understand how a little girl like her could be so audacious and speak to a semi-saint spiritual beast in this manner. Besides, she has even called this enormous firebird a little fellow. At this moment, all eyes were turned towards the vermilion bird. Hence, no one had noticed how the firebird began to tremble at the sight of the little Lolita's commanding stare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 943, Elder Fong Vomits Blood, 2. Chapter 943, Elder Fong Vomits Blood, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Firebird's expression was filled with terror as if the harmless-looking little Lolita was some sort of horrifying monster.
Humph, Huang Chuan scoffed icily and was entirely unbothered. Your words are useless now.
Horror, you've been starving for so long, you may now feast on this fellow. Hearing this, the little Lolita clicked her tongue as she stared down at the cowering Firebird. While it wasn't your destiny to become a martial saint, you've managed to reach the rank of a semi-saint after all. How could you feel satisfied listening to a human's every order? You've even been given such a cliched name.
The Firebird trembled and nearly fell to the ground. It stared in terror at the little Lolita in the air but did not dare to say a single word, afraid that if it would provoke this demon if it were to say something wrong.
However, it was innocent as well. It had been kidnapped by the members of Wind Valley, and if it defied their orders, they would torture it. They would also murder its clan. It had no choice but to follow Wind Valley's orders. How about this? Since you're a spiritual beast, I'll give you one chance to change your loyalty. As long as you're willing to pledge your loyalty to me, I will allow fire elemental spiritual beasts to have a supreme existence. If this promise had come from anyone else, horror might not have believed it. Then again, who was the divine beast, the vermilion bird? She was a member of the 4 divine beasts. Furthermore, she was their ancestor. The ultimate sovereign whom they would pledge their loyalty to. Therefore, when it heard her words, Hoyer snarled and turned around before charging towards Huang Chuan.
Ha ha!
Huang Chuan laughed and spoke in a voice filled with disdain. Who do you think you are to try to give orders to, Hoyer? You. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped speaking. His expression then turned pale in an instant and his eyes widened in terror. Hoyer, who had been standing right next to him, was charging towards him at top speed. It then shot a mouthful of flames at him. His robes were immediately burnt to ashes and his entire body was blackened as if he had been struck by lightning. As if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning themselves, everyone was rendered completely dumbfounded. They could not understand why the Firebird had defected on its owner. Could it be? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, all eyes turned in unison to look at the little Lolita dressed in red. Their hearts filled with shock. If our guess was right, the Firebird had changed sides because of what she had said. They thought in unison. Who was this little girl? How did she manage to convince the Firebird to turn against Huang Chuan? Thud. Elder Fong rose abruptly as he fixed his eyes upon the little Lolita. His gaze was icy and fierce. Hoyer was not the strongest in the Firebird clan and it would never be able to break through to become a martial saint. That was why I had given it as a gift to Huang Chuan. Even so, it should not struggle as it was a semi-saint. How is a little girl able to convince it to betray its master almost instantly and that it would even neglect its own kind? Fire elemental spiritual beasts would never betray Wind Valley. This was a fact that everyone in Wind Valley strongly believes in. Their belief was rooted in the fact that many of the fire elemental spiritual beasts clan members were being imprisoned by Wind Valley. Fire elemental spiritual beasts have always been united and valued their relationship with each other. They had no choice but to pledge loyalty to Wind Valley for the sake of their clan members' lives. When Elder Fong saw that Hoyer was about to finish Huang Chuan, he could no longer sit still and do nothing. He immediately threw himself forward and leaped into the air, landing in front of the Firebird. With a loud bang, his fist landed fiercely on the Firebird's body, sending it flying out of the way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 944, Elder Fong Vomits Blood, 3. Chapter 944, Elder Fong Vomits Blood, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Elder Fong did not say anything to the Firebird. He only stared maliciously at it to express his dissatisfaction towards its behavior. Little girl, Elder Fong quickly turned away and fixed his gaze on Gu Ruoyan. Anyone can make mistakes, so forgive them whenever it's possible. Regardless of how many sins Elder Huang has committed, one should not threaten another's life so casually. Why don't we forget about this on account of Wind Valley's reputation? How about it? Gu Ruoyan smiled and swept her gaze across the ugly look on Elder Feng's face. She then raised her brows and said, previously, when Elder Huang had tried to take over the sect master of the medicine sect's position and had tried to harm others, why had you not stopped him? Elder Feng's expression changed drastically and he silently hurled curses at Huang Chuan in his heart. This useless thing can't do anything right. In the end, I had to step in. Little girl, Huang Chuan is a member of Wind Valley, so I have to protect him. Elder Fong did not make any excuses for himself and spoke in a practical and realistic manner. Is it alright if I explain it this way? He had not given a huge speech on morality and only mentioned that Elder Huang was a member of Wind Valley, so he, as an elder of Wind Valley, had to step out to protect him. Otherwise, if Huang Chuan were to be murdered in the presence of Wind Valley's members, Wind Valley would be humiliated if this gets back to the first city. Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly. What you're saying is that if Wind Valley's members commit a crime, they should receive protection? Whereas everyone else deserves to die? Elder Feng's elderly features instantly sank. Even though the eldest lady has placed great value on this little girl, she has yet to reach her full potential. It would be too easy to kill her off now, knowing the great power that Wind Valley holds. He also believes that Gu Ruoyun was well aware of this fact. Nevertheless, she still insists on being so stubborn? Little girl, I really admire your capability, and I can tell that your spiritual beast's power is not as simple as it looks to be able to command a semi-sane spiritual beast. However, compared to Wind Valley's power, there's a vast difference in power. Let me tell you one thing, on this mainland, those with an iron fist have command over reason. Only those with an iron fist have the right to speak. Regardless of how many sins Huang Chuan has committed, he is still associated with Wind Valley's reputation. If he dies, wouldn't Wind Valley become the laughingstock for our inability to protect him? Elder Feng's eyes darted back and forth as he continued to speak. Of course, it's not that you can't kill him. If you kill him, you must repay Wind Valley with another. If you're willing to pledge your loyalty to Wind Valley, you can do whatever you wish to him and I won't stand up for him anymore. Actually, Elder Feng's reason for stepping out was obvious. He wanted to entice Gu Ruoyun. Even though Feng Xiaoxiao had already told him that Gu Ruoyun was not someone who could be easily controlled, he wanted to give it a try for the sake of Wind Valley. After all, Wind City does not hold a very favorable situation in the first city. Now that they have met with a genius like this, he must at least give it a try. Elder Feng. Huang Chuan, who had thought that his life had been assured, had begun to sigh incessantly. However, he never expected to hear the second half of Elder Feng's words. It made his expression change instantly and his heart immediately sank to an all-time low. Everyone else could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Based on their observation, Gu Ruoyun would certainly choose to enter Wind Valley. Simply because the allure of the first city was too great. She would become the only genius to enter the first city before breaking through to the rank of a martial saint. My apologies. Under the crowd's envious stares, Gu Ruoyun shook her head as she calmly replied, I don't wish to enter any organizations nor do I wish to serve anyone. I can only reject Wind Valley's invitation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 945, Elder Feng Bamat's Blood, 4. Chapter 945, Elder Feng Bamat's Blood, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh. Elder Feng's expression sank. He squinted his eyes as a cold light flashed from within his pupils. Little girl, if you don't agree to this condition, I will never let you take Huang Chuan's life today. Gu Ruoyun smiled. Anyone that I've marked for death will never live long in the end. He has already crossed me before, but due to my own reasons, I had let him off for the time being. This time, I won't allow him to live any longer. The reason why she had spared Huang Chuan a few days ago was because he would definitely be a way for her to enter the first city. After all, under most circumstances, the first city would send someone to the outside world and escort them into the city. No one from the outside world would know how to find the first city. Of course, she would not get the information she needed from Grand Lord Hon Lian because Grand Lord Hon Lian would never reveal it to her for the sake of preventing her from taking the risk. Hence, once she found out that Huang Chuan had connections with powers in the first city, she had begun to plot her way in. However, it now looks like Huang Chuan has outlived his purpose. She could find other ways to get into the first city even without him. You. Elder Feng's expression changed drastically. He then stared maliciously at Gu Ruoyun. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Ruoyun cut him off. Actually, once I've killed Huang Chuan, Wind Valley should thank me. She's saying that Wind Valley should thank her for killing one of Wind Valley's members? Elder Feng's expression turned even more unsightly upon hearing her declaration. His expression scared Bai Zhongtian so much that the holy doctor quickly pulled Gu Ruoyun protectively behind him, afraid that the old man would kill her in a blind rage. However, Gu Ruoyun did not seem worried at all. Her features retained a clear and cold smile as she said, how many issues has Huang Chuan caused by utilizing Wind Valley's name? However, Wind Valley continues to indulge him. It causes one to think that Wind Valley has sloppy management. However, I'm willing to do a good deed and help Wind Valley to clear the trash. Elder Feng clenched his fist in a tight grip and a vein appeared on the corner of his forehead. Just as he was about to speak, a clear and melodious voice stopped him. Elder Feng, Miss Gu is right. Huang Chuan has indeed committed a crime and deserves to die. I, Feng Xiaoxiao, shall be the first to express our gratitude to you, Miss Gu, for helping us to resolve this. As she spoke, Feng Xiaoxiao stared at Gu Ruoyan with a complicated expression. It goes without saying that she truly admires this woman at this moment. If they had allowed her to murder Huang Chuan in front of Wind Valley's members, Wind Valley would become the laughingstock once this gets out, and many would think that Wind Valley was afraid of her. However, when Gu Ruoyan put it that way, it was different. Wind Valley would not be seen to have given up on protecting Huang Chuan because they had feared her. Instead, they were letting her help them clear out the trash. This way, the world would see Wind Valley as upright, honest, and cautious. No one would look down on them for this. Alright, Elder Feng took a deep breath. Since the eldest lady has said it, I will no longer bother myself with the grudge between you and Huang Chuan. However, this firebird belongs to Wind Valley. May I ask you to return it to us? Gu Ruoyan stole a look at the little vermilion bird's annoyed face and smiled at Feng Xiaoxiao once again. Oh? This fire elemental spiritual beast belongs to Wind Valley? Why was it in Huang Chuan's hands then? Could it be that Huang Chuan has stolen the firebird? Since that's the case, and also based on the fact that I'm helping Wind Valley to clear the trash, let this firebird be your reward to me. Elder Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. This damned girl wants to kill one of Wind Valley's members, and she now wants Wind Valley to reward her for it? One should not bully others in this manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 946, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 1. Chapter 946, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Since Miss Gu has taken a liking to this spiritual beast, it shall be a gift from Wind Valley to you. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled mildly and replied in a breezy voice. She had given this semi-sane spiritual beast away to Gu Ruoyan without even blinking, as if was not even worth mentioning to her. Eldest lady. Elder Feng's expression changed twice. He tried to speak, but after taking one look at the expression in Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes, he then swallowed his words. Why was Wind Valley's spiritual beast in Huang Chuan's hands? Should they tell the world that it was Elder Feng who had loaned it to Huang Chuan in order to help him usurp the medicine sect master's position? If word of this gets out, it would garner great dissatisfaction amongst many towards Wind Valley. So, when Gu Ruoyan had made up an excuse to free Wind Valley from this responsibility, Feng Xiaoxiao had decided to go along with it. 1. As for the semi-sane spiritual beast, it was nothing to an organization like Wind Valley. If gifting one semi-sane spiritual beast would free Wind Valley from negative public opinion, it was a good bargain to them. Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at Gu Ruoyan at the thought of this, and a somber look appeared in her sunken gaze. Her thoughts were a mystery from the world. No one could tell what she was thinking. You're spouting garbage. Huang Chuan was enraged. He glared at Gu Ruoyan and said, Elder Feng had clearly given this spiritual beast to me, yet you're saying that I had stolen it from Wind Valley? That is simply venomous slander. Elder Feng, eldest lady, you must give me justice. Shut your mouth. Elder Feng understood Feng Xiaoxiao's intentions in an instant, but when he heard Huang Chuan's brainless declaration, he turned a gloomy gaze towards him. Huang Chuan, how dare you? You had dared to steal Wind Valley's property, yet you still have the audacity to quibble? From now on, you, Huang Chuan, are no longer a member of Wind Valley. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with Wind Valley any longer. Boom! Huang Chuan's mind turned completely blank, as if he had been struck by lightning. He stumbled back as his entire being lost all strength, as if he was collapsing from exhaustion. He never expected that at the end of the day, Wind Valley would make such a decision. I never thought that an elder of the medicine sect would turn out to be a thief. He would even steal Wind Valley's property. TSK. You did not consider Huang Chuan's personality. Was he a good person? I believe that there's nothing he won't do to get ahead. Not only did he steal Wind Valley's spiritual beast, he had tried to seize power as well. The crowd shook their heads and sighed as they stared at Huang Chuan with looks of disdain. Of course, they only needed to poke their brains a little to realize that this matter was definitely connected to Wind Valley in some way. After all, this was a semi-sane fire elemental spiritual beast. How could Huang Chuan possibly have the ability to steal it? However, they would not even mention this even if they have thought of it. There were some things that should be kept to themselves. The elders who had stood up in support of Huang Chuan glanced at one another as they witnessed the scene and tried to slip away. However, at that very moment, the little Lolita in midair noticed the restless group, and her adorable doll-like face lit up with an evil smile. Trying to escape? Have you asked for my permission? Whoosh, dot. Instantly, a wall of fire rose around the elders, completely trapping the old men who had been trying to steal away. As they stared at the raging wall of flames, the elders finally displayed a sense of terror on their faces. Sect Master. When they realized that there was no escape, one of the elders turned towards Gao Lin and fell on his knees to the ground with a loud thud. Tears streamed down from his elderly eyes as he pleaded, "We had all been bewitched by Huang Chuan, which was why we had committed such a seditious act. Please spare our lives on account that this was our first offense. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 947, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 2. Chapter 947, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gao Lin looked down at the old man kneeling before him and shook his head. "I've never been unkind to any of you, yet all of you had chosen to take the side of evil. Now you're begging for mercy?" He laughed coldly as his face filled with an icy chill. "Unfortunately, it's too late." Whoosh! The elder stumbled back and his but connected with the ground. His expression was filled with hopelessness. He knows that at this point, anything that he said would have been too late. The sect master would never spare them. This was all Huang Chuan's fault. At that moment, the hatred in his eyes locked onto Huang Chuan. He gritted his teeth and looked as if he wanted to tear Huang Chuan to shreds. "There's a possibility for you to escape with your life." The little Lolita noticed the hatred in the elder's heart and raised her brow. "If anyone amongst you is able to give Huang Chuan the cruelest form of torture, I may decide to spare one of you. However, I can only spare one person. If you wish to live, you may torture Huang Chuan in the cruelest way possible." She had only said that she would spare one of them, but as for whether this person would retain his sense of mind and power, that was not up for discussion. Upon hearing this, the crowd of witnesses gasped. "Cruel. She's too cruel. This little Lolita looks to be quite young, but her methods are absolutely cruel." These elders had been dragged down by Huang Chuan and they have developed a deep hatred for him. Once she has dangled the chance to stay alive in front of them, would Huang Chuan be able to die with a whole corpse? The answer, naturally, was no. The little Lolita waved her hand and the wall of flames dissipated. The elders then immediately charged towards Huang Chuan like a pack of wolves and tigers. At this moment, Huang Chuan was under the little Lolita's coercion, so he was completely immobilized and could only stare in horror at the maddened old men. "No, dot." His very last word was drowned out by earth-shattering cries. It was such a blood-curdling scene that everyone could not bear to watch any further. "Master." She descended from the sky and stood in front of Guru Oyun. Her initially evil-looking little face was now smiling as beautifully as a flower. She stared at Guru Oyun like a little puppy awaiting praise with a fawning look on her face. "What do you think of how I've taken care of things?" Guru Oyun nodded. "It's not bad. By the way, didn't you want this firebird? It's yours." She's eyes instantly lit up. She then threw her little body into Guru Oyun's arms and her small lips planted a big fat kiss on her as she giggled. "Master, I knew you'd treat me the best. This firebird shall become my little brother." As she spoke, she turned towards the reverent and respectful-looking firebird and stroked her chin with her little hand. After pausing for thought, she then spoke again. "Hoyer is too horrible of a name, your name shall be Linger from now on." The firebird was dumbstruck. Is this any better?" Of course, the firebird certainly would not dare to display any form of dissatisfaction towards the vermilion bird's words. He retained a respectful and reverent look on his face. "This subordinate shall listen your every command, my liege." Liege? When Feng Xiaoxiao heard the firebird's words and took another look at the respectful manner he was displaying, she knitted her attractive brows. "Where did this little girl come from?" "Elder Feng, I want you to go back and gather information. Find out whether this little girl exists in the spiritual beast's great families." "Yes, eldest lady." Elder Feng joined his fists and bowed respectfully. He then stared heavily at the little vermilion bird. This time, even he could see that this spiritual beast was somewhat different from the rest. Especially since a clan member of the fire elemental spiritual beasts had addressed her as his liege. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 948, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 3. Chapter 948, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ahem, Gao Lin cleared his throat as he glanced over at Huang Chuan, whose voice was being slowly silenced under the elder's torture. He then turned away before he spoke calmly. "Everyone, welcome to the Medicine Sect's General Meeting. However, I never expected anything like this to happen at the start of the General Meeting. This is definitely due to a lack of discipline in the medicine sect. However, the medicine sect will certainly not postpone the general meeting just because of this. I will now bring out the pill formula so that all the esteemed doctors may investigate. The crowd sighed with relief as he spoke. They had been worried that the general meeting would be postponed because of Huang Chuan's actions. It was a good thing that this did not happen. Even the cultivators from Wind Valley could not help but feel more vigorous as they fixed their attention on Gao Lin. The crowd watched as Gao Lin took out a piece of parchment from his lapel. The parchment's texture was a little yellowed and it clearly had a few good generations on it. Everyone felt as if it would tear at the slightest touch. Gao Lin's hand was trembling slightly. After all, he was holding an ancient pill formula. If he accidentally tore the paper, he might be labeled as a criminal on the mainland. Everyone, I'm sure that you've all been aware of the developments regarding this situation prior to your arrival. Not too long ago, the medicine sect had gone to investigate an ancient ruin. From that ancient ruin, we had managed to obtain this complete pill formula. Due to the now lost art of pill refinement, no one in the world has been able to become a pill master. Hence, I've chosen to recruit the physicians of the mainland so that we can research the art of pill refinement together. If we manage to uncover the ancient art of pill refinement, it would be wonderful news and bring great benefits for the mainland. This was a proclamation that Gao Lin had designed for the physicians. Even if someone did manage to obtain the art of pill refinement, they would certainly monopolize it. Who would want to create benefits for the mainland? Humans are selfish and they would never share anything with strangers. Feng Xiaoxiao took a deep breath as a somber look flashed in her eyes. Elder Feng, this time, no matter what, you must refine this pill successfully. If we can refine pills, Wind Valley's position would receive a substantial boost. If you fail. Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze sank as she mentioned this and her eyes no longer displayed their initial warmth. Instead, they were filled with a sharp coldness. No. You must not fail. It has been many years since a pill master has appeared in Wind Valley because we've never been able to obtain a pill formula. Now that we have a chance, we must take the advantage. Of course, if Elder Feng were to unfortunately fail and someone else manages to refine the pill instead, she must make that person Wind Valley's pill master. Even if she has to pay a hefty price. Sect Master, may I take a look at that pill formula? Suddenly, an elderly voice sounded from the crowd. That voice was clearly filled with excitement. Bai Zhongtian looked at the person who had spoken and turned towards Gu Ruoyan's ear to whisper, "That's Bo Ru, he's a true medicinal fanatic. His lifelong dream is to successfully refine a pill. Unfortunately, he's never been able to find a pill formula, let alone refine a pill. So, when he heard that the medicine sect had procured a pill formula, he had rushed right over from a great distance." Gu Ruoyan nodded but did not say much. She observed Bo Ru, who was receiving the pill formula from Gao Lin with great care. This. Bo Ru stared at the pill formula in his hand and was completely in a daze. He then said in an astonished voice, "This only states the ingredients needed for refining the pill, there's nothing else. How are we supposed to refine this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 949, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 4. Chapter 949, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gao Lin laughed bitterly. This was why, despite all the research by the medicine sect's experts for more than a month, that we had been unable to uncover anything else. If the procedure and methods had been complete, why would he possibly share the pill formula at all? There was no use in keeping a pill formula if one was unable to refine a pill from it. Oh, that's right. If I remember this correctly, Elder Feng from Wind Valley is a physician as well. The old man named Bo Ru seemed to remember something all of a sudden and became very excited. Wind Valley is not like the outside world. Doctors in Wind Valley must know the method of refining pills. I dare say that if there's anyone here who has the best chance to refine the pill, that person would be Elder Feng. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. Even if they were unable to successfully refine a pill in the end, if they had the opportunity to witness the birth of a pill, it would still be a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. He. Hearing this, Elder Feng chuckled as his face filled with arrogance. "You're right, I do know a bit about refining pills. Since you've all begged for me, let me grant you the good fortune of witnessing the birth of a pill." As he said this, Elder Feng seems to remember something and turned his gaze towards Gu Ruoyan. "Little girl, I know that you are a doctor, so I think that you must be greatly interested in refining pills. Isn't that just nonsense? Who would make the trip here if it had not been for the sake of pills?" Of course, the crowd would only dare to say this in their hearts. They did not dare show any sign of disrespect on their faces. So, Elder Feng paused as a light flashed in his eyes. If you agree to become my disciple and join Wind Valley, I will give you all of my knowledge in refining pills. To tell the truth, he has never refined a pill before. However, he once had the good fortune to receive a book on refining pills. All of the knowledge he has was from that book, but he never had the chance to practice. At that moment, everyone stared at Gu Ruoyun with envy. All his knowledge in refining pills? This was a treasure that was within the sight of every doctor but was still out of reach. They never thought that this little girl would have such good fortune to receive Elder Feng's good graces. He had not hesitated to utilize such a treasured knowledge as a gift in order to entice her to join Wind Valley. If they were in her place, they would probably join Wind Valley without hesitation. Gao Lin wrinkled his brows. Honestly, he did not wish for Gu Ruoyun to join Wind Valley. If she becomes a member of Wind Valley, she would no longer hold the post as the Holy Doctor's disciple. Join Wind Valley? Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and replied casually, I've told you just now, I'm not interested. Besides, I already have a master, so I can't become your disciple. Rejected. She actually rejected his offer. Everyone stared at Gu Ruoyun in shock. Where does this little girl find the gall to reject Wind Valley's olive branch time and time again? Only Bai Zhongtian's face had remained smiling throughout the entire time as he stared proudly at Gu Ruoyun. That's my disciple. She would never discard her master no matter the temptations or benefits that comes her way. Sigh. Gao Lin spoke with a hint of envy. Holy Doctor, you've accepted a very good disciple. Of course. Bai Zhongtian looked very complacent. This little girl was his pride. With such a precious disciple, he would be satisfied for the rest of his life. Elder Feng's expression sank. Do you not wish to become a pill master? He asked with a gloomy look in his eye. As long as you become my disciple, I would certainly give my all to help you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 950, Supreme Mystery Pill, 1. Chapter 950, Supreme Mystery Pill, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun smiled gently as she stared at Elder Feng's confident expression. You're not a pill master, so even if I become your disciple, you won't be able to teach me anything. Likewise, even if you do become a pill master, I won't be your disciple either. Gu Ruoyun's response calmed Elder Feng down and a light flashed in his cloudy eyes. Little girl, one should not make such a statement too hastily. You may say that I can't be a pill master, but I'll prove you wrong. When that time comes, let me know if you change your mind. Isn't this little girl unwilling to become my disciple because I'm not a pill master at this point? Just wait until I become a pill master. She probably won't have any objections then and would even ask to become my disciple. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and did not say much else. However, her half-smile made Elder Feng feel very uncomfortable. He resolved that he would make this little girl regret her rude and impetuous rejection. The crowd stared as Elder Feng took a deep breath and clutched the pill formula in his hand. He then headed to the medicinal cauldron which had been placed at the center of the plaza. At this moment, his elderly features no longer displayed his previous arrogance, his face was now utterly solemn. After this, I'll refine a pill from this pill formula. However, this is my first time refining a pill, so it's possible that I may not have complete control based on my level of power. Therefore, I'd like to ask Bai Zhongtian and Gao Lin to come to my side and help me. Elder Feng swept his eyes towards the crowd below before resting his gaze upon the Holy Doctor and Gao Lin. Amongst all the attendees, the two of them were pretty powerful and only they would have the right qualities to assist Elder Feng. Bai Zhongtian furrowed his brows and subconsciously turned towards Gu Ruoyun. When the crowd noticed the expression on his face, they were all filled with doubt. Why would the Holy Doctor ask for his disciple's opinion? Even if this woman was lucky enough to obtain such a powerful spiritual beast, that does not mean that her power and medical skill would surpass the Holy Doctor's. Yet, the Holy Doctor would consult her at a time like this. Go ahead, Gu Ruoyun patted Bai Zhongtian's shoulder as she raised her brow and said, nothing will happen as long as I'm around. These words dispelled the worries from Bai Zhongtian's heart. After all, this little girl has the ancient divine pagoda in the palm of her hands. Her words proved that no danger would come to him once he was in the pill refinement process. Even if anything bad were to happen, she would stop it in time. Bai Zhongtian chuckled at the thought, since Elder Feng has extended an invitation to us, how can we refuse? Besides, there hasn't been a pill master on this mainland for so many years. If I could join in on the pill refining process, I'd have something to show off about in the future. After saying his piece, he no longer hesitated as he leaped across the crowd in front of him and arrived next to Elder Feng.
When Gao Lin saw how Bai Zhongtian has already joined in, he did not delay any further as well as he hurriedly made his way to the center of the plaza.
The entire plaza was now completely silent.
It was so silent that one could hear the sound of a leaf falling to the ground.
All eyes were fixed upon the three elders in the middle of the plaza. Even their breathing has grown anxious.
Though there was no way they could join the pill refinement process, they were lucky enough to have the opportunity to witness the birth of a pill. This was something that every doctor on the mainland has been yearning to see for over 10,000 years.
Gao Lin, give me that medicinal herb. Bai Zhongtian, I want you to do as I say.
Elder Feng's eyes were filled with a serious air as he delegated the tasks in a low voice. After giving those orders, he began to refine the pill as the crowd watched. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 951, Supreme Mystery Pill, 2. Chapter 951, Supreme Mystery Pill, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
It was sunset and the glow of the setting sun illuminated the entire plaza.
Elder Feng's elderly features were drenched in sweat as he ignited a flame beneath the medicine cauldron at the center of the plaza.
Eldest lady, the holy doctor and the medicine sect master don't seem to be of much help. Even Elder Phone looks a little worried.
May I ask, why did you not take this pill formula back to Wind Valley so that all the doctors in Wind Valley could investigate this together?
An elder, who was standing behind Feng Xiaoxiao, frowned as he asked this question. He simply could not understand her intentions. Based on Wind Valley's power, she only needs to ask and she would be able to take the pill formula from the medicine sect.
Presumably, Gao Lin would not dare to reject them.
No, Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head. If anyone from the first city were to find out about Wind Valley's movements outside of the first city, it would spark great dissatisfaction towards Wind Valley.
I can't take that risk.
Besides, I believe in Elder Feng's power.
Based on his abilities, he would certainly be able to refine the pill successfully even if it was the first time he has come into contact with pills.
As she spoke, her refined and beautiful eyes turned towards Elder Phone, who was now dripping with sweat.
Her peerless face lit up with a smile. Elder Phone, I hope that you won't disappoint me.
I also hope that the many years of cultivation at Wind Valley will come to fruition today. To the outside world's knowledge, pill masters have been extinct for over 10,000 years.
Then again, what kind of place was the first city?
It was the hub for the most powerful cultivators on the mainland. Everyone knows that the higher one's cultivation level was, the longer their life would be. By the time someone reaches the rank of a martial supreme, they would be graced with a 300-year lifespan.
What about martial saints?
They would certainly be able to live for much, much longer. Besides, in the first city, the rank of martial saint was only the beginning.
It was also the very bottom of the barrel.
Hence, most of the powerful cultivators in the first city were 1,000-year-old elderly monsters. To these old monsters, a few thousand years was enough for them to uncover the secrets behind pill refinement. Of course, this had nothing to do with Wind Valley, but as luck would have it, not too long ago, a rival organization had managed to refine a pill. Even though that pill was only an average pill which helps one to restore spiritual energy. However, in the middle of a fight between two opponents of the same level, if one side had been completely depleted of spiritual energy and another produces a pill to restore their energy, the result of the fight would have been determined then. This was why Feng Xiaoxiao was so anxious for Elder Phone to successfully refine a pill. The elder was about to say something else, but when he saw the determined look on Feng Xiaoxiao's face, he kept his thoughts to himself.
As an elder from Wind Valley, how could he not know the urgency in Feng Xiaoxiao's heart?
If they were still unable to refine a pill, Wind Valley would be overrun by that organization sooner or later. By then, her painstaking efforts for such a long time would come to nothing.
Sister. Xia Linyu walked towards Gu Ruoyun without any regard towards anyone around him. He furrowed his delicate brows and asked in a clear and lively voice, "Do you think he'll succeed?"
Gu Ruoyun shook her head and calmly replied, "He has indeed touched the threshold of the art of pill refinement, but, unfortunately, he has merely touched the threshold. Of course, he might succeed in another 2 to 3 years." Gu Ruoyun's heart was filled with surprise as she spoke. After all, the art of pill refinement had been completely extinct on this mainland. She had been lucky enough to receive the ancient divine pagoda, and it was because of this that she has managed to learn the art of pill refinement. She never thought that anyone else would be able to touch the threshold of pill refinement on their own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 952, Supreme Mystery Pill, 3. Chapter 952, Supreme Mystery Pill, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Is this the might of a powerful cultivator from the first city? Gu Ruoyun gently stroked her chin. This was the first time that she has ever felt so much curiosity towards the first city. Perhaps that was where she was supposed to go. Only at that place where powerful cultivators were at every corner could she truly experience growth. Xia Linyu has complete faith in Gu Ruoyun's abilities. Others may not be aware of it, but he knows very well that Gu Ruoyun was a pill master. However, when everyone else overheard the conversation between these two, they snorted with disdain as their faces filled with ridicule. Even though Gu Ruoyun's abilities have surprised them, one cannot become a pill master based on talent alone. Even though she was the holy doctor's disciple. However, if she thinks that she has the right to dole out a point-by-point commentary simply because of her master, she would be sorely mistaken. Even the holy doctor did not dare to proclaim that Elder Phone would be unsuccessful in refining a pill. What confidence does she have to say such a thing? Just then, Elder Phone, who had placed his full attention on the medicine cauldron, spoke up. Bai Zhongtian, come and help me. Elder Phone wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he instructed Bai Zhongtian. Bai Zhongtian was stunned before he murmured a question, what should I do? Lend me your mental energy. My powers are insufficient at the moment and I can't control the enormous flames during the pill refinement process. If I'm unable to control the pill, this medicine cauldron will explode. For the safety of so many people, I can only put in more effort. Elder Feng never thought that the pill refinement process would be so difficult. Unfortunately, Wind Valley's physicians had not come with them, so he could only ask Bai Zhongtian and Gao Lin for help. If Wind Valley's physicians were in their place, perhaps he would have already refined the pill successfully. He shook his head at the thought and sighed, physicians in the outside world aren't powerful enough. If this were a member of Wind Valley instead, would they even need to be instructed? I don't even know what I'm doing. Now, I can only settle for second best. I wonder if I'll succeed this time. What he meant was that if it had been one of Wind Valley's doctors in their place, he would most definitely have successfully refined the pill. If he were to fail in the end, it would all be due to the holy doctor and Gao Lin's lack of ability and would have nothing to do with him. But these words that shirk Elder Feng's responsibility carved a cold smile on Gu Ruoyun's face. A true pill master would never push their failure in refining a pill onto others. All right. Bai Zhongtian was clearly unhappy, but he could not ignore the big picture. He then instantly released his mental energy. If you increase the fire, I can guarantee that the medicine cauldron will explode in less than 3 minutes. Gu Ruoyun laughed icily as she stared at Elder Feng and spoke in a light voice. Her voice was crystal clear in the silent plaza and fell into the ears of everyone present. Elder Feng furrowed his brows unhappily before he glanced at her and said, "Don't disturb me while I'm refining a pill. Can you shoulder the responsibility if I should fail?" Hearing this, the crowd was also filled with dissatisfaction. Their faces were filled with contempt as they said, "Miss Gu, the art of pill refinement is not the same as cultivation. While we recognize that you may be a genius, when it comes to medicine, us old folks are much more capable. You should stop butting in." That's right, so what if you're the holy doctor's disciple? In most cases, the older the doctor, the more abundant his experiences. Even we cannot tell if Elder Feng's methods are correct, yet you insist on saying these things? Could it be that you feel unsatisfied at the sight of your master stealing the spotlight? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 953, Supreme Mystery Pill, 4. Chapter 953, Supreme Mystery Pill, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She should get lost, a child shouldn't create more trouble for their elders. We still want to witness the production process of a pill. If the pill refinement process fails because of you, can you shoulder that responsibility? No one believed in Gu Ruoyun's words. After all, from what they could tell, Elder Feng was much more experienced when compared to this little girl. If there was anyone here who stands a chance to successfully refine a pill, it would be Elder Feng. Who does she think she is to criticize and give orders to Elder Feng with such audacity? If she really causes Elder Feng to fail, she would become a criminal of the mainland. Master, Gu Ruoyun glanced at Elder Feng, who looked indifferent and calmly said, "Remember to put up your defenses to avoid getting hurt. Don't worry about anyone else." Bai Zhongtian immediately raised his shields and, at the same time, Gao Lin did not hesitate to order everyone else in the medicine sect to raise their shields as well. Even he does not know why he trusts Gu Ruoyun so much. Simply a bunch of idiots. The little vermilion bird pursed her adorable little lips and stared disdainfully over at the old men who were flaunting their seniority. She raised an elegant brow and said, "Don't blame my master for not advising you, it was you who had refused to listen to her words. Should an injury occur, don't blame anyone else but yourselves." Boom! Just as the little vermilion bird spoke, a loud and powerful blast suddenly exploded from the center of the plaza. The aftermath of the explosion was scattered everywhere. It had even caused the plaza's ground to rise and fall, turning the whole place into a ruin in an instant. This. Whoosh! Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly rose to her feet as her beautiful eyes stared in shock at the wreckage in front of her. Her gorgeous gaze pierced through the thick smoke and turned towards a flash of green robes which were steadfast like a bamboo tree while her pretty hand tightly gripped the edge of her chair. It had exploded. Elder Feng's pill refining process has actually generated an explosion. How was this woman so certain that the pill would explode when Elder Feng increased the flames? The entire plaza reverted back to silence after the explosion. After a long pause, the smoky plaza erupted with loud chatters. Everyone had an unmasked sense of shock in their voice. It exploded, it had really exploded. How could this be? Elder Feng has such great power, yet how could that little girl have predicted the outcome so accurately? I feel as if my thighs have been paralyzed from the explosion. This is the extent of the power within a pill that even I, a martial honor, could end up sustaining such a heavy injury. It's a good thing that I had the foresight to raise my shield so my injuries aren't too severe. As the smoke cleared, the ruined plaza slowly came into view. Due to the magnitude of the explosion, most of the cultivators who had not utilized their shields had received heavy injuries. Of course, aside from the ones Guru Oyun had helped, only the cultivators from the medicine sect in Wind Valley had remained unscathed. The medicine sect's members had raised their shields due to Gao Lin's orders. As for Wind Valley, their powers were simply far too great. The magnitude of an explosion like this was not enough to harm a cultivator at the rank of a martial saint and above. However, everyone else was not so lucky. Some of the more severe cases had their limbs blasted from their bodies. When Gao Lin became aware of this, he immediately ordered the medicine sect's doctors to send the casualties away to receive treatment. This was the consequences of their disbelief towards Guru Oyun's words. Impossible. This is impossible. Elder Feng stared foolishly at the shattered medicine cauldron. His eyes filled with disbelief and he could not understand it. I had clearly done everything according to order, so how could I have failed in the refinement process? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 954, Supreme Mystery Pill, 5. Chapter 954, Supreme Mystery Pill, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Feng, what is the meaning of this? Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at the dazed Elder Feng as she asked. Her clear and light voice was emotionless. Similarly, her peerless face did not show any emotion either as she questioned, how could you have failed? Prior to their arrival, Feng Xiaoxiao had absolute confidence in Elder Feng and she never expected that he would fail. Eldest lady, I've let you down. Elder Feng returned to his senses and he turned towards Feng Xiaoxiao, joined his fists and bowed. An apologetic look appeared on his elderly features as he said, if Wind Valley's doctors had been here, perhaps I might have been able to refine this pill successfully. Unfortunately, Bai Zhongtian and Gao Lin's mental energies were too weak. Furthermore, at the most crucial point, Bai Zhongtian had abandoned the pill refinement process and released his shield, causing the explosion. He had resolutely believed that they could not have failed based on his powers, yet they had still failed in the end. Upon closer inspection, the reason for the failure was that his two helpers were far too useless. If Wind Valley's doctors had been in their place, the outcome would have been completely different. It was you who had failed to refine the pill, yet you're now pushing the blame onto others. Is this the way of the mighty Wind Valley cultivators? Guru Oyun swept her gaze towards Elder Feng as her light voice carried a thick sense of disdain. Elder Feng's expression changed several times and his eyes turned gloomy. Nisku, I recognize that you may be a genius and that you've grown at an exceptional speed in the outside world. However, you have absolutely no knowledge in pill refinement, yet you continue to criticize me. Earlier on, if you had not asked Bai Zhongtian to raise his shield, this pill refinement process would have been a success. Guru Oyun smiled calmly. While it's true that I may not be very knowledgeable about the pill refinement process, I'm a little bit more knowledgeable than you. Chatter. The silenced crowd erupted into an enormous commotion when they heard these words. No one would dare to believe that anyone could fake it to this level. Is she saying that her knowledge of pill refinement surpasses Elder Feng's? The crowd thought in unison. What kind of a joke is this? What kind of a place is the first city? Wind Valley is placed at the middle tier of power in the first city, yet she still dares to act like a pretentious prick in front of Elder Feng? Is she not afraid of being struck by lightning? Girl, Gao Lin's expression changed a little and his eyes filled with anxiety. From his point of view, despite how powerful Guru Oyun's spiritual beast was, it could not be compared to a cultivator from the first city, so she would do well not to offend them. He hurriedly shot Bai Zhongtian a look and tried to get the holy doctor to stop Gu Ruoyun. However, Bai Zhongtian did not seem to see it that way at all. His elderly face was full of smiles as he stared proudly at the green figure who was illuminated by the setting sun. Gao Lin laughed bitterly. How could I forget, this old fellow, Bai Zhongtian, has never been afraid. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself were to appear, he would cover it up as much as possible. Why should he speak up and stop Gu Ruoyun just because of a threat from Wind Valley's cultivators? He. Elder Feng chuckled, his smile was an ugly sight to behold and carried a hint of malice. Gu girl, you seem to be rather confident in your abilities. Since that's the case, I wonder if you'll succeed in refining the pill. Put. Hearing this, everyone present could not help but laugh. Even the elders who were standing behind Feng Xiaoxiao could not stop themselves from speaking. Elder Feng, why are you being so calculative towards a little girl? Since she says that you can't be compared to her, let her be. You won't lose out on much anyways. In contrast, haggling over every ounce will only make others believe that you, an elder, are bullying someone younger than you. Wind Valley would never stand up for such a thing, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 955, Supreme Mystery Pill, 6. Chapter 955, Supreme Mystery Pill, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's right, you only need to think a little deeper to realize that she can't possibly have any knowledge of the pill refining process. Why do you still continue to hang on to this? Unless it's because you've really failed in your pill refinement and you wanted to humiliate others as well? The person who had spoken was an elder who never really got along with Elder Feng in Wind Valley. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity to ridicule Elder Feng go to waste. It was really Elder Feng's fault for being haughty and arrogant to the other elders because of the trust he had received from the Valley Lord. He had even bragged that he would be able to refine a pill someday. In the end? Had he not failed? We shall see what excuse he will utilize to rain tyrannical abuse over Wind Valley next time. Elder Feng looked extremely gloomy as he restrained the melancholic feeling welling up from his heart. He could not let it out at all. The two elders who had spoken up were right. Even if Gu Ruoyun had really caused his pill refinement to fail, Elder Feng would still be considered as someone who would use his superiority to bully others. Hence, regardless of the ending, it would still spell trouble for him. Elder Feng took a deep breath at the thought of this. He then turned to face Gu Ruoyun's delicate and pretty face and spoke slowly, since Wind Valley's elders have interceded for your sake, I'll let you off. As long as you apologize and admit your mistakes to me, we'll let bygones be bygones. Alright? Sister. Xia Linyu anxiously gripped Gu Ruoyun's sleeve when he heard Elder Feng's words. His limpid eyes were filled with a thick sense of anxiety. He was not worried about whether Gu Ruoyun would fail to refine a pill. Instead, he was afraid that this old geezer would fly into a rage out of humiliation if his sister was successful in refining a pill. When Gu Ruoyun saw that Xia Linyu was about to speak, she raised her hand and stopped him. Her dark pupils were smiling faintly as she turned to Elder Feng. She lifted the corners of her lips and said, "Now, I will show you what refining a pill actually looks like." Boom! After the previous shocker, Gu Ruoyun's words were like a stroke of lightning on a clear day that struck from the sky, causing everyone present to become stunned. Eldest lady, I think you may need to retract your high esteem for her, but... The elder who had previously stood up for Gu Ruoyun shook his head and said in an exasperated voice, this little girl is not as outstanding as you say. She's too brash and brainless. She even has a liking for talking big. Generally speaking, someone like her won't be a danger to Wind Valley. Feng Xiaoxiao did not comment. She narrowed her pretty eyes slightly as her gaze landed lightly upon the figure in green robes. An almost undetectable glint then flashed across her eyes. She does not know why, but she could somehow sense that this woman was not as simple as she looks on the surface. Since she's speaking with such confidence, perhaps she really has the ability to refine pills? Feng Xiaoxiao laughed mockingly at herself at the thought of this. How can this be possible? This woman is far too young and she's not even a disciple from an organization in the first city. It's hard enough for her to reach the martial supreme level in the secular world, how could she possibly know how to refine pills as well? Elderly, since she wishes to refine the pill, let us wait and see. I myself would like to know if she's truly able to do it. Feng Xiaoxiao slowly returned to her senses and smiled gently. Her tone was crisp and clear as she spoke. The elder who had been addressed as elderly was standing behind her. There were two other elders who were standing next to him as well. One of them was the elder who had sided with elderly to mock Elder Feng. The other elder had remained silent the entire time and has not said a single word. These three elders were unlike Elder Feng. Elder Feng took his orders from Wind Valley's Valley Lord, whereas these three were Feng Xiaoxiao's trusted aides. However, they had some other responsibilities to take care of and had not arrived at the medicine sect with Feng Xiaoxiao. They had only managed to rush over the night before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 956, Supreme Mystery Pill, 7. Chapter 956, Supreme Mystery Pill, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yes, eldest lady. Elderly joined his fists and bowed with reverence. His eyes then turned to look at Gu Ruoyun, who was heading towards the middle of the plaza. Little girl, are you certain that you want to refine the pill? Elder Feng squinted his eyes. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't cause hardships for yourself. Even I had needed others to help me in the pill refining process. 1. Based on your powers, you won't be able to succeed at all. When that time comes and you embarrass yourself in front of this large audience, don't blame me for not bringing it up earlier. But Gu Ruoyun paused in her steps and turned towards Elder Feng. She smiled as she said, embarrass myself? Had you not done exactly that just moments ago? Oh, right, I've forgotten. You had pushed the reason for your failure in the refining process onto my master. You then absolved yourself from the blame. This is why I want you to understand that your failure was really due to your own inability and had nothing to do with my master at all. Gu Ruoyun had never intended to refine the pill in the beginning. However, she has no other choice but to do so now. She knows that if she does not do this, her master's reputation will be dragged through the mud. Many would then push the blame for the failed pill refinement process onto her master's head. Even though her master was not too concerned about this, she refused to allow anyone to humiliate him. Humph. Elder Feng scoffed icily and spoke in a voice filled with ridicule, I'd like to see if you can succeed. If you succeed, not only will I no longer ask you to be my disciple in the future, I'll even ask you to be my master. She won't be successful anyway. Therefore, my promise does not count for much. Under a shady tree not too far away, a man dressed in peach blossom pink robes gently fanned himself with his impish features raised into a smile. His eyes twinkled with a peculiar light just like a peach blossom. Elder Feng is far too savage. He then shook his head as his smile became even more impish until it was unimaginably beautiful. He has already lost by making that vow in front of Xiao Yuner. Refining pills? This may be something which was particularly difficult for others, but for Gu Ruoyun, it was just as simple as eating a bowl of rice or drinking water. One could compete against her in almost anything except for two things: spiritual beasts, and refining pills. Otherwise, it would only result in angering oneself to death. Gu girl. Gao Lin nearly spouted careless words at the sight of Gu Ruoyun, who was walking towards the center of the plaza. In the end, he had swallowed those words and was left with, if you need any assistance, I'll do everything I can to help you. Gu Ruoyun gently stroked her chin as she glanced at the medicine cauldron which had been blown to smithereens. She then replied calmly, you don't need to do anything else, just prepare the medicine cauldron for me. Alright, I'll send someone to do that. The result of a failed pill refinement process was an exploded medicine cauldron. Therefore, prior to this, Gao Lin had already prepared a few other medicine cauldrons. He then issued the order and, very soon, a medicine sect disciple brought a new medicine cauldron over and placed it in front of Gu Ruoyun. Little girl, can you do it? Bai Zhongtian moved closer to Gu Ruoyun and spoke softly to her, if it's not possible, we should just concede now. Many have already failed on the mainland, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about if you fail. Gu Ruoyun did not respond to Bai Zhongtian. Instead, she only smiled at him before she turned away and took the pill formula from Gao Lin's hand. This is... However, once she read the contents of the pill formula, Gu Ruoyun became stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 957, Supreme Mystery Pill, 8. Chapter 957, Supreme Mystery Pill, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A Supreme Mystery Pill. It goes without saying that Gao Lin had been considerably lucky to casually pick up a pill formula which turned out to be a Supreme Mystery Pill, but the Supreme Mystery Pill, as the name suggests, can only be used when one was at the rank of a Martial Supreme. However, this pill was very different from the other pills which can be used when one was at the Martial Supreme rank. It can allow a high-level Martial Supreme to break through to the rank of a Martial Saint. An immediate breakthrough to become a Martial Saint, it was unimaginable. If news of this pill were to get out, it would certainly attract a lot of looters. Thought Gu Ruoyun. It's a good thing that this pill formula had landed in the medicine sect's hands. Based on my survey of the entire mainland, not a lot of organizations can go up against the medicine sect. Nevertheless, the first city was an exception. After all, the first city does not count as a force on the mainland and was a whole other mysterious world altogether. What do you think? Will you succeed? Bai Zhongtian became anxious when he saw the astonished look on Gu Ruoyun's face. His elderly gaze continued to stare at her unblinkingly. Gu Ruoyun took a deep breath, returned to her senses and held the pill formula in her hands before smiling gently. I'm not too sure myself. I've only managed to look through a few books at one point and I've not actually managed to refine a pill before, so I can't guarantee that I would succeed. Naturally, she had said all of this for everyone in the plaza to hear. If they ever found out that she has the ability to refine pills, they would definitely be able to guess that she has a few pills on hand. If the first city's members were to find out about this, she would never have a moment's peace in the future. So, she has never refined a pill before? She had spoken with such confidence that I actually thought she was a pill master. Pill master? How can this be? It's not like we don't know the holy doctor's abilities. This little girl is his disciple, that is also to say, he would have taught her everything that she knows. However, I've never heard of the holy doctor becoming a pill master. Do all of you still not understand the situation? This little girl was happy that Elder Feng had pushed the blame onto the holy doctor, so she has stepped out to give it a try. However, she does not have 100% certainty that she would actually be able to refine the pill. Besides, so what if she fails? This is something that not even Elder Feng was able to do. If she fails, no one would laugh at her. Amongst the crowd, many doctors began discussing amongst themselves. However, their eyes never left the figure who was standing in the middle of the plaza. Even though they do not believe in Gu Ruoyun's abilities, they still hoped that a miracle would happen. If she was successful, it would raise an enormous commotion on the mainland. Even the holy doctor's position would become even stronger than before, and the first city would try to curry favor with her as well. Bai Zhongtian's eyes remained full of suspicion. However, he did not say anything more and only instructed her, you must take care of your own safety. If you really find that it's impossible, give up. Nothing is more important than your life. Don't worry. Gu Ruoyun smiled, if anything goes wrong, I'll stop the process. Bai Zhongtian stepped back after he heard her reassurance. However, the anxiety in his eyes remained. He refused to turn his gaze away from Gu Ruoyun and his entire heart was on full alert. Gu Ruoyun, however, no longer looked at him. She focused her eyes upon the medicine cauldron and slowly exhaled, Supreme Mystery Pill? Based on my current level of power, refining this pill wouldn't be a problem. However, I don't know if this medicine cauldron can withstand the power generated from the Supreme Mystery Pill. If I could take the medicine cauldron from the ancient divine pagoda out instead, my chances of success would become 100%. Unfortunately, I most definitely can't allow the ancient divine pagoda to appear before the eyes of the world. Hence, I have no choice but to use this medicine cauldron. However, if I do manage to refine this Supreme Mystery Pill, Master will be able to break through to the rank of a martial saint. Gu Ruoyun's eyes sparkled slightly at the thought of this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 958, Supreme Mystery Pill, 9. Chapter 958, Supreme Mystery Pill, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Feng, do you think that she'll manage to refine a pill? Feng Xiaoxiao smiled mildly as she sending a lukewarm gaze at Gu Ruoyun's direction. No one could really tell what she was thinking. Hearing this, Elder Feng sneered and spoke rather scornfully, my lady, please forgive me for being straightforward, but I don't think that she has the ability to do so. Forget about Elder Feng, even Feng Xiaoxiao does not think that it would be possible for Gu Ruoyun to refine the pill successfully. As for Gu Ruoyun's previous prediction of how the medicine cauldron would explode, perhaps that had been only a mere coincidence. At the center of the plaza, the figure in green was like a bamboo tree as she stood tall in front of the medicine cauldron. The woman did not seem to hear the surrounding chatter. Her delicate features were absolutely calm as a clear and cold light reflected in her black eyes like moonlight. However, Elder Feng unconsciously shook at the sight of her familiar movements and he mildly wrinkled his brows. At this moment, he absent-mindedly thought that this young woman actually had a chance at refining the pill, but how could this be possible? Aside from those rich and famous forces in the first city, no one in the outside would possibly know the art of pill refinement. Elder Feng laughed at himself at the thought of this. He then calmed himself down and watched Gu Ruoyun's every move. It's finished. Elderly shook his head and his eyes filled with pity as he stared at Gu Ruoyun. Eldest lady, there's nothing more to see from here on. Should we leave? There's nothing more to say. This woman is certainly very intelligent. She has managed to pick up a bit of the pill refinement process after watching Elderfang's actions. However, does she think that she would be able to refine a pill successfully just like that? That's too much of a joke. Elderly was not the only one who thought this way about Ruoyun. Everyone in the plaza had exactly the same opinion. In their point of view, Gu Ruoyun had merely learned a few methods from Elder Feng after watching his pill refinement process. While everyone admired Gu Ruoyun's talent, they also felt disdain as well. Had she not seen how Elder Feng had failed despite being assisted by the holy doctor in Gao Lin? So what if she had managed to sneakily pick up Elder Feng's pill refinement skills? She will also fail as well. Nevertheless, she still made arrogant claims about how she was on a higher level than Elder Feng. At the end of the day, was she not merely copying Elder Feng's method of pill refinement? This had been based on the observations of those who were unfamiliar with the art of pill refinement. Only Elder Feng was becoming even more surprised while the expression on his elderly features changed and changed again. Furthermore, he did not even dare to blink as he watched Gu Ruoyun fixedly. Perhaps a spectator would think that the pill refining method between the both of them was almost identical, but Elder Feng understood perfectly that if he was a pill refining apprentice, Gu Ruoyun was a master. Be it the proficiency in her movements and the level of control in her mental energy, his abilities were a far cry from hers. Besides, the sequence that she used in placing the medicinal herbs was not in accordance with the pill formula. Perhaps, in the eyes of a spectator, this would not make much of a difference, but Elder Feng knew that this sequence determined whether one would be able to refine the pill successfully. Could it be that this little girl actually has pill refining abilities? He wondered. Elder Feng's eyes sank and he took a deep breath. He ignored the noise around him and paid very close attention to Gu Ruoyun's movements the entire time. Let's go. Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head as her expression displayed a sense of pity. Honestly speaking, I rather admired Gu Ruoyun. Even her egotistical attitude resembled that person. Then again, Feng Xiaoxiao also understood that Gu Ruoyun could not possibly refine this pill successfully. Just as she was about to leave, a loud blast exploded from the center of the plaza. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 959, Supreme Mystery Pill, 10. Chapter 959, Supreme Mystery Pill, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This explosion was much smaller than the previous explosion and did not end up spreading throughout the people in the plaza. However, it had been enough to silence the entire plaza. Feng Xiaoxiao paused in her steps and turned towards the smoke-filled center of the plaza. She then frowned and sighed gently. It looks like she had failed at the end. Only a failure would lead to an explosion in the medicine cauldron. Everyone knows this. Hee. Elder Feng laughed as his elderly face displayed his initial arrogance and gloomy pallor once again. However, it goes without saying that a twinge of sympathy appeared in the corner of his eye. It seems that I had been wrong. This little girl does not know how to refine pills. She's also worse than me. Even the magnitude of her explosion is much smaller than mine. Everyone knows that any failure in the pill refinement process would result in an explosion. If the pill has an abundance of spiritual energy, the blast would be even more powerful. Of course, explosions which lack magnitude like Gu Ruoyun's proves that the pill she was refining, even if she had been successful, could not be considered as an actual pill. It could only be considered as an average medicinal pill. Bai Zhongtian was momentarily dazed before he rushed towards the center of the plaza as if seized by a bout of madness. His bloodshot eyes looked ready to gobble a person whole as he bellowed furiously, "All of you, get out of my way!" When they saw the maddened look in the old geezer's eyes, those standing at the front did not dare get in his way and quickly split into two sides, carving a wide path for him. Of course, those who had not been able to move quickly enough were kicked out of the way by the old geezer. Soon after, he rushed towards the center of the plaza at top speed under the eyes of the crowd, close to tears but unable to weep. "Damned girl, I had warned you not to show off. King, get your *SS out here this instant." The center of the plaza was riddled with smoke and dust. Bai Zhongtian gritted his teeth as his bloodshot eyes scanned his surroundings. Even though he was yelling at Gu Ruoyun angrily, his expression looked very close to tears and his entire face was filled with anxiety. Based on Gu Ruoyun's level of power, if she had not put up any defenses during the blast, the consequences would be unthinkable. The old man's eyes filled with even more anxiety at the thought as he searched frantically for Gu Ruoyun's figure amongst the smoke and dust. Just as he was stumbling and staggering about, someone giggled softly behind him. "Master, what on earth have I done to provoke you this time that has caused you to behave like this? You look like you're ready to tear me to pieces." The old man's legs trembled and his back stiffened. He turned around as if he did not dare to believe his ears. A faintly discernible figure in green appeared before his eyes. At that moment, the old man's vision clouded over and he quickly rubbed the tears from his eyes as he fiercely replied, "I've told you before, failing in refining the pill is not considered an embarrassment, yet you had insisted on ignoring my advice. This old man is your master. You must abide by everything I say. Instead, you. At this moment, when Bai Zhongtian remembered the explosion, his heart trembled unconsciously. He has been living all on his own in lonely bitterness without the need of relying on anyone all these years. This disciple was the only person that he has ever cared about. Previously, when he thought that she had passed on, his only goal in life was to avenge her death. Now, however, who said that I've failed? As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, the scene began to emerge. At the center of the plaza, Gu Ruoyun's face displayed a small smile followed by this one question which fell into everyone's ear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 960, Supreme Mystery Pill, 11. Chapter 960, Supreme Mystery Pill, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who said that I've failed? Everyone was instantly stunned and were unsure what Gu Ruoyun's actually means. Though the medicine cauldron had exploded, could the pill refinement process not be a failure after all? Very soon, Bai Zhongtian asked the question which was on everyone's mind, didn't you blow up the medicine cauldron during the pill refinement process? The medicine cauldron, you say? Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose and shrugged her shoulders. That was because that medicine cauldron's quality was much too appalling. It could not withstand the power generated from a successfully refined pill. Naturally, it had then exploded. It was a good thing that I managed to refine the pill before that happened. She opened the palm of her hand as she said this. 3 emerald green pills emitted a sparkling and translucent light along with an abundance of spiritual energy as they rested in her jade-like palm. Everyone in the area felt as if their spiritual energy had increased a little just by looking at those pills. Even that mild increase was like a lightning strike on a clear day which blasted fiercely into the crowd. Pills? Are those really pills? How could this be? This little girl was actually able to refine pills? This was something that even Elder Foam had failed and yet she had succeeded. Furthermore, she had not required any help. This isn't just talent, this is simply an abnormality. I can confirm that those are indeed pills. When she had produced those pills, I only had a whiff of aura from within the pills and the spiritual energy within my body has increased a few times over. If I swallowed these pills, I might actually have a breakthrough on the spot. Boom! Everyone in the plaza was plunged into confusion from this knowledge. Every eye was staring at Gu Ruoyun's palm and one could actually hear the gulping sound of saliva in the plaza. After all, these are pills. Today, they had all been fortunate enough to witness the birth of pills. How great of an honor was that? Even if they were to leave the medicine sect without achieving anything, they had gained enough boasting rights. Feng Xiaoxiao had her gaze locked on Gu Ruoyun the entire time. An unreadable light flashed in her pretty eyes and no one could tell what she was thinking. However, no one in this plaza was more shocked than Elder Feng. It was also at this very moment when he suddenly remembered Gu Ruoyun's words to him. Instantly, his usually arrogant-looking features were awash with humiliation along with a deep excitement. I did tell you, Gu Ruoyun looked at Elder Feng and spoke serenely, your failure in refining the pill was because you lacked the ability. It had nothing to do with my master. He was only your temporary helper, but that does not mean that you could push all the blame on him. I will never let anyone slander my master either. Elder Feng looked absolutely ashamed and he rubbed his palm in embarrassment. This. After saying so much for half a day, in the end, he was unable to say anything else aside from the word this. Master. Gu Ruoyun turned towards Bai Zhongtian and smiled, your disciple has succeeded in the assignment, I've finally managed to refine successfully. At this moment, aside from a sense of surprise towards his own disciple, Bai Zhongtian mostly felt a sense of pride. She was his disciple. The greater his disciple's achievements, the more he, as her master, would feel proud. However, Bai Zhongtian chuckled and replied fawningly, good disciple, can you teach me the art of pill refinement? I'd like to refine pills on my own as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 961, Supreme Mystery Pill, 12. Chapter 961, Supreme Mystery Pill, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun nodded, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. Hearing this, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. After all, the Holy Doctor was Gu Ruoyun's master. They had assumed that the Holy Doctor had taught Gu Ruoyun everything she knows. Based on their current observation, it would seem that it was not as they believed. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes darted back and forth. She then spoke in a light voice, Miss Gu, there is one thing that I can't understand, who had taught you the art of pill refinement? Could it be that, aside from the Holy Doctor, you have another master? Aside from those terrifyingly powerful forces from the first city, Feng Xiaoxiao simply could not understand it. Who else would have the ability to nurture such an excellent genius? Hence, she really wants to find out about Gu Ruoyun's true identity. Gu Ruoyun smiled and said, my only master is the Holy Doctor. I had managed to obtain an ancient book by a stroke of luck. That book had contained records. However, today was the first time that I've truly managed to refine a pill. You all know as well as I that pills are more valuable than ancient books. Therefore, I had not been 100% certain that I could actually successfully refine this pill. Feng Xiaoxiao believed her every word, but it was just as she said, pills were particularly valuable in ancient textbooks which contained explanations on pill refinement were scarce. However, there were still a few of them in the hands of those forces in the first city. As for pills, that would depend entirely on one's luck. Even Wind Valley has only just heard news of pills for the first time. Since that's the case, Miss Gu, I wonder if you would be interested to join Wind Valley as the chief pill master? A light flashed in Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes and her face lit up with a smile once again. As long as you're willing to become Wind Valley's chief pill master, your position would be second only to the Valley Lord and you would be on the same level as me. Furthermore, I will give you the best benefits so that you can refine pills without worrying about the future. In the beginning, Feng Xiaoxiao had no intentions of recruiting Gu Ruoyun. After all, she understood that this woman was not the kind of person who could be controlled. One slip-up could send Wind Valley into eternal damnation. However, at this moment, she needs to do everything she could to recruit her. If Gu Ruoyun insists on rejecting the offer, Feng Xiaoxiao would even consider using alternative methods of persuasion to bring positive effects to Wind Valley. It was really her fault for becoming a pill master. Wind Valley's current focus was to defeat that opposing force, so they desperately needed a pill master. Otherwise, if that organization grows stronger with each passing day, all that waits for Wind Valley was death and destruction. Because of this, she had to try. Elder Feng was stunned. He turned towards Feng Xiaoxiao and was unable to comprehend the situation. Previously, when he had wanted to recruit Gu Ruoyun, the eldest lady had not been willing to make this decision. However, why would she say such a thing now? Could this be because this little girl was proficient in refining pills? Wind Valley's elder had already invited me twice and I had rejected him. Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly. Her eyes were abnormally clear and cold as she continued, so now, let me say this one more time, my answer is still no. Feng Xiaoxiao was not the least bit annoyed with her answer. She retained her light smile as she replied, Miss Gu, why reject the offer immediately? Perhaps you could think it over. As long as you are willing to take up the position of Wind Valley's chief pill master, I won't refuse any of your conditions. Chief pill master. What a great opportunity this is. In Wind Valley, she would hold a position where she would only have one over her and millions under her. If we were in her place, we would definitely agree to it immediately. However, this girl refuses to see what's good for her and had rejected the offer, but at that moment, the crowd shook their heads and sighed as they stared at Gu Ruoyun, unable to comprehend her thought process. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 962, Elder Feng's Plea, 1. Chapter 962, Elder Feng's Plea, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The first city was every cultivator's dream destination on this mainland. The saying goes that when one enters the first city, one would experience an even greater improvement in their powers. Besides, the first city is filled with martial saints. One could only imagine how great the power of the mid-tier Wind Valley was in the first city. Why should she hesitate any further when there's such a powerful force is willing to be her backbone? Apologies, I'm much too used to my unconstrained life. I don't wish to be tied down by anything or anyone, so while I do appreciate your kindness, I have to turn your offer down. Gu Ruoyun shook her head and replied with a clear, breezy voice as if she had not noticed the looks of envy around her. Feng Xiaoxiao mildly raised her brows when she heard this and a severe light flashed in her warm gaze. However, before she could speak, a jovial and teasing voice spoke up behind her. Tisk, TSK. I never expected Wind Valley to stoop this low. They have rejected your invitation 3 times but you still refuse to give up? Feng Xiaoxiao, I had the impression that you are an intelligent person but I never thought that you would behave so foolishly. What? Could it be that the Great Wind Valley wishes to use their might and force a weak little girl? Gu Ruoyun turned around when she heard that evil voice. In that instant, a flashy and enticing figure in peach blossom pink appeared before her eyes under the light from the setting sun. The man's face was lit up with a brilliant smile. This time, he was not seated on the palanquin carried by gorgeous handmaidens. He stood with his hands folded behind his head and his stance was indolent and impish. He looked around lazily as if he had just woken up from a nap. However, his narrowed peach blossom eyes were filled with a bantering smile and his peerlessly handsome face was like a peach blossom, extremely splendid. He glanced at Gu Ruoyun's gaze and gently curled the corner of his lips before speaking in an indolent manner. Xiao Yuner, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you've missed me so much after being away from me for just a few days? Since that's the case, my arms are wide open for you. Come and give me a hug. As he spoke, he opened his arms and that evil smile grew even deeper. The corners of Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched a little. She paid no attention to the flashy and enticing evildoer and turned her attention back to Feng Xiaoxiao. Though Zhuo Shengchen had been ignored so easily, he did not feel embarrassed at all. He freely put his hands down, then turned his peach blossom gaze towards Feng Xiaoxiao as well. Despite his indolent manner, his eyes were still flashing with a sharp, cold light. Feng Xiaoxiao has recovered from her initial shock as her expression changed several times. After a long pause, the sharpness in her eyes subsided and the gentle warmth in her gaze returned. The great young master Zhuo, I didn't expect you to be here. You've certainly given me a fright. Hearing this, a light flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes. That light then disappeared in a flash and was virtually undetectable. Nevertheless, Zhuo Shengchen, who was standing nearest to Gu Ruoyun, managed to catch the quick flash of light in her eyes. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. I've tried to conceal this for so long yet, in the end, she had still managed to find out about this. I didn't have much of a choice either. If I don't step out, Feng Xiaoxiao would never let her leave so easily. Feng Xiaoxiao, you've always been very intelligent. You should be aware of what you should and shouldn't do. Zhuo Shengchen laughed, but that laughter carried the hint of a threat. Gu Ruoyun belongs to me one. If you wish to make her join Wind Valley, I'm afraid I don't agree with that. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 963, Elderfang's Plea, 2. Chapter 963, Elderfang's Plea, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression slowly sank, but she quickly recovered her composure. Her face lifted with a gentle smile while her voice was like a gentle breeze. Since she is a member of the Darking Palace, I won't quibble with you. I'll take my leave now. Feng Xiaoxiao joined her fists and bowed before turning towards the group next to her and gave the order, we're leaving. Yes. Eldest lady. The group hurriedly responded and followed Feng Xiaoxiao as she left. Elder Feng had taken one last look at Gu Ruoyun before he left and he looked as if he has had to swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. However, he had kept quiet in the end and said nothing before he left the plaza. Xiao Yuner, had you done this on purpose? Zhuo Shengchen smiled exasperatedly. Had you purposely done this to expose my true identity? You're overanalyzing things. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun glanced at Zhuo Shengchen's impish features and lifted the corners of her lips. I refined that pill simply to help restore my master's good name. I don't wish for him to be wrongly accused. As for digging out your true identity, that had been a complete accident. Actually, even if Zhuo Shengchen had refused to admit it, she could still confirm his identity. Otherwise, he would never have come here at all and his powers could not have possibly grown to such a tremendous degree. As for refining the pill in public, she had absolute confidence in her ability to do so. Even the Wind Valley wished to have her in their ranks, they would not attack so openly in public. Otherwise, based on the First City's rules, Wind Valley would be severely punished. Hence, they would only dare to operate on the sly. Since they would only be making small movements in the dark, she has nothing to fear. An enchanting and evil smile was hanging on Zhuo Shengchen's face once again. He threw a coquettish glance at Gu Ruoyun as he said, Xiao Yuner, if you let me give you a hug, I will shoulder the difficult burden of becoming your bodyguard. What do you say? As he said this, the impish man had prepared himself for rejection because this little girl would never even come near him. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, a flash of green robe suddenly appeared in front of him, reached out her arms and gently pulled him into a hug. Zhuo Shengchen was in shock. He widened his mouth but the words would not come. A clear and faint voice rang in his ear. Thank you. She had hugged him not because she wanted his protection but because she wanted to thank him. Even though this man had protected her for her brother's sake, one cannot criticize the fact that he has indeed helped her out many times.
Simply based on these few occasions where he had extended his help, she must be grateful to him. Evildoer, even though I had not really needed your help this time, you had still ended up offending Wind Valley for my sake. So, in the future, if there's anything that you need, just say the word. I'll rush right over to help you even if I was 1,000 miles away. Gu Ruoyun released him from her hug as a smile hung upon her delicate and pretty features. Her eyes were like stars in the night sky, so beautiful that one could not turn away. Zhuo Shengqian felt a warm feeling enveloping his heart as he stared at the woman's delicate features. Though he was the fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country, due to the fact that he had been brought up in the imperial harem, he had lacked a sense of security ever since he was a child. If his master had not saved him and helped in him his breakthroughs, he would have probably ended up dying in the vicious and greedy imperial harem, but it was only when he had met Gu Shengxiao that he began to understand what warmth feels like. It was also due to this very reason that he had chosen to make the journey to Azure Dragon Country and protect Gu Shengxiao's beloved sister. However, he was no longer only protecting her for Gu Shengxiao's sake now but because she has touched his heart as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 964, Elderfang's Plea, 3. Chapter 964, Elderfang's Plea, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even if he has to give up everything including his life, he would do so to protect these two siblings. However, of all the times, a voice that dampened one's spirit suddenly rang out at this moment. Father, what's happened to you? Who was the one who had injured my father and left him in such a state? Who did this? That voice was so loud that its source seems to be shouting herself hoarse and instantly drew everyone's attention. All the crowd saw was Huang Feifei, who was lying on top of Elder Huang's body as her bloodshot gaze darted all over her surroundings before finally resting upon Gu Ruoyun. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Was it you? Were you the one responsible for hurting my father? I'm going to kill you." Huang Feifei rose to her feet immediately and charged like a madwoman towards Gu Ruoyun. Her hair was in disarray as if she has lost her sanity. Smack! However, before Huang Feifei could reach Gu Ruoyun, a swift and sharp-eyed medicine sect disciple slapped her. Soon after that, the disciple stared adoringly at Gu Ruoyun and looked absolutely pleased with his achievement. "Linny, you dare to raise your hand against me? Did you forget how you had once tried to get into my good graces? Besides, you had promised me that you would help me in my plot against this Gu Ruoyun woman." Huang Feifei was thoroughly maddened. She never thought that Lin Yi, who had once tried to curry favor from her, would end up protecting this woman and had slapped her out of the way. However, since Huang Feifei has been crippled and had lost her powers, she does not have the right to join the general meeting. Hence, she was not aware of what had happened earlier on. She had only just managed to find a gap and slipped in, intending to sneak a peek at how her own father would tyrannize Gu Ruoyun. However, she did not think that she would end up seeing her father, who was close to death, lying on the plaza. What angered her the most was that no one in the medicine sect had bothered to treat her father. They had just left him lying there. Huang Feifei then lost all sense of rationality and had charged right out from the crowd. "Huang Feifei, what bullshit tea are you spouting?" Lin Yi grew anxious when he heard Huang Feifei's claims and roared crudely, "How could I possibly have tried to curry favor from you? You dare to slander me by saying that I had plotted against Grandmaster Gu? Who do you think you are? You're only a good-for-nothing now. Without Elder Huang as your backbone, your madness is for sh*t." In order to prove his resolution, Lin Yi walked up to Huang Feifei and spat on her as he said these words. Huang Feifei quickly raised her hand to block the spittle but could do nothing stop the stink from his saliva. His bad breath nearly made her faint. She stared at Lin Yi hatefully while her face flushed red as if she had been completely humiliated. Everyone else finally returned to their senses and quickly turned towards Huang Feifei. After all, this was a good opportunity for them to display their loyalty to Gu Ruoyun. If they made her happy, perhaps they would be able to break through with any of her pills. What are all of you going to do? As Huang Feifei stared at those unscrupulous eyes, she could no longer care about the unconscious Elder Huang who was lying on the ground. She crawled to her feet and tried to run, but the way out was now blocked by someone else. She was completely surrounded. "I'm telling you! My father is a member of Wind Valley. This time, a physician has arrived from Wind Valley and that physician is the only one with the ability to refine pills. If you all plan on crossing me now, the consequences will be unthinkable. Wind Valley will never spare any of you." "Ah, right, where's Wind Valley?" At the mention of these words, Huang Feifei suddenly came to her senses. Why have the members of Wind Valley mysteriously vanished and had left my father lying on the ground so close to death? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 965, Elderfang's Plea, 4. Chapter 965, Elderfang's Plea, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What on earth has happened? Wind Valley? Ha, Huang Feifei, are you unaware that Wind Valley has abandoned your father? Are you still hoping that they would stand up for your father now?
One disciple burst into laughter and spoke in a voice dripping with disdain. In the medicine sect, Elder Huang's era is over. You, Huang Feifei, are no longer the eldest lady of the medicine sect. Only the Lord Sect Master has the power to make decisions, and you want to cause harm to Grand Master Gu, but.
That's right, what kind of person is Grand Master Gu that an idiot like you can shout at her in such a manner? Huang Feifei, go back to the urinal and take a good look at your reflection. Perhaps if you saw how you look like right now, you'd have the urge to pound your own head to death. You want to avenge Elder Huang? That's fine. Let me tell you this, each one of us in the medicine sect should have beaten Elder Huang up. Not only has he offended Grand Master Gu, he had even tried to usurp the sect master's position. We won't kill him so easily just yet, we'll let him live for now so we can slowly torture him. Wait a minute. Grand Master Gu? Suddenly, Huang Feifei caught on to the phrase and responded sluggishly, What Grand Master Gu? I've never met this Grand Master Gu. I've never offended him, have you all made a mistake? Hee, Linny sneered and replied with contempt, Gu Ruoyan is Grand Master Gu. Oh, that's right, I forgot that the sect master had not allowed you to join the general meeting at all, so you aren't aware of the situation. Gu Ruoyan is Grand Master Gu. Elder Feng of Wind Valley had failed to refine the pill, but Grand Master Gu had managed to successfully refine it instead. Furthermore, Elder Feng had previously made a promise that if Grand Master Gu was actually able to refine the pill, he would ask her to be his master instead. Eldest Lady Feng Xiaoxiao has even invited Grand Master Gu to become the chief pill master of Wind Valley. Do you really think that Wind Valley is going to stand up for you too now? Stop joking around. Slam. These words were like a flash of lightning on a clear day and struck Huang Feifei into a daze. Elder Feng had failed to refine the pill? Yet. Gu Ruoyun had succeeded instead? No. That's impossible. I won't believe this. This woman can't possibly have this kind of talent. It's a lie, these people are trying to trick me. Huang Feifei screamed maniacally, Linny, this woman must have seduced you, which is why you're now helping her. Haha, how could she possibly have the ability to refine pills? Stop lying to me, I don't believe your words. Thud. Linny kicked Huang Feifei once again and fiercely knocked her a few steps back. He then sneered, Huang Feifei, is Grand Master Gu someone that you can humiliate? If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone else here. All of us can serve as witnesses. Huang Feifei was shaken. She stared at the look of disdain on every face in the crowd and staggered back before landing with her butt down on the ground. Her heart felt as if it was being torn to shreds at this moment. She glared fiercely at Gu Ruoyun with her bloodshot eyes as if she wanted to carve a few bloody cavities on her body, but I really can't understand how this woman has managed to run into such good luck to actually manage to refine a pill in such a timely manner. Otherwise, those people from Wind Valley would never treat my father this way. All of this is her fault. Even now, Huang Feifei still refuses to face her own sins and continued to push all of the blame onto Gu Ruoyun's head. Especially since the impish yet beautiful man that she has fallen for was now standing right next to Gu Ruoyun. This made her feel even more dissatisfied. If only her father had managed to successfully gain the position to become the medicine sect master, this man would be kissing her feet by now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 966, Elderfang's Plea, 5. Chapter 966, Elderfang's Plea, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What a madwoman. As Huang Feifei was tottering at the brink of collapse, that evil-sounding voice was the last straw and caused her face to change from its initial shade of red to white. She stared hopelessly and weakly at the face which could topple a nation. The man did not seem to notice her extreme depth of sorrow as a mildly frosty smile hung on his enticing red lips. It seems that this is all there is to the medicine sect by allowing a madwoman like her to attain such a high level. These words made Gao Lin flush red. His elderly face automatically sank. Guards, take Huang Feifei away. Our medicine sect is not the place for any random folk. Even though Gao Lin was not aware of Zhuo Shengqian's identity, he could tell based on his conversation with the eldest lady of Wind Valley that he must be from the first city as well. cultivators from the first city are not people whom he could afford to offend. Besides, he certainly does not plan on sparing Huang Feifei and her father. No. As she watched the two medicine sect disciples approaching her, Huang Feifei finally returned to her senses and cried out maniacally. She slowly transferred her hateful glare from Gu Ruoyun's face onto Zhuo Shengchen as if he was a fickle husband who had cast his son and wife away. You be ****, you dare to treat me in this manner? My father had previously gone to discuss marriage with you, yet you had felt inferior and believed that you weren't good enough for me, so you had rejected the offer. I didn't think that you would set your sights upon this woman so quickly. Aren't you simply basing this on her stroke of luck and successfully refining the pill? If she had not managed to become a pill master, would you have tried to curry favor with her? A selfish man like you will never meet with a good end either. As she said these words, Huang Feifei did not seem to notice the peculiar stares from the people around her. After all, the previous scene has been completely mapped into the eyes of many. Hence, even if the crowd was still uncertain of Zhuo Shengchen's identity, they do know that he was from the first city. Yet, Huang Feifei was actually crying out and claiming that a cultivator of the first city was not good enough for her? She has too high of an opinion of herself. Just then, a disciple sneered and spoke in a disdainful voice, Huang Feifei, we've forgotten to inform you about another thing. Earlier on, that elder from Wind Valley had tried to entice Grandmaster Gu over and over again, but Grandmaster Gu had rejected him. Initially, the eldest lady of Wind Valley was about to create difficulties, but when this evildoer of a man had appeared, he had stopped the eldest lady with only his words. Yet you are somehow under the impression that he had rejected you simply because he felt inferior to you? I reckon that he's never even liked you. Ha ha ha. What? Huang Feifei widened her eyes in shock and stared at the man's peerless features in disbelief. Did they just say that the eldest lady of Wind Valley, Feng Xiaoxiao, had been sent away by this man? This means that his status is greater than Feng Xiaoxiao's, but didn't father tell me previously that this man had rejected me because he had felt far too inferior? Hurry up, take her away and send her to be punished immediately. Gao Lin carefully glanced at Zhuo Shengchen's gloomy yet peerless features and quickly barked the order fiercely. The medicine sect disciples, ignoring Huang Feifei's vexed raging curses, stiffly hauled her away. The conclusion that awaited Huang Feifei would be a tragic one, but no one pitied her at all. She has reaped what she had sown. Had she not constantly relied on her status as Elder Huang's daughter to rain tyrannical abuse, would she have ended up kicking a hornet's nest? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 967, Elder Feng's Plea, 6. Chapter 967, Elder Feng's Plea, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Gu Ruoyun did not show much of a reaction to the medicine sect disciples' actions. Her clear and cool eyes were turned towards Bai Zhongtian next to her as she gently raised the corner of her lips. Master, you say you want to learn the art of pill refinement? How about this, I have some time off later, I can teach you then. Hearing this, a smile bloomed on Bai Zhongtian's face like a magnificent chrysanthemum. He then rubbed his hands gleefully. This is simply too good to be true, precious disciple. Let's go to the room now to research the art of pill refinement. Gao Lin, who had caught sight of this, was immediately filled with envy. He could not help but feel jealous over Bai Zhongtian's good luck. Why is it that I've not been able to receive such an abnormal disciple? Oh, that's right. Gu Ruoyun seems to have remembered something as she paused and turned towards Gao Lin. Sect Master, since this pill formula had been provided by the medicine sect and I've caused quite a bit of disturbance over the past few days, please consider this pill as my gift to you. You can use it now if you wish. However, it would be best if you consume it after you've broken through to the rank of a high-level martial supreme. As she spoke, Gu Ruoyun tossed the pill at Gao Lin. Gao Lin had gone into a mild daze before he quickly caught the pill. His expression was full of excitement. He simply had not expected Gu Ruoyun to gift the pill to him. After all, this was an actual pill and not even 100 pill formulas could be exchanged for one genuine pill. After all, if one was unable to refine the pill, that pill formula was equivalent to a scrap piece of paper. This cannot be compared at all. Xiao Yuner, you're certainly biased. Zhuo Shengchen curled his lips and looked absolutely hurt. Come on, I've helped you out a great deal, so why haven't you gifted me with a few pills yet? Gu Ruoyun rolled her eyes. This pill isn't really of much use to you. Zhuo Shengchen chuckled as he stared seductively at Gu Ruoyun. Xiao Yuner, if it's a pill that you've refined with your own hands, I can at least consume it like a piece of candy even if it's of no use to me. Candy? Hearing this, the crowd twitched their mouths fiercely. Treating a precious pill as candy. Perhaps only a cultivator from the first city would dare to say such a thing. After all, pill masters are extinct in the secular world. Forget about even mentioning about pills.
Fourth prince, you are certainly extravagant.
Gu Ruoyan glanced at him and smiled faintly. However, I can't fulfill your insatiable appetite. Let's go, master.
Bai Zhongtian was mildly dazed as he turned towards Gu Ruoyan with a sense of uncertainty. Little girl, this kid is from the first city after all, and he had helped you to chase the cultivators of Wind Valley away.
Is it wise to treat him like this? It's fine, he's used to it.
Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders and replied in a nonchalant manner.
Used to it?
Hearing this, Bai Zhongtian's forehead throbbed. He could not help but pity Zhu Shangqian.
However, little girl, why is he helping you so much? Is he interested in you? But don't you have a fiancé, Adat? Bai Zhongtian took another look at Zhu Shangqian, then turned back to Gu Ruoyan, questioning her in a curious manner. Fiancé.
When Gu Ruoyan heard that word, she could not help but think of the silver-haired and peerless-looking man in crimson robes.
The expression on her face softened as well.
After a long pause, she replied, Master, that evildoer is only protecting me for my older brother's sake. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot hide his innate homosexual nature. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 968, Elderfang's Plea, 7. Chapter 968, Elderfang's Plea, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Innate homosexual nature?
That's right, he's deeply in love with my older brother, Gu Shengxiao.
Bai Zhongtian gaped in shock. He found it difficult to imagine that this man, whose face could cause the downfall of cities, would turn out to like men exclusively? If word of this were to get out, I wonder how many women would end up heartbroken because of this.
Those who had attended the medicine sect's general meeting were all well-known physicians on the mainland. Hence, within the span of 3 short days, news of everything which had transpired in the medicine sect had spread like wildfire on the mainland. Of course, in contrast to the Huang father and daughter pair, what shocked everyone the most was that the holy doctor's disciple, that woman Gu Ruoyan, had managed to successfully refine a pill. That was an actual pill, an item which had been extinct from the mainland for such a long time. No one had expected a 20-year-old girl to have the ability to refine a pill. However, compared to the noise in world outside, the medicine sect has been particularly quiet. This was because Gao Lin had ordered that no one should disturb Gu Ruoyan at all. Hence, during the past 3 days, Gu Ruoyan and Bai Zhongtian had been able to single-mindedly hide away in the room and refine pills. As for Xiao Linyu, he stood aside and acted as their assistant. It was a good thing that Bai Zhongtian was gifted and intelligent. Even though he was already in his 50s, he had been able to easily pick up on the steps of refining pills. Of course, refining pill requires a step-by-step progress. During the past 3 days, Gu Ruoyan had not allowed him to refine the Supreme Mystery Pill. Instead, she had started him off with the basic-level spirit-gathering pill. After all, if a person who has never refined a pill before were to challenge themselves with the Supreme Mystery Pill right off the bat, this was equivalent to someone who had just entered the cultivation world wanting to battle with a martial supreme. This was simply impossible. Furthermore, the reason Elderfang had failed had not been simply because he had only skimmed the surface of his knowledge in pill refinement. It had been mostly because of that fact that had been his first time to refine a pill, and the level of challenge he had faced with was simply too great. This had then led to his ultimate failure. At last. I've successfully refined a pill. A maniacal laugh suddenly burst out from the room. Bai Zhongtian held the pill in his hand as his eyes sparkled with excitement. His disheveled hair had become even messier at this moment. His gaze then fell upon Gu Ruoyan as he furrowed his brows and asked, By the way, little girl, why is this pill which I just refined different from the one you had refined in the plaza? Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders. The pill I had refined is called the Supreme Mystery Pill. Based on your current level of power, you would not be able to successfully refine it yet. Therefore, I've started you off with refining an entry-level pill. This spirit-gathering pill would not be of any use to you, but it can multiply the cultivation speed of a cultivator at the rank of a martial general and below by 3 to 4 times. Oh, so that's why. Bai Zhongtian nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to come to his senses and instantly gripped Gu Ruoyan's shoulder. That's not right. Little girl, didn't you say that the Supreme Mystery Pill was the first pill you've refined and that you've never come into contact with any other pills prior to that? Then what is this spirit-gathering pill? You would believe everything that I say? Gu Ruoyan rolled her eyes at him. When have you become so naive? At that time, she had said those things on purpose for the others to hear. Otherwise, the cultivators of Wind Valley would have guessed that she has other pills on hand. By then, Wind Valley may not even care about the first city's rules and would try to snatch all of her pills. You damned girl. Bai Zhongtian rolled his eyes irritably, fully intending to chastise this little girl, but he could not do it. All he could do was to restrain himself from blowing up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 969, Elder Feng's Plea, 8. Chapter 969, Elder Feng's Plea, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Grandmaster Gu, Wind Valley's Elder Feng is here for a visit. Wind Valley's Elder Feng? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow. The members of Wind Valley are still around? I don't know. Bai Zhongtian shook his head as his eyes filled with vigilance. This old fellow's visit does not bode well. Nope, we shan't meet him. What a joke. Why should I allow this old fart from Wind Valley to meet my disciple? I've certainly not forgotten that this old geezer had previously tried to steal my precious disciple. Master, since he's already here, let's see what he wants, Gu Ruoyun said as she gently curled the corners of her lips. A light then flashed in her eyes. I understand your concern, but regardless of how bold Wind Valley may be, they wouldn't possibly attack in broad daylight. Therefore, I should be in no danger. This. Bai Zhongtian hesitated for a moment before he finally nodded. All right, I'd like to find out what kind of wicked plan this old geezer has in store. Gu Ruoyun turned to face the tightly shut room door and replied in a light voice, let him in. Yes, Grandmaster Gu. As soon as the medicine sect's disciple had finished speaking, the door was pushed open and a white-robed elder Feng entered the room. He hesitated a little at the threshold before he walked forward at a more determined pace towards Gu Ruoyun with his back straight. One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Speak, what is your business here? Bai Zhongtian scoffed. He does not have any fondness for Wind Valley's members. He never forgot how they had helped Elder Huang and Huang Feifei to oppress his beloved disciple. Elder Feng instantly looked extremely guilty. He was about to fly into a rage, but he managed to hold it in for some unknown reason. He then turned his clear and bright eyes towards Gu Ruoyun and slowly said, I am here to honor my promise. Promise? What promise? Gu Ruoyun was mildly dazed as she stared at Elder Feng suspiciously. I had previously said that if you were to successfully refine a pill, I will then pay my respects to you as my master. I am now honoring my promise to you. Elder Feng's reply seemed to have sapped all the strength from him. His expression was no longer arrogant. In fact, he seems to look very much humbled. Elder Feng's sudden change surprised Gu Ruoyun and Bai Zhongtian. After all, this old fellow had not seemed like the type of person who would willingly keep his promises. He was able to honor his promise and pay his respects to Gu Ruoyun as his master? Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders at the thought and smiled in a nonchalant manner. I've long forgotten about that matter, so there's no need for you to remember it so clearly, Elder Feng. I can consider it as though you haven't mentioned a thing. No, I must keep my promise. Elder Feng seemed very determined. He then fixed his gaze on Gu Ruoyun. I know that I had been far too brash in the beginning and I had treated you with disdain. Now, I've been thoroughly subdued by your powers. Hence, this is why I want to pay respects to you as my master. Why? Gu Ruoyun smiled as she asked. However, her smile held a sense of contempt. You had previously tried to force me to become your disciple and now you want to force me to take you as my apprentice? Is this the style of conduct befitting a cultivator from Wind Valley? Elder Feng looked absolutely destitute when he heard this. He then replied in embarrassment, Miss Gu, I have indeed recognized my mistakes. Don't worry, I'm not forcing you nor will I allow Wind Valley to force you either. You are a powerful cultivator and you deserve to command respect. Even if you aren't willing to accept me as your disciple at this moment, you will forever be my master in my heart. After saying these words, he did not give Gu Ruoyun a chance to reply as he immediately turned around to head out of the room. His figure soon disappeared under the brilliant rays of the afternoon sun. Has this fellow taken the wrong medication? What is he doing? Bai Zhongtian asked as he stared at Elder Feng incredulously. He simply could not understand what that old man had been playing at. He does not believe that Elder Feng was the type of person who would keep his promises. Also, Elder Feng definitely was not an open and candid person. This must be a crafty plot from Wind Valley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 970, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint, 1. Chapter 970, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Perhaps there's someone who can answer our questions. Gu Ruoyun had suddenly caught sight of a magnificent peach blossom figure and she smiled slightly. Bai Zhongtian shivered when he heard this.
He then followed Gu Ruoyun's line of sight and turned around. An indolent and evil-looking figure instantly appeared before his eyes. Bai Zhongtian then remembered what Gu Ruoyun's statement and was suddenly enlightened. Xiao Yuner, a day away from you can really feel like 3 long years to me. We haven't seen each other for 3 days now and it feels as long as an entire century, Zhuo Shengqian said as his peerlessly beautiful features lifted into an impish smile. The corners of his mouth were curled into an enticing angle as he slowly walked into the room. He then softly batted his beautiful peach blossom eyes and teased her, "Do you not feel moved by my words? If that's the case, come and give me a hug, alright?" Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched slightly. She stared at him and was completely at a loss for words. "I'm only curious as to why you're here? Could it be that the Darkeen Palace's young master has nothing to do every day? Besides, I still don't know why you've come to the medicine sect." Gu Ruoyun had emphasized the words Darkeen Palace on purpose. 3 black lines immediately appeared on Zhuo Shengqian's forehead when he heard this, but he quickly returned to his indolent and impish stance. The smile on his face became even more pronounced. "If I told you that I've come here for the sake of the pill formula, would you believe me?" "Not in the least." Gu Ruoyun did not believe Zhuo Shengqian's explanation at all. She knows very clearly that this evil man's trip to the medicine sect had not been simply for the sake of the pill formula. He must have other business here, but since she could see that this impish man would not tell her anything more, she let go of the need to get to the bottom of things. She knows that this impish man would never do anything to hurt her no matter what. Zhuo Shengqian smiled. His smile no longer held his usual evil and charming air, it was a comforting smile. "Do you want to know the reason why Elder Feng had come to meet you?" Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and replied nonchalantly, "Regardless of what he plans to do, I won't possibly do as he wishes. It doesn't really matter to me if I find out about his actual purpose in asking to become my apprentice or not. Since she does not have any plans to fulfill Elder Feng's request, how could his schemes relate to her in any way? She would never give him a chance at all." Zhuo Shengqian glanced at Gu Ruoyun's delicate and pretty features before he lifted the corners of his lips and said, "Elder Feng of Wind Valley certainly does not have good morals, you can tell that from his relationship with Huang Chuan. However, he does have a few good attributes and one of them is sincerity." He then paused before continuing, "Elder Feng is Wind Valley's chief physician and his powers aren't too shabby either. Don't judge him simply because he stays by Feng Xiaoxiao's side." In truth, he had followed Feng Xiaoxiao not because of her name but because of her ability. He has always pursued anyone who has the power to control the entire medicine sect. Gu Ruoyun raised her brow. So what this evildoer is saying is that Elder Feng would listen to the orders of the medicine sect's young sect master? Of course, there was nothing wrong with this manner of thinking, it simply shows the tendencies of a social climber. Zhuo Shengqian managed to see right through Gu Ruoyun's thoughts in one glance and his smile carried a sense of evil. "I know that you've had a bad impression of Elder Feng and I despise him as well. However, his loyalty is not to Feng Xiaoxiao but the Valley Lord of Wind Valley. He has only ever listened to orders from Wind Valley's Valley Lord. Since Feng Xiaoxiao is the young Valley Lord of Wind Valley, he was responsible to protect her. If the title of young Valley Lord was to fall to another person, he would do the same for the new young Valley Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 971, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint, 2. Chapter 971, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As for his other virtue, he would set aside all his arrogance for anyone who was more powerful than him and hold that person in the highest esteem. He had previously treated you in that arrogant manner simply because you had only been a gifted genius and not a cultivator that he could look up to. Now that you've successfully refined a pill, it would be logical that he would want to acknowledge you as his master, but... Zhuo Shengqian smiled. Of course, he does have selfish motives for making you his master. His selfish motives are for Wind Valley's sake. It goes without saying this Elder Feng is indeed extremely loyal to Wind Valley. He knows that it's useless to be too forceful with you at this moment, so he had decided to humble himself. If you do take him as your disciple, I anticipate that you would not be able to sit idly by should Wind Valley encounter any dangers. That is Elder Feng's one and only selfish motive. Gu Ruoyun chuckled softly before she replied with a clear and cold gaze, I have no interest in him nor do I have any intentions of taking him as my disciple. However, do tell me the situation in Wind Valley. You can start with the fire spirit beasts for example. This was the information that the little vermilion bird wanted to find out. After all, she has just taken in a little brother, but this little brother's clan had been imprisoned by Wind Valley. As the older sister, she would naturally want to avenge her little brother. Besides, Gu Ruoyun has a feeling that once she enters First City, she would certainly encounter members from Wind Valley. Since that was the case, it would be best for her to know more about Wind Valley. The Valley Lord of Wind Valley is truly a powerful cultivator, and his strength is not only confined to the aspect of power but in many other aspects as well. Zhou Shengchen may not have a favorable impression of Wind Valley, he could not help but admire the Valley Lord of Wind Valley's power. However, Wind Valley is barren of male successors. The Valley Lord has only one son and one daughter. The young master of Wind Valley had exceptionally impressive natural talent and is also the true young Valley Lord of Wind Valley. However, a powerful unnamed cultivator had plotted against him and crippled him of his powers. Even his life had been on the brink of imminent peril. In order to save him, the Valley Lord of Wind Valley had given everything he had, which resulted in the regression of his own powers as well. Gu Ruoyan did not say a thing as she listened to Zhou Shengchen's account with utmost seriousness. Her clear and cold pupils were like the still waters of an ancient well, no one could tell what she was thinking. During that period of time, Wind Valley was in turmoil. It was also at that moment that Feng Xiaoxiao had stepped out and single-handedly pacified the chaos in Wind Valley. She was also able to show her abilities to the Valley Lord and gained the position of Young Valley Lord. Now, the world is under the impression that it was Feng Xiaoxiao's outstanding talent which had allowed her to usurp her brother's position. However, they aren't aware of the fact that the young master of Wind Valley had been crippled of his powers and no longer has the ability to assume the position of Young Valley Lord. Gu Ruoyan fell silent for a moment before she raised her head to look at Zhou Shengchen. The fact that the young master of Wind Valley is actually a good-for-nothing must be a secret in First City. How did you find out about this? Zhou Shengchen smiled. Xiao Yuner, have you forgotten the Darking Palace's role in West Spirit Mainland? There's nothing in this world that can escape my knowledge. Besides, there's one more thing you should know. Feng Xiaoxiao and the young master of Wind Valley have the same father but have different mothers. Gu Ruoyan shook and stared at Zhou Shengchen in astonishment. Why are you telling me this? Are you trying to imply that Feng Xiaoxiao had something to do with the young master of Wind Valley's crippled powers? I am only making a guess. Zhou Shengchen shrugged his shoulders. After all, Feng Xiaoxiao had the motive to do so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 972, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint, 3. Chapter 972, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Besides, during the time when the Valley Lord's wife had been unable to conceive, Feng Xiaoxiao's mother, who was a servant at that time, took advantage of the situation and devised a plot towards the Valley Lord. She then successfully became pregnant with Feng Xiaoxiao. However, the Valley Lord was deeply in love with his wife and had initially planned to execute the lowly servant. The Valley Lord's wife took pity on the child in her belly, so they had decided to execute her after she had given birth to the child. Hence, Feng Xiaoxiao was born, but to the outside world, it was the Valley Lord's wife who had given birth to Feng Xiaoxiao. Later on, the Valley Lord's wife's infertility was cured and the young master of Wind Valley was born. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyan's gaze flickered as she slowly raised the corners of her lips. It looks like Feng Xiaoxiao may not be what she seems. However, Gu Ruoyan could not help but admire the fact that Feng Xiaoxiao was indeed very intelligent. She was far more intelligent than the other women she has met. If it had not been for Zhou Shengchen's words, she would never have guessed that Feng Xiaoxiao would have done such a thing for the sake of usurping the position of young Valley Lord. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. Zhou Shengchen mildly raised the corners of his lips and smiled. If you're making the trip to the First City, don't forget to come and find me at the Darking Palace. Also, once you've reached the rank of a Martial Saint, I'll tell you about the world beyond the Martial Saint rank. Zhou Shengchen glanced at Gu Ruoyan, who had plunged into deep thought before he turned and walked out the door. Just as he stepped out of the room, his impish features sank in a split second as a hint of anguish appeared in his peach blossom gaze. Young master. A gorgeous maidservant who had been waiting for him further up front walked towards him. She then joined her fists and bowed respectfully. Still no news of Gu Shengxiao? Zhou Shengchen pursed his red lips. His eyes were filled with anxiety. The gorgeous maidservant lowered her head, joined her fists and bowed in reply, reporting to young master. According to the information gathered from members of Darking Palace, we have not managed to find Sir Gu at all. Young master, is it really true that we can't let Lady Gu find out about this at all? Xiao Yuner can't know about this matter at all. Zhou Shengchen shook his head, suppressing the anxiety he felt in his heart. He then steadied his breathing and continued, if she ever finds out about Gu Shengxiao's disappearance, she would fly into madness. Besides, I still have no clue as to where Gu Shengxiao's whereabouts could be. It won't hurt for us to tell her after the Darking Palace has made a thorough investigation. Xiao Yuner needs to grow right now, so I believe that Shengxiao would not be comfortable with causing his younger sister to worry. Zhou Shengchen's heart would throb fiercely whenever he remembers the news which he had received from the West Spirit mainland a few days ago. His hands would ball into tight fists by his side and his impish features would fill with a thick sense of bloodlust. Shangxiao, I will find you even if I have to journey to the end of the world. If I ever find out who's responsible for taking you away, I will give everything that I have to save you, but... Zhuo Shangqian took a deep breath and the seductive charm in the space between his brows vanished and was replaced by a sense of determination. He knows very well that even if Gu Ruoyun were to find out about Gu Xingxiao's disappearance, she would not be able to do anything about it. Instead, it would delay her pace. Coincidentally, this was not something that Gu Shengxiao would want to see. Hence, Zhuo Shangqian has to find his whereabouts alone. Send out an order that no one is to let Xiao Yuner know about this. Anyone who violates this order will be killed. When he finished his last syllable, an austere aura exploded from him like the sharp blade of a sword, piercing through the skies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 973, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint, 4. Chapter 973, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The gorgeous maidservant shuddered before she hurriedly responded with extreme deference, "This subordinate shall honor your order." The woman's beautiful image then transformed into a ray of light and disappeared from Zhuo Shangqian's eyes. Zhuo Shangqian turned to look at Gu Ruoyun's location before turning away again almost immediately. He murmured to himself, "Shangxiao, don't worry. I will take good care of Xiao Yuner and I will find you as well." Gu Ruoyun had been completely unaware of this. There was no way that she would find out about this at all. Hence, once Zhuo Shangqian has left, her gaze fell upon Bai Zhongtian once again. She gently raised her brow and asked, "Master, aren't you planning on consuming that pill?" "Oh, I nearly forgot." Bai Zhongtian suddenly remembered about the pill which Gu Ruoyun had given to him 3 days ago. He then swallowed it without another word. Gu Ruoyun was dumbstruck when she saw his actions. I had only reminded him so that he would not forget to take the pill, but I didn't think that he would swallow it now. After all, a Martial Supreme's breakthrough will create quite a powerful sensation. Without any preparation, this entire room might actually be blown to pieces. Soon, Gu Ruoyun's prediction came true. As soon as Bai Zhongtian had swallowed the pill, the power from within his body began to drain immediately. The entire guest room then exploded with a loud bang, exposing the both of them to the clear, bright sky. Boom! Boom, boom. The sound of continuous explosions could be heard as an endless amount of power began to spread out freely, destroying all the trees in the vicinity. The entire sky then turned dark and a powerful storm appeared above Bai Zhongtian's head. It almost looked like an enormous black hole had appeared and they would all be sucked into it. This is, Gao Lin, who had been discussing some matters with Lin Yang in the study, suddenly sensed the powerful storm. He immediately stood up and widened his eyes at the sight of the dark gray sky. This is the type of storm which will only appear during a martial saint's breakthrough. Could the Holy Doctor have had another breakthrough? How could this be? I remember that this old fellow had only just broken through to the rank of a high-level martial supreme not too long ago. He can't possibly rise to become a martial saint so quickly. No, this won't do. I must go and ask this fellow and find out what kind of luck he's run into. Whoosh! Once Gao Lin finished speaking, he hurriedly rushed out the door. He did not even have the time to give Lin Yang an explanation as he flew towards the storm's direction. The storm continued for quite a while before it gradually dissipated. At this moment, countless elders and disciples have gathered at the courtyard where Bai Zhongtian was standing and were all staring at him in admiration. After all, this was a martial saint. It was an existence that they all looked up to. No one thought that they would have the opportunity to witness the rare phenomenon of a martial saint's birth. They would have the right to boast about it now. After all, not everybody would have the chance to witness someone's martial saint breakthrough. It took Bai Zhongtian some time to come out from his daze after the storm has completely disappeared. His elderly eyes stared foolishly at Gu Ruoyun as he asked dazedly, "Little girl, what is the meaning of this? I had only swallowed a pill, why did I have a breakthrough after that? Could it be?" Bai Zhongtian thought of something and his entire body quivered. Could it be that this pill has the ability to allow a high-level martial supreme to break through to the level of a martial saint immediately? Heavens, this was an existence that defies the heavens. A martial saint was exceptionally powerful, yet this pill had the ability to cause a high-level martial supreme to break through to the martial saint rank. If word of this were to get out, Wind Valley would definitely not let Gu Ruoyun slip away ever again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 974, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 1. Chapter 974, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. By Zhongtian, our powers had been on par in the past. I never thought I would actually end up lagging behind you, but I must still congratulate you on your achievement. An elderly figure had suddenly appeared out of thin air before Gao Lin's features, then gradually came into view. He smiled as he stared at the old man who was standing on the ground as he spoke sincerely. Bai Zhongtian slowly came to his senses and chuckled. Luck, it's really just luck. He would never admit the pill's effect in broad daylight. Otherwise, it would cause his precious disciple a lot of trouble. Luck? Gao Lin laughed. I certainly don't believe that luck has anything to do with a martial saint breakthrough. Also, Holy Doctor, are you aware that once you've broken through to the martial saint rank, cultivators from the first city will most definitely come and extend an invitation to you to enter the first city? You must make the necessary preparations. Hearing this, Bai Zhongtian became silent. After a long pause, his elderly features then lit up with a smile. The first city? I'm certainly interested in the first city. Besides, that is also the place where most cultivators have yearned for in their dreams. Only when one is there could one achieve even greater breakthroughs. If I could have that opportunity, what's wrong with going on an adventure? Bai Zhongtian's eyes were filled with self-admiration while his tone of voice was filled with pride. He believes that his precious disciple would step into that place soon. Since that was the case, as her master, he has the responsibility to survey that place first. Naturally, Gu Ruoyun was aware of what Bai Zhongtian was thinking. She smiled lightly and turned to face Gao Lin, who was standing next to her. Sect Master Gao, my arrival in the medicine sect has caused a disturbance during the past few days. I intend on leaving tomorrow, so... Gao Lin was shaken as he managed to detect the meaning behind Gu Ruoyun's words. He then laughed softly as he replied, Gu girl, since you successfully refined a pill, I, Gao Lin, shall honor my promise. The Northern Bloc territory is now yours. However, I need to remind you about one thing. Even though the Northern Bloc territory is a land that belongs to the medicine sect, there are a few powerful forces who refuse to admit to this fact. When that time comes, I'm afraid that you'll have to find a way to make them submit on your own. Of course, if you should require help in any aspect, the medicine sect will offer you our strongest support. Your promise, Sect Master Gao, is enough, Gu Ruoyun nodded. Shall we commence with the territory transition now? All right. Gu girl, come with me to the study. Gao Lin smiled gently. Even though the Northern Bloc territory had brought many great benefits to the medicine sect, they were nothing compared to pills. Thus, even though he has given that territory away, he does not feel the pinch at all. The territory transition happened very quickly. Gao Lin only needed to produce an agreement, signed his name and stamped his fingerprint on it before handing it to Gu Ruoyun. Upon receiving the agreement, Gu Ruoyun did not delay any longer and walked out immediately. When the figure in green has left their sight, Gao Lin turned to Bai Zhongtian and asked, Holy Doctor, we've been friends for so many years now, so don't lie to me. You've only just had your high-level martial supreme breakthrough not too long ago. How were you able to become a martial saint so soon? Tell me what really happened. Bai Zhongtian chuckled, a martial saint? I expect that you'll have your breakthrough soon enough. That's nonsense, Gao Ling frowned as he glanced at Bai Zhongtian. Bai Zhongtian rolled his eyes when he heard this. Didn't that precious disciple of mine give you a pill as well? Swallow it once you've attained the rank of a high-level martial supreme and you'll immediately reach the martial saint rank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 975, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 2. Chapter 975, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gao Lin was speechless. He was stunned as he stared foolishly at Bai Zhongtian. Unable to comprehend the situation, he asked, What did you just say? Gao Lin, when have you become so stupid? I said it very clearly. This pill is known as the Supreme Mystery Pill and it can create a breakthrough for a martial supreme to the next level. Even though you can consume it now, it would be better for you to wait and swallow it only after you've reached the rank of a high-level martial supreme. Bai Zhongtian rolled his eyes as he stared disdainfully at the dazed and foolish-looking Gao Lin. Bai Zhongtian trusts Gao Lin deeply. After all, they have many years of camaraderie, so he was very clear about this old geezer's personality. Besides, Gu Ruoyun has already given Gao Lin a Supreme Mystery Pill. He would find out about the effects of the Supreme Mystery Pill sooner or later. Boom! Gao Lin's brain has exploded into smithereens and his eyes were in a daze. Clearly, Bai Zhongtian's words have shocked him into a stupor. A pill which allows a high-level martial supreme to break through to the rank of a martial saint? Is this an act of defiance against the heavens? Hence, long after Bai Zhongtian had left Gao Lin's line of sight, he still had not recovered from his shock at all. A ray of red light cast a contrasting scene within the ancient divine pagoda. Gu Ruoyun was standing within the ancient divine pagoda as she stared at the great door which was wide open. She then lifted the corners of her lips lightly as she mused, due to the influx of events, I had been unable to get a good look at the gifts in the 5th level of the ancient divine pagoda. Since I'm leaving the medicine sect tomorrow, I'm going to take the opportunity to enter the 5th level. Each time Gu Ruoyun had broken through 2 ranks, the ancient divine pagoda would reward her. There has been a long gap since the previous reward. She was only able to unlock the 5th level in the ancient divine pagoda after she managed to break through to the martial supreme rank. After reeling from her train of thought, Gu Ruoyun slowly entered the room. This room was absolutely empty and only a table appeared before her eyes. There was a yellowed piece of paper on the tabletop and Gu Ruoyun could not help but step towards it. This is... Gu Ruoyun picked up the yellowed paper on the table. A look of shock then appeared on her features when she read the contents of the paper, the flesh and bone regeneration pill? This pill has the ability to instantly restore the limb of a handicapped person. Furthermore, it would have no repercussions. The flesh and bone regenerating pill. This is precisely what I need. That was why Zixi had told me that if I wanted to restore Xia Linyu's arm, I must break through to the rank of Martial Supreme first. As it turns out, after I've reached the rank of a Martial Supreme, the ancient divine pagoda had bestowed me with the flesh and bone regeneration pill. I don't know if it's my own misconception, but I keep getting the feeling that the ancient divine pagoda seems to be able to predict what may happen in the future. It had been able to arrange everything according to what I've encountered. Otherwise, the reward on the 5th level wouldn't have been the flesh and bone regeneration pill. However, the flesh and bone regeneration pill may not be on par with the previous rewards she had received from the ancient divine pagoda. After all, it would be of no help when it comes to increasing her powers. However, it was something that she needed the most now. Hence, this was why Gu Ruoyun had a feeling as though her fate has been arranged by someone else. She took a deep breath at that thought and clutched the pill formula in her hand tightly. However, her clear and cold eyes were leaping with joy. Regardless, I can restore Yuer's arm with the flesh and bone regeneration pill. Even though Xia Linyu had never mentioned it, Gu Ruoyun could sense the feeling of inferiority deep within his heart. He had once been considered a genius, so how could he endure such a blow? She would do anything to help him overcome his handicap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 976, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 3. Chapter 976, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, the medicinal herbs required to refine the flesh and bone regeneration pill are quite expensive. The Imperial Spirit of Celestial Fortune Herb, the Purple Cloud Ginseng, or the Ice Crystal Star Anise Blossom are all priceless treasures. Anyone who wishes to find these herbs would need to try their luck in the Northern Block territory. Since that's the case, I'll have to leave by tonight. I won't wait for tomorrow. Perhaps leaving a day earlier would mean that Xia Linyu would be healed a day earlier as well. Besides, the Northern Block territory was located quite a distance away from the medicine sect. Now that she has the pill formula, she has to try her luck. Gu Ruoyun did not hesitate any longer at the thought of this. After leaving the ancient divine pagoda, she quickly met up with Bai Zhongtian to say her goodbyes. While Bai Zhongtian was rather curious as to why Gu Ruoyun was so anxious to leave, he did not say very much and only gave her a few warnings before sending her down the mountain. As for Xia Linyu, he has naturally stayed by Gu Ruoyun's side. After all, based on her current level of power, she would be able to guarantee his safety as long as she does not bump into anyone from the first city. The Northern Block territory was located in the northern area of the mainland. It was near the icy snowfields where Gu Ruoyun had first met Grand Lord Hong Lian back then. Hence, there were many powerful cultivators in the Northern Block territory. If those powerful organizations were to join forces, not even the medicine sect would be able to stand up against them. Nevertheless, that would require the few great powers of Northern Block territory to actually join forces first of all. As the great forces were constantly locked in conflict, they could never possibly become allies. That was the reason why they had remained second to the medicine sect in terms of power. At this moment, the gates of Cloudy Wind City, which was situated within the Northern Block territory, was constantly in a restless state. Everyone was whispering to one another, but no one could tell what their subject of discussion was about. 2 guards were standing tall by the city gates. They were unmovable and steadfast like mountains as they stared icily at the restless crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cloudy Wind City has received a letter of challenge from the Snow Jade Bandits. We will be engaging in battle with the Snow Jade Bandits over the next few days. Our governor has issued an order that anyone who wishes to enter Cloudy Wind City must join our battle against the Snow Jade Bandits. Everyone else must leave if they don't wish for their lives to be in danger. Russell. The crowd exploded into a cacophony of discussion when they heard this. However, their faces no longer displayed their previous anxiety. In fact, it was now replaced by a sense of panic. Many had even tried to avoid eye contact with the guards, terrified of getting themselves involved. The Snow Jade Bandits? Gu Ruoyun furrowed her brows as she glanced at the tightly shut city gate. No one could tell what she was thinking. Just then, a young man noticed Gu Ruoyun, who showed no signs of moving, and kindly reminded her, "Miss, why are you still standing here? The Snow Jade Bandits' powers are extremely terrifying. If you don't escape in time, you might endanger your life." The Snow Jade Bandits. Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow and asked, unconvinced, "I wonder where these Snow Jade Bandits come from." "Miss, you've never heard of the Snow Jade Bandits?" The youth stared at Gu Ruoyun in astonishment, as if he never expected to encounter someone in the Northern Bloc territory who was ignorant of the Snow Jade Bandits' existence. However, he soon explained kindly, "It is said that all three of the Snow Jade Bandits' leaders have already reached the rank of Martial Supremes. People like us are no match for the Snow Jade Bandits, so it's best to hurry up and leave." The crease on Gu Ruoyun's brow deepened as she faintly replied, "I'm only passing by. Besides, I still need to hurry on my way. The dispute between Cloudy Wind City and the Snow Jade Bandits is none of my business. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 977, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 4. Chapter 977, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When one of the somber, Mapu-like guards heard her statement, he took one look at her and spoke indifferently, "The members of the Snow Jade Bandits are already standing guard outside the other city gate. Anyone who goes out from there will be killed without a doubt. That's why the city governor has ordered me to relay the situation all of you. If you are certain that you want to enter the Cloudy Wind City, you must prepare yourself for battle against the Snow Jade Bandits. Otherwise, it's best that you all leave right now. Even if you're in a rush on your journey, it's better than throwing your life away." Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and replied with an exasperated look on her face, "Then I have no choice. I am in a huge hurry, so I must enter the Cloudy Wind City. Miss, don't be rash. It's not worth it if you throw your life away." The kind youth continued to try and advise Gu Ruoyun. After all, the Snow Jade Bandits were quite cruel. If such a delicate and pretty girl was to fall into their hands, she would end up being beaten black and blue. That would be too unfortunate. "I truly appreciate your kindness, but I'm really pressed for time, so I must continue on and enter the Cloudy Wind City." Gu Ruoyun smiled. She really wants to restore Xia Linyu's arm as soon as possible. Hence, even though she was not entirely comfortable with attracting trouble like this, she had no other choice. Xia Linyu did not say much, but his delicate features lifted into a small smile. His clear, limpid pupils were fixed upon the woman next to him, as if he would unconditionally support her in any decision she that makes. Sigh. The kind youth stared sympathetically at Gu Ruoyun and Xia Linyu. He looked as if he wanted to say something more, but the words would not come. In the end, he had kept quiet and quickly went on his way. After all, the Snow Jade Bandit's power was far too horrifying. He certainly does not want to entice calamity. This is your decision, and the Cloudy Wind City will not block your way outside the gate. However, you must prepare yourself for the Snow Jade Bandits' attack. The guard spoke in an icy cold tone before he slowly opened the city gate. He did not spare Gu Ruoyun a glance at all. Let's go. I want to restore your arm as soon as possible." Gu Ruoyun looked at the delicate youth next to her and smiled softly as she spoke. Her gaze was filled with determination and a mesmerizing light. The young man nodded and said with a bashful smile, "All right, I'll follow you." After he had spoken, the both of them stepped into the city gates as the crowd stared at them sympathetically. Soon, after the two had gone in, some who do not fear death or those who have enough power entered the Cloudy Wind City as well. The city gates were then slowly shut tight again. The city governor has arrived. Just as Gu Ruoyun had stepped through the city gates, a voice suddenly sounded and caught her attention. Her clear, cold eyes stared as a figure was slowly escorted through the crowd. The man's features were bright and handsome while his eyes were like stars. His embroidered robe set off his aura beautifully as the sunlight cast a warm glow on his being. One could not help but feel attracted to that man. It could be assumed that the cultivators who have just entered the Cloudy Wind City never expected the city governor to turn out to be such a handsome and young man. The dazzlingly bright light from his body made it difficult for others to turn away. However, Gu Ruoyun soon turned away and did not pay any further attention to the man. After all, with such a peerless man like Chen Beiyi by her side, other men, no matter how handsome they would not be able to match even a fraction of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 978, The Governor of Cloudy Wind City, 1. Chapter 978, The Governor of Cloudy Wind City, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Greetings, Governor. Under the bright, scorching sun, everyone on the street behaved neatly and in a disciplined manner as if it was a common practice for them. The crowd, which had been in the midst of a noisy discussion, called out their greetings in a respectful and orderly manner when they noticed the young man walking towards them. Now that it has been mentioned, the governor of Cloudy Wind City could be considered as a myth in the Northern Bloc territory. Do not judge him based on his warm and handsome looks. In truth, he was decisive and firm in attacks and has a reputation for his ruthless strategies. It was said that the Cloudy Wind City's governor had once been an old man whose power was at the rank of a marshal supreme. However, this young governor had then got rid of the old man and took on the position of the governor himself. However, the most unexpected of all was that this governor was really that young. He does not look very much older than 20 years of age. These are the people who wish to enter the Cloudy Wind City and fight with us. Wen Yan's gaze fell upon the crowd who had entered the city gates. A gentle yet warm smile was hanging from the corners of his lips and it enveloped the hearts of those in the crowd like a ray of sunlight. Even hearing him speak was a pleasure. One of the guards stepped forward, joined his fists and bowed in reverence, reporting to the Lord Governor, "They are indeed people who are in a rush on their journey, so they will join the fight with Cloudy Wind City." Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Wen Yan nodded and spoke in a warm and gentle voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to worry. I guarantee that you will be able to pass through Cloudy Wind City no matter what. As long as the Snow Jade bandits are destroyed, I will send my men to escort you on your way." "Thank you, Lord Governor." Hearing this, the numerous and idle cultivators who had crossed the city gates quickly joined their fists and bowed, replying with reverence. Gu Ruoyun had remained quiet as her eyes fell upon Wen Yan's figure. A near undetectable light then flashed across her lucid and elegant eyes. "Uncle Dongfang Xiaozi, who was as warm as the breeze, has always given me a sincere sense of intimacy. His warmth comes straight from his heart, making it difficult for others to resist. However, the warm features of the man before me belies a cold heart. Don't judge him based on the smile he carries, he gives off an unapproachable feeling." However, she certainly has no plans to develop any form of deep friendship one with the young governor. Leaving Cloudy Wind City was of the utmost importance to her now. Wen Yan mildly wrinkled his brow as if he could sense a pair of eyes surveying him. He followed the line of sight and turned. His eyes instantly met with a pair of lucid and elegant pupils. However, after he discovered that he was being sized up by a young woman, he turned away as he smiled gently and spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen." He spoke in a voice which seems to have been bathed in a spring breeze. "The Snow Jade bandits should be close to breaking through the back gate of Cloudy Wind City now. Hence, I'd like to ask you all to fight with me. We comply with your command, Lord Governor." High-spirited voices echoed throughout the streets, filled with a surge of hot passion. It was a very moving scene. Even Gu Ruoyun could not help but admire this young governor. If he does not have such a great ability to rally his supporters, he would never have been able to persuade these idle cultivators to listen to his commands so quickly. "Alright, let's be on our way then." Wen Yan smiled mildly as he stood bolt upright under the glaring sun, causing everyone around him to feel a great urge to stand up straight. At this moment, those people no longer looked like idle cultivators but resembled disciplined and well-trained soldiers instead. Cloudy Wind City has two city gates. One was the sliding door where Gu Ruoyun and the rest had entered, while the other was the unavoidable road leading out of Cloudy Wind City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 979, The Governor of Cloudy Wind City, 2. Chapter 979, The Governor of Cloudy Wind City, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Suddenly, a loud thump sounded from outside the city gate. The noise was like a giant who was waving his heavy fists and pounding against the iron sliding door from outside the city gates. The soldiers at the city gate could no longer guard against it any longer, but they had to hold on for the sake of the tens of thousands of ordinary people in the city. This was their duty and the Lord Governor's orders. However, no matter how much the soldiers wanted to hold on, with a final loud thumping noise, the solid gate was rammed wide open and countless bandits then charged into the city with swords and knives in hand. "Wen Yen, you brat, get your *SS out here and face your death." A middle-aged man who was dressed in a mink fur waistcoat stepped out from the crowd. His brawny and brutish features fill one with dread. He was followed by another man and a woman. The other man has a long scar from a knife wound on his face. The scar stretched from the corner of his eye all the way down to his lower jaw, making him look sinister and terrifying. The woman was dressed in glamorous crimson robes and was holding a long whip which had been soaked in poison in her hand. The difference between her and the other two was that the woman in red was very slender. However, it would be a fatal mistake to assume that she was weak based on her stature, which was like a slim willow branch trembling in the wind. Even though the woman in red held the last position amongst the three leaders, she was, in fact, the most vicious and cruel of the three. She has a preference for women, but any beautiful woman who ever caught her attention would end up being tortured to within an inch of her life. He. Suddenly, someone laughed softly. The young governor who has enjoyed such a famous reputation slowly stepped towards them, followed a group of people. He had a warm smile on his face the entire time, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all, which were now filled with an icy chill. "I never thought that the Snow Jade bandits would look so highly upon me and mobilize your entire hive. Even the three leaders have arrived. I wonder if I should laugh or cry. Wen Yen, I'll give you two choices. Either I destroy the Cloudy Wind City today and let every single citizen accompany you in death, or you can hand over the dragon blood fruit." The middle-aged man in the mink waistcoat furrowed his brows as he barked impatiently. "Big brother, why do we bother with such nonsensical banter? Kill him straight away and take the dragon blood fruit. That's all we need to do. It's this kid's fault for failing to recognize what's good for him, daring to fight with the Snow Jade bandits for a herb which has caught our eyes. He's simply looking for death." The man with the scar glared at Wen Yen as he replied fiercely. "The dragon blood fruit?" Gu Ruoyun shuddered as a sense of joy appeared in her clear and cold eyes. "That dragon blood fruit happens to be one of the herbs that I need to refine the flesh and blood regeneration pill. I never expected that I would run into such good luck and find one of the herbs upon entering the Northern Bloc territory." Apologies, Wen Yen did not flare up over their rudeness. Instead, he replied amiably, "I have my uses for this dragon blood fruit, so I can't give it to you. It's best that you all go back, please. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Snow Jade bandits will cease to exist in this world." "Wen Yen, you brat, you are far too arrogant." The woman in red, who was one of the three leaders, raised her brow as she spoke. Her eyes, like those of a poisonous snake's, landed upon Wen Yan's relaxed and handsome features. "You plan on destroying the Snow Jade bandits simply with the might of the Cloudy Wind City?" She then sneered disdainfully, "Aren't you indulging a little too much in fantasies? You are only a low-level marshal supreme. Even though you've managed to kill the previous governor, you are no match for the three of us. Besides, my big brother is now already at the rank of a mid-level marshal supreme. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 980, The Governor of Cloudy Wind City, 3. Chapter 980, The Governor of Cloudy Wind City, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wen Yan's gaze sank a little. He knows that this woman was speaking the truth. Even though he had been able to kill the previous governor, he was no match for the Snow Jade bandits. However, he could not give the dragon blood fruit up no matter what. Wen Yan slowly returned to his senses and replied in a calm and collected manner, "Three leaders, if you all wish to fight, then I, Wen Yan, will keep you company to the end. However, the dragon blood fruit was a birthday gift that I had planned to give to the Jiang family's lord. Are you sure you want to take it from me?" The Jiang family. The faces of the three leaders changed drastically when they heard these words. It was obvious that the Jiang family, which Wen Yan had mentioned, carries an earth-shattering power. Big brother, third sister, don't listen to that brat Wen Yan. So what if he had prepared it as a gift for the Jiang family? At least he hasn't sent it off yet. That also means that the dragon blood fruit does not belong to the Jiang family yet, so we won't incur any repercussions from the Jiang family. The members of the Jiang family wouldn't be that unreasonable. The man with the scar laughed as he stared disdainfully at Wen Yan. "Besides, you may say that this herb is for the Jiang family's lord, but where's the proof? Don't think that you can use excuses to fool us. We don't believe that you are affiliated with anyone from the Jiang family. Brothers, attack. Kill this piece of sh*t and bring me the dragon blood fruit." Wen Yan's gentle features finally disintegrated into an ugly sight when he saw the bandits begin their attack. He had indeed tried to scare these people off, but he never expected them to be so bold. This means that a battle was now inevitable. Everyone, hear my command. Wen Yan's face filled with an icy chill at the thought of this, and his eyes were as sharp as the blade of a sword. Since these bandits want the dragon blood fruit, we will make them bleed right here. I will never hand the dragon blood fruit over. I won't give in to them even if I have to sacrifice my own life. The sun was blazing hot and the thirst for blood was flourishing. Troops from both sides had charged into battle at the command from their respective leaders and were now fighting hand to hand. The citizens who reside in the northern bloc territory were not ordinary people either. Hence, those who had stayed nearby joined the battle as well. The red color of blood soon drenched the ground in a very short space of time. It almost looked like a dazzling and glamorous pile of roses had been scattered all over the dirt. Wen Yan, since you refuse to listen to my advice, I shall make you regret your own stubbornness immediately. But the middle-aged man in the mink fur waistcoat stepped forward while the large machete in his hand gleamed coldly at an angle as it slashed towards Wen Yan's waist. That slashing motion was like the wind and pierced through the sky. It even caused the air to tremble. The man with the scar and the woman in red had stayed still. Their big brother alone was enough to defeat Wen Yan. Otherwise, they would look like cowards if all three of them were to attack one opponent at the same time. If word of this gets out, they would become the laughingstock. Wen Yan's eyes were somber. After all, the man before him was a mid-level martial supreme. He would not underestimate him at all. Wen Yan quickly drew his sword from its hilt at his waist and blocked the powerful attack which could smash a bamboo tree with a crashing sound. The middle-aged man sneered. It goes without saying that Wen Yan was indeed deserving of the fame he received as the person who had killed the previous governor. He was actually able to block this sudden attack. Unfortunately, there was not much to compare between a mid-level martial supreme and a low-level martial supreme. He's simply looking for his own death by retaliating against me. Wen Yan, it goes without saying that you're indeed very talented. I admire you very much as well, but you pay no heed to what's good for you. Those who cross the Snow Jade bandits will not meet with a happy end. Now, I'll send you to hell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 981, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 1. Chapter 981, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. / A loud noise sounded as the middle-aged man raised his machete up high. His eyes were filled with a cruel chill as he slashed his weapon at Wen Yan. In a short moment, a hurricane arose and the energy from the sword came whirling towards Wen Yan like a savage wolf. The corners of the middle-aged man's lips curled into a sneer. He looked as if he was already staring at a dead man. Lord Governor, watch out! The faces of the Cloudy Wind City's soldiers around Wen Yan drained of color as they quickly rushed to protect the Lord Governor. However, before they could reach Wen Yan's side, they were flung out of the way by that savage wolf-like energy from the machete. It was a very upsetting sight. Under the wild winds, Wen Yan's face no longer displayed his previous gentleness. He stared emotionlessly at the blade which was cast down in front of him as his stern eyes filled with seriousness. Boom! At this critical moment, a ray of light shot out from Wen Yan's body and formed a protective shield around him. That light also flicked the middle-aged man's machete out of the way instantly. The bloodlust on the middle-aged man's face was frozen in place. He stared at Wen Yan fixedly and said, "You have a defense-class spiritual weapon? It makes sense. No wonder he had the courage to make an enemy of the Snow Jade bandits. He holds a defense-class spiritual weapon." Unfortunately, defense-class spiritual weapons were naturally one level weaker than attack-class spiritual weapons. He would not be able to defeat us simply with this spiritual weapon alone. Master, let me fight. When Wen Yan lowered his eyes, a voice echoed from within his soul. No. Wen Yan shook his head inside. Until the most critical moment arrives, I cannot let you out. Otherwise, it would bring disaster upon the Jiang family. I'm not willing to let this happen. But master, if this continues, they would take the dragon blood fruit away. The voice slowly became more anxious. However, aside from Wen Yan alone, no one else could hear the voice which echoed from within his soul. Nevertheless, Gu Ruoyan seems to have sensed something and she glanced over at Wen Yan. However, she soon turned away. Let me handle this alone. Wen Yan raised his cold and sharp features as his eyes turned towards the Snow Jade bandits' mercenaries before him. Big brother, this brat actually has a spiritual weapon on him, sneered the woman in red. She then sent a vicious and cruel glare towards Wen Yan. How about the three of us attack together and take that spiritual weapon? Stop wasting our time with him. All right. The middle-aged man had fallen silent for a while before he then nodded. A malicious light flashed through his eyes as he said, "Second brother, third sister. Let's attack this brat together." As for the rest of the people from Cloudy Wind City, we shall let the others handle them." As he spoke, the three leaders locked their bloodthirsty eyes upon Wen Yan, who was standing in the crowd. Soon, an endless amount of murderous intent exploded from their beings, making the soldiers around them feel suffocated as well. It was very obvious that the three leaders were intent on killing Wen Yan. "Master, I'm hungry. Let Linger come out and quickly destroy these ants." Just as the situation was becoming more exciting, a childish voice suddenly pierced through the skies, falling into the ears of everyone present. The three leaders could not help but look around, trying to follow that voice. They would certainly like to find out who would be so arrogant and have the gall to spout such words. However, when they saw the small figure behind Guru Wayun, they could not help but burst into laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 982, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 2. Chapter 982, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Little sister, as a person, one should not be so arrogant. If you want my attention, wait for me to destroy Wen Yan first, then I'll have a good chat with you about life, the woman in red said as she smiled glamorously. However, that smile carried a hint of contempt as her eyes sized up the little vermilion bird with ridicule. Everyone knows that the third leader of the Snow Jade Bandits has a preference for women, though she was a woman herself. She loves beautiful women the most. Even if that person may be a child who was no older than the age of 10, she would never spare that girl at all. Especially since the little vermilion bird's features were like tender, polished, and beautifully carved jade. She was so adorable that one would be seized by the urge to fondle her admiringly. However, not a single person knew when this little girl had appeared. They had not noticed her before at all, but... The little vermilion bird pursed her lips and turned to the woman in green robes next to her with a miserable look on her face. "Master, I'm so very hungry. Let Linger out and have him destroy her, then we'll go get something to eat, alright? Linger is your little brother. You can tell him that yourself." Guru Oyun smiled as she stroked the little vermilion bird's head. This little girl isn't used being idle all the time. She had always been unwilling to stay in the ancient divine pagoda for too long, so this time she had come out without even waiting for my permission. "Alright." The little vermilion bird flashed Guru Oyun an adorable smile. Her eyes, which were lit with a cluster of flames, turned towards the three leaders who were standing a short distance away. The corners of her lips then curled into an evil smile. "Linger, destroy these ants. I certainly don't want these idiotic humans to stain my hands." Whoosh, dot. As she spoke, a fiery red figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the little vermilion bird with a loud crash. It was a large firebird. Its wings were made of flames and emitted a scorching heat. Its eyes contained a merciless light which was cruel and vicious. In its eyes, the people standing before it were merely like ants. Wen Yan's brows furrowed slightly as he staring fixedly at the firebird which had descended from the skies. A peculiar light then flashed in his eyes. "Tianqi, what do you make of the powers of this spiritual beast?" All was quiet within his soul. After a long pause, a clear voice echoed, "It's more powerful than mine." "More powerful than hers?" Wen Yan's gaze slowly turned rigid. Tianqi's powers have already reached the rank of a high-level martial supreme. This spiritual beast's rank is above hers. Could it be that it was a martial saint? But the spiritual beast named Tianqi one seemed to hear Wen Yan's thoughts as she replied faintly, "No. Master, that spiritual beast not a martial saint. It's more likely that this spiritual beast had failed to break through to the martial saint rank. Hence, it's only a semi-saint." "A semi-saint?" A hint of disappointment appeared in Wen Yan's eyes. Others may not be aware of what reaching the rank of semi-saint entails, but he knows it very well. It is also to say that this spiritual beast's power will forever be limited to this point and that it will no longer be able to have any more breakthroughs. "A semi-saint?" A hint of disappointment appeared in Wen Yan's eyes. Though others may not be aware of what reaching the rank of semi-saint entails, he knows it very well. Being a semi-saint means that this spiritual beast's power will forever be limited at this point and it will no longer be able to have any breakthroughs. "Tianqi, based on what you've told me, I'm afraid that it would be no match for you. Even though its power surpasses yours, it will no longer have any more breakthroughs. Based on your level of ability, I believe that you will definitely avoid this mistake. Your breakthrough to a martial saint will come sooner or later. It's unfortunate to see this though. Initially, I had thought of recruiting her when I saw how this lady had brought out such a powerful spiritual beast. Now that I see that this spiritual beast has already lost its ability for further breakthroughs, I'm afraid that I'll have to pass on this." Wen Yan's expression slowly sank, yet his eyes were filled with sympathy. "Master. Tianqi fell silent for a moment before she continued to speak. I can sense that the little girl next to the lady in green robes is also a spiritual beast. Furthermore, I can't accurately pinpoint her powers at all. This means that her abilities have far surpassed mine. I'm afraid that the only kind of spiritual beast who would have this sort of power is a holy beast. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 983, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 3. Chapter 983, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Yen shuddered as his astonished gaze fell upon the little girl's tender little face, his heart was filled with shock. This little girl is a spiritual beast as well? Furthermore, her powers have far surpassed Tianqi's? When Yan's gaze slowly returned to its usual indifference at the thought of this, his cold and calm gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on Gu Ruoyun's delicate and pretty face. Master, regardless of that, with this fire spiritual beast around, there's no need for me to emerge and help you this time. Besides, I have another feeling. The blood coursing through that little girl's veins is very powerful. I only glanced at her once and I can already feel the pressure from her blood. Hearing these words, Wen Yan's thoughts deepened. Tianqi was a spiritual beast from the Fire Phoenix clan. Her bloodline was far superior compared to most spiritual beasts. One should not judge this situation based on the fact that this fire spiritual beast's current power was greater than hers. In less than half a year's time, Tianqi would surpass it by a large margin. By then, breaking through to the rank of a martial saint would not be a difficult feat for her. However, she has just informed him that she could sense the pressure from the little 5-year-old girl's blood vessels. To be able to make her feel this way. This means that this little girl holds the bloodline of a divine beast. A divine beast. Even in the first city, one could count the number of divine beasts on their fingers. Ha ha. At the city gates, when the Snowjade bandits saw the fire spiritual beast which had been summoned by Gu Ruoyun, they could not contain themselves from laughing out loud. Do my eyes deceive me? Is this firebird going to destroy the Snowjade bandits all on its own? Little girl, have you been overindulging in fantasies? Or should we say that your parents have never given you a good lesson on humility? This little girl is only a small child, why are you telling her these things? I'm sure that she doesn't know anything and thought that she could claim dominance simply because she has managed to obtain a spiritual beast by a stroke of luck. It's true that spiritual beasts are very valuable. It's even more difficult to make a spiritual beast submit to a human. However, we should take into account what kind of spiritual beast it is as well. Since this spiritual beast is actually listening to the commands of a little girl, I'm assuming that it hasn't even reached the rank of a martial king? A martial king? TSK. What good is a martial king spiritual beast? Our leaders don't even need to bother themselves with this spiritual beast. My finger is enough to grind it into dust. I mean, come on, I'm a martial emperor. The Snowjade bandits all burst into laughter after recovering from their short days. Some had even laughed until they cried. However, no one noticed how the faces of the three leaders, who had been standing at the forefront, immediately sank. They stared soberly at Fire Spiritual Beast whose eyes were now spitting fire. They may not be able to sense the Firebird's exact level of power, but a spiritual beast which was able to release such great power would be a martial supreme at the very least. Where had this little girl come from to be able to bring out a martial supreme level Fire Spiritual Beast? When had someone like this made an appearance in the Northern Bloc territory? A cold smile appeared on the little vermilion bird's face when she heard those disdainful words. Her expression no longer displayed her initially innocence and lively demeanor. It was now replaced by a domineering sense of command. Linger, kill them all. Leave none alive. Roar. As she spoke, the Firebird roared loudly before flapping its fiery wings. It then charged towards the Snowjade bandits. The martial emperor who had previously claimed that one finger of his would have been enough to crush it charged quickly towards the Firebird in a bid to prove his abilities to the three leaders. He cried out, "Today, I will have fowl for dinner." Hold it! The woman in red cried out, trying to stop the martial emperor. Unfortunately, it was too late. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 984, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 4. Chapter 984, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh! The Firebird spat out a mouthful of flames. Before the martial emperor could react, he had already been roasted and completely blackened. Both his insides and outer skin were completely charred. Ayaya, the little vermilion bird stared at the man on the ground as she spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. You've gone overboard with the roasting. I prefer it done medium well. Remember, don't grill too much. It won't be tasty that way. Her words were like a stroke of lightning on a clear day and sent everyone into a daze. No one had ever thought that this adorable little Lolita before them would be capable of saying such cruel things. Medium well. It feels as though the dinner she was about to have is the members of the Snow Jade Bandits? This is too terrifying. The Firebird nodded when it heard the little vermilion bird's command. It then turned its bloodthirsty and cruel gaze towards the rest of the Snow Jade Bandits. At this moment, the Snow Jade Bandits no longer displayed their initially smug and arrogant demeanor. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them and even their hearts were now frozen. Those who had received the Firebird's glare could not help but take a few steps back as their eyes filled with terror. They were only bandits and they were not soldiers. When faced with such a frightening existence, their hearts would naturally ache to retreat. Bunch of useless things. The woman in red sneered. Her venomous eyes pierced through the fire spiritual beast and landed on Guru Oyun. Miss, does this fire spiritual beast belong to you? That's right. Guru Oyun nodded as she calmly replied. Since that's the case, miss, perhaps you could leave the Snow Jade Bandits with some dignity. I know that you're only a passerby, so I can grant you a chance to leave. As for everything else, you need not trouble yourself, Mississippi. I'm only carrying a grudge towards the Cloudy Wind City. If the woman in red had said these words at the beginning, Guru Oyun would have just left immediately. After all, she wasn't so kind-hearted that she would stick her head into others' troubles. However, after finding out about Wen Yan's dragon blood fruit, she no longer plans on leaving without it. Nothing was more important than recovering Xia Linya's arm. Besides, the reason why she had made the journey to the Northern Block territory was for the sake of obtaining these valuable herbs. My apologies, Guru Oyun shrugged her shoulders as she smiled faintly. This little girl next to me is hungry, so I have no choice but to trouble you all into becoming her dinner. The little vermilion bird's eyes sparkled as she stared at the Snow Jade Bandits unblinkingly. It was normal for spiritual beasts to consume humans just like how humans can eat spiritual beasts as well. The laws of the jungle have always been the principle of this world. However, the spiritual beasts on Guru Oyun's side have never done anything like this before. Still, just because they have not eaten humans before does not mean they do not like it. Now that the little vermilion bird has received Guru Oyun's permission, she was nearly drooling. Miss, don't be greedy, the woman in red's expression sank. She then spoke with a malicious look on her face. I'm giving you a chance yet you aren't willing to leave, so don't blame me for my discourtesy in the end. Honestly, the spiritual beast by your side is very powerful indeed. It should be at the rank of a mid-level martial supreme at the very least. However, if we all truly join forces, the three of us won't lose. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try. You should know that if you were to lose, the spiritual beast would become another item in our bag. Even your life will end here. The woman in red glanced at the little vermilion bird as she spoke. She then smiled as she licked her red lips. As for this little girl, she's so delicate and delicious that I expect her to taste very good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 985, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 5. Chapter 985, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The woman in red smile was extremely poisonous. Her eyes were like those of a venomous snake's, filled with viciousness and cruelty. It was a very unsettling sight. You want to eat me? The little vermilion bird smiled as she asked. Her large, sparkly eyes displayed an innocent light. However, the words she spoke after that were extremely cruel. Then I shall make you understand who shall become a meal for someone else. Linger, annihilate these humans. The little vermilion bird waved her tender little hand and issued her command mercilessly. One would be mistaken to think that the little vermilion bird was an innocent and kind little girl simply because she looks like a young child. Even though she was very naive and can be easily misled by others, she was not a kind and gentle person. In the spiritual beast's world, the laws of the jungle were clearly abided by all. How could the little vermilion bird, who had grown up under such circumstances, have a merciful heart? In her heart, there will only ever be two kinds of people. One was a comrade that she would give her life to protect, the other was her enemy. As soon as the little vermilion bird had given the order, the firebird roared loudly before its body turned into a ball of flames and charged swiftly towards the woman in red. In that instant, the flames on its body burned even brighter and fiercer, casting a red hue in the entire sky. Third sister, look out!
The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly rushed to pull the woman in red to his side. He then charged headlong to meet the great firebird. The machete in his hand slashed sharply with a powerful force that seems as if it could slice the sky into two. Thwack! A muffled noise sounded from the void. The Snowjade bandits, who had been previously frightened by the firebird's instant killing power and had not even dared to look at the fight, looked absolutely joyful when they heard that noise. They then quickly turned their gaze towards the flaming red sky. To them, that muffled noise was clearly the sound of their great leader's machete piercing through the firebird's brain. So what if this firebird had been very powerful? Has it not just fallen by the hand of their leader? However, when they saw the scene unfold in the void, everyone was stunned. All they could see was an enormous claw which had pierced through their great leader's chest. Fresh blood had completely drenched his mink fur waistcoat red. More blood continued to gush out and slowly drip down from the sky as if it was raining blood. The middle-aged man looked at his chest and then looked at the huge firebird. He tried to speak but could only feel a wave of fatigue take over his being. His body seemed to lose all its strength suddenly and crumpled down from the sky. Big brother! The man with the scar and the woman in red flew into a rage instantly at this sight and screamed in agony. Thunk! The middle-aged man's body slammed heavily on the ground. Blood had long dyed the ground beneath the man crimson. He opened and closed his mouth several times as he turned to face the two who were rushing towards him. He then seemed to muster all of his strength to say a single word to the maddened pair. Run! That one word took his last bit of strength. He stared reluctantly at the Snowjade bandits which he had single-handedly established before he slowly closed his eyes and lay lifeless in the pool of blood. No! The woman in red's eyes turned bloodshot. She let out a heartbreaking shriek before turning her bloodshot eyes towards the little vermilion bird and charged at her like a maniac. I'm going to kill you and avenge my big brother. The little vermilion bird stirred. She certainly never expected to find out that these humans were not thoroughly evil. At least they displayed a sufficient amount of emotion towards their peers. After all, if this had been anyone else, how could they possibly think of revenge after witnessing the fire spiritual beast's power? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 986, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 6. Chapter 986, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. They do not even have time to run away. Besides, before their great leader had died, he had warned his friends to run. Still, the little vermilion bird has never had felt any mercy and she would never spare anyone who has attacked her. She returned to her senses at this thought and glared coldly at the woman in red who was rushing towards her. The corners of her lips then curled into a cruel smile. Third leader, kill this little SL*T and avenge our great leader, That's right. Kill her. Only with her death can the great leader be at peace. The Snowjade bandits were mourning the great leader's death. Their eyes sparkled when they saw the woman in red's actions. From what they could tell, no matter how powerful the fire spiritual beast may be, the little girl who looks to be around 5 years of age would not have much power to retaliate. By then, the Snowjade bandits would be the ones to dictate who lives or dies. Actually, they were not doing this only to avenge their great leader. It was to survive. The fire spiritual beast would have to be very powerful to be able to kill their great leader in one blow. How many of the bandits would be able to escape if it were to hunt them down? However, if they could kidnap this little girl, the outcome would be different. By using the little girl as a means to threaten it, the Snowjade bandits would be able to avoid the danger today. Obviously, the woman in red had the same idea. She would not risk her life solely for the sake of the great leader. Instead, for the chance of survival, she would boldly risk her life. She no longer cared too much now. Her cries for avenging the great leader was only a reason that she had given herself. Quick, we need to protect the little lady. How could the people of Cloudy Wind City fail to notice the Snowjade bandits' scheme? Once the woman in red captures the little vermilion bird, they would not stand any chance of running the Snowjade bandits to ground. By then, the bandits would attack once again and all that awaits the citizens of Cloudy Wind City was a single bout of ransacking. Hence, the soldiers forgot about their own safety and rushed to protect the little vermilion bird without even waiting for the governor's order. However, based on their level of power, how could these people withstand the woman in red who was a marshal supreme? The woman in red soon arrived in front of the little vermilion bird. She then stretched out her hand and attempted to grab the little girl's shoulder. Little SL*T. Today, for the sake of avenging my big brother and to ensure our smooth escape from the Cloudy Wind City, we have no choice but to take you with us. A hint of viciousness flashed across the woman in red's lovely eyes. Her bloodshot eyes also contained a sense of madness as a sneer hung on her face. The little vermilion bird shook her head in disappointment. She had really thought that this woman was truly charging towards her for the sake of avenging the death of their great leader. Instead, she only wanted to use her as a means to escape the Cloudy Wind City. As it turns out, not every human would willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of their friends.
You want to take me with you? I'm afraid you don't have that kind of power.
The little vermilion bird lifted her eyes, which were now clouded with flames, and laughed softly.
A wave of energy then slammed onto the woman in red's chest.
It caused the woman in red's body, which had been high up in the sky, to fall towards the ground as if she had been crushed by a rock. She felt as if her chest had been blocked and gasped for breath. She raised her pretty eyes in astonishment and stared in shock at the cute and tender face before her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 987, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 7. Chapter 987, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What is the third leader doing?
Why did she not kill that girl and avenge the great leader?
Could it be that the third leader has taken pity on her?
The crowd began to burst into a lively discussion as their eyes filled with suspicion. The man with the scar furrowed his brows.
His bloodshot eyes were filled with dissatisfaction as he scolded angrily, "Third sister, what are you doing? Don't you know that your compassion will result in the destruction of the Snow Jade Bandits?"
Everyone knows that the third leader has a fondness for pretty little girls. This was the basis for the scarred man's accusation. However, at this moment, no one could see the perilous situation brewing in the woman in red's heart.
Impossible, this is impossible. The woman in red's expression was one of complete defeat.
She shook her head as her eyes filled with astonishment and shock. I have only ever once encountered a power like this little girl's on one other cultivator completely by accident.
However, that cultivator had been a martial saint. A martial saint? How could this be?
This little girl was only 5 years old.
A 5-year-old martial saint.
Even if she had started cultivating in her mother's womb, she wouldn't be able to reach that level so quickly.
Master. The little vermilion bird grinned at Guru Oyun. Can I eat her now? Boom.
The woman in red staggered as if lightning had just struck on a clear day. She bit her lips, slowly moving her gaze from the little vermilion bird onto Guru Oyun. It was only now that she noticed the way the little girl had addressed the woman in green.
Master.
Generally speaking, only spiritual beasts would address the person they were contracted to as their master. This means that this 5-year-old little Lolita is this woman's contracted holy beast.
Who on earth is she? How could she hold such a powerful existence? Could it be that she's from the first city? You. Who on earth are?
Before she could ask any further, a powerful coercion erupted from the little vermilion bird's body and forced her words back down her throat. The enormous fire spiritual beast then suddenly appeared behind her, staring down at her in a commanding manner.
Stupid human, don't you know that there are some people whom you simply can't offend? Since you've chosen to offend them, you must experience death. Boom!
The fire spiritual beast stirred its wings. Instantly, a scorching flame came charging out from behind it. No, the woman in red screamed before she lost her life in the flames. Linger, I'll leave these guys to you.
Don't let any of them escape. The little vermilion bird yawned as she lazily ordered the firebird.
Yes, leader. The firebird responded reverently. It then charged towards the throng of snow jade bandits who were scattered about. Within a short period of time, the entire street was filled with gruesome wails and howls.
Some were even cursing the woman in red's ancestors up until the 18th generation.
If their third leader had not hesitated to strike at the last moment, they would not be faced with such a situation.
Miss, I truly thank you for this.
Once everything had been settled, Wen Yen approached Guru Oyun with a warm smile on his handsome features. If it had not been for you, I'm afraid that the Cloudy Wind City would be faced with our first and last disaster. There's no need to thank me, Guru Oyun shook her head as her eyes darted back and forth. She smiled as she said, I believe that many people who have witnessed this sort of thing would be compelled to help. Of course, this definitely did not include her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 988, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 8. Chapter 988, The Dragon Blood Fruit, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
After all, if it had not been for the dragon blood fruit's existence, she would have left them to their own devices.
Regardless, I'd still like to thank you. To celebrate the Snow Jade Bandits' destruction, I've decided to hold a banquet tonight. I wonder if you would be interested to join us, miss. A banquet? Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin. Under normal circumstances, she certainly would not be interested at all. However, if the dragon blood fruit was here, that would be a completely different situation. All right. Gu Ruoyun smiled and nodded. Suddenly, her gaze shifted as she asked, by the way, I had overheard the Snow Jade Bandits talking about the dragon blood fruit. They had actually come here for the sake of obtaining it. May I ask if this dragon blood fruit, Miss, you know of the dragon blood fruit as well? Wen Yin smiled as he replied gently, actually, this dragon blood fruit isn't really of much use to the Snow Jade Bandits. They were only looking for an excuse to pick a fight with the Cloudy Wind City. However, this dragon blood fruit is of great use to me. An elder in my family is greatly ill and needs this dragon blood fruit as a cure. Hence, I could not give this up to the Snow Jade Bandits no matter what. Gu Ruoyun simply nodded and did not say much. No one could tell what she was thinking. All right, miss, it's getting late now. If you have nowhere to stay, perhaps you could come with me to the governor's palace? Wen Yin smiled mildly. His smile has retained its usual gentleness. Gu Ruoyun nodded, all right, then I'll have to trouble you, governor. If you had not reached out and helped today, I would not have won so easily. Therefore, I've got to do what I've got to do. When he had said his piece, Wen Yan's gaze turned somber as he ordered, servant, escort Miss Gu to the governor's palace. Yes, my lord. The eyes of the governor's palace's guards lit up. After all, this woman was a benefactor who had saved Cloudy Wind City. She even has a powerful spiritual beast on hand. Such a great opportunity to network with her has been presented to them, how could they let it go? Hence, within a short amount of time, the guards of the governor's palace had become extremely friendly as they quickly escorted Gu Ruoyun to the governor's palace. When the crowd had dispersed, a figure appeared next to Wen Yan. It was a delicate-looking woman. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall and she had handsome brows and a snub nose. Her lips were a natural vermilion shade. She certainly looks like a well-brought-up daughter from a noble family. Master, I can tell that this woman seems to have an interest in the dragon blood fruit, The woman's voice was pleasant to the ears and was as clear and moving like a black-naped oriole. To hear her speak was a sort of enjoyment. As she stood by Wen Yan's side, the both of them looked absolutely spectacular. Sadly, no one was there to admire this picture-perfect scene. The dragon blood fruit? Wen Yin shuddered as he laughed bitterly, she saved the Cloudy Wind City. I can give her whatever she wants but this dragon blood fruit. After all, the dragon blood fruit is connected to maternal grandfather's name. For my maternal grandfather's sake, I've made painstaking efforts to obtain this dragon blood fruit. I will never let anyone else have it, so I had no choice but to utilize other ways to thank her. The woman smiled mildly. It was a sweet-tempered and dignified smile. Ah, that's right. Tianqi, it looks like maternal grandfather will come for a visit tonight. Wen Yin smiled before he continued, when that time comes, I will refer this woman to him. I can estimate that this woman's future will be limitless in the days to come. Since maternal grandfather treasures geniuses so much, they will definitely find a kindred spirit in each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 989, The Mysterious Woman in White, 1. Chapter 989, The Mysterious Woman in White, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was a quiet mountain ravine touched by small slips of clouds and mist. The place was as mesmerizing as a fairyland. At this moment, one could just about make out a faintly discernible flash of white robes in the midst of the white, misty atmosphere. That figure stood out like a fairy from a painting, making the scene so beautiful that it was almost unreal. However, upon closer examination, one would notice that the woman's features were strikingly similar to Gu Ruoyun's. However, she does not emit a cool and calm aura. Instead, she was proud and aloof like a snow plum flower in the cold winds, creating an absolutely stunning silhouette. Roar! A dragon growled in the sky. A large, white dragon then spiraled and descended out of the cloudy sky before landing in front of the woman who was dressed in white. It's been over 20 years. The woman in white lowered her head and looked at the white dragon before her. She smiled gently as her soft hand began to gently stroke the white dragon's body. She murmured, as if speaking to herself, I never thought that over 20 years could have passed in the blink of an eye. There's only one more year left to go now. After next year, I can leave this place and go look for him. Her eyes carried a hint of absent-mindedness as well as a sense of longing. When she talked about that man, her eyes would fill with a warm glow. Her stunningly beautiful features looked almost unreal in the misty clouds. Roar! The white dragon seems to understand the woman in white's words and let out a low growl. At this moment, it was not a proud member of the dragon clan. Instead, it looked more like a little puppy as it leaned fawningly over in front of the woman in white and stuck out its tongue to gently lick the back of her hand. The Cloudy Wind City. An old man entered the room in the governor's palace, followed by the clear and bright sound of laughter. The old man was dressed in flax-colored robes. He was lively and full of enthusiasm with a gaze like a flaming torch and a figure full of dignity. One could feel a powerful suppression coming from him from a distance away. A young man in green robes was following closely behind him. This young man has fair skin and delicate, pretty features. His eyes were as clear as still pools of water with a mirror-like surface which could reflect one's reflection. Maternal grandfather. Wen Yen noticed the old man immediately and a shining light flashed across his warm and gentle eyes. He quickly rushed to greet him. Maternal grandfather, you've finally arrived. Ha, I had heard the news on my way here. Did the Snow Jade bandits come to cause you trouble? The old man laughed as he asked. A glint of murderous intent had flashed in his eyes during the last sentence. My maternal grandson has endured far too many hardships. In order to escape that matter, he had no choice but to hide in the Cloudy Wind City. I never expected that so many other people still wished to cause trouble for him as soon as he arrived. Do they consider him to be a good victim for bullying? It's fine now, Wen Yen shook his head. Oh, that's right. Maternal grandfather, I'd like to introduce someone to you. This lady, Gu Ruyun, is my savior. Without her help, I fear that it would have been extremely difficult for me to escape the bandits. I would still have been able to escape with my life. However, Tianqi would certainly be forced to expose her presence to the eyes of the world. Those people would then be able to locate our whereabouts easily. Oh? The old man was stunned. His eyes then turned to look at the serene figure in the study. A sense of surprise flashed in his eyes. Gu Ruoyun? Is your name Gu Ruoyun? Based on my knowledge, not too long ago, a young woman had managed to successfully refine a pill. Her name was Gu Ruoyun. May I ask if you're related to her? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke and a radiant light flashed across his eyes. Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose and shrugged her shoulders exasperatedly. I think that person you're talking about is me. She never expected that the news of her actions in the Medicine Sect's general meeting would spread so quickly. It has even reached the ears of those residing in the Northern Bloc territory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 990, The Mysterious Woman in White, 2. Chapter 990, The Mysterious Woman in White, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What? Wen Yen was felt dazed and his astonished gaze fell upon Gu Ruoyun. If I'm hearing this right, maternal grandfather is implying that this lady has the ability to refine pills? It looks like there's more than meets the eye. The delicate youth who had followed closely behind the old man also stared at Gu Ruoyun with astonishment. A curious light then flashed through his delicate and pretty eyes. Ha ha! The old man suddenly burst into bright and clear laughter. He stared admiringly at Gu Ruoyun as he said, "This is honestly a case of the youth playing the hero. I've never admired youngsters, even those who are considered as geniuses in the Northern Bloc territory. In my eyes, they're not even worth mentioning. You, on the other hand, are someone that I admire the most in my life. This grandson of mine is pretty talented as well, but, unfortunately, you have far surpassed him." The old man had not held back on his praises. He had even belittled his grandson by a large margin. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun automatically glanced at the delicate youth. However, she then turned away after taking one look at him. Nevertheless, that one look was enough to cause the youth to turn very red in the face. He lowered his head in embarrassment and no longer dared to take another look at Gu Ruoyun. This lady is indeed very beautiful. I've never seen anyone with such exquisite features. Most importantly, based on what grandfather had just said, it seems that she's very powerful as well. After all, this was the first time I've ever seen grandfather use such glowing praises for any genius. You flatter me. Gu Ruoyun joined her fists. The light in her eyes glimmered as she said, I've heard the governor mention that he has an elder who was plagued by an ailment and needs the dragon blood fruit as a cure. May I ask if you are the elder he had mentioned? Ha ha. Actually, it's not that big of a problem. I had once sustained an injury which caused me to be unable to increase my powers after that. You should understand as well that as long as a human doesn't become a god, their life will have certain limits. He's just worried that I'm nearing my limit, so he had made painstaking efforts to obtain a dragon blood fruit. I, however, am more accepting of this matter. I only need to wait until my grandchild has grown to his peak before I can leave peacefully it. The old man waved his hand as he explained the situation with a smile. Based on his expression, one could tell that he was really not too bothered by that matter. However, he still felt rather moved by the filial piety of his younger generation. The dragon blood fruit does indeed have rather powerful medicinal properties. You can chance it, but it may not work, so... Gu Ruoyun's eyes darted back and forth. May I try? If she could use this method to obtain the dragon blood fruit, she would not need to utilize other methods to steal it. After all, be it Wen Yan or this easygoing old man, she felt a great fondness for them both. Obviously, she does not wish to snatch the herb from their hands. However, Xia Lingyu was still of utmost importance in her heart. She does not mind playing the villain if there was no other choice she could make. Still, that would only be her last resort. At this point, she clearly has other options. However, unbeknownst to Gu Ruoyun, this old man was not as easygoing as she believes him to be. The reason why he had not put on any airs in front of Gu Ruoyun was entirely due to her talent and abilities. If she had been anyone else, she would have seen an entirely different behavior from the old man. Miss Gu, do you truly have another way? Wen Yan's eyes lit up and a sense of hope appeared on his warm features. Prior to this, he might not have believed in Gu Ruoyun's words. However, once he had found out that this woman was able to refine pills, the flames of hope were ignited within his heart once again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 991, The Mysterious Woman in White, 3. Chapter 991, The Mysterious Woman in White, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I feel that there's about... Gu Ruoyun paused before continuing, an 80% chance of success. She may not have confirmed the chances of success entirely, but this 80% chance alone was enough to excite Wen Yan. Even the old man's calm heart leaped. Actually, when it comes to power, the old man still has some form of expectations. However, that dragon blood fruit could only provide him with a 20% guarantee. The hope in this was far too minuscule, so he would rather not concern himself too much about it. As for the reason behind his visit to the Cloudy Wind City, he had come because he does not want his maternal grandson's efforts to go to waste. Miss Gu, can you really help my grandfather? The delicate youth's eyes sparkled as he quickly grabbed Gu Ruoyun's hand. His voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. As long as you're willing to help my grandfather, I'll do anything. Jure. The old man let out a dry cough and stared at the delicate youth. Don't be rude to Miss Gu. Ding! Jiang Maju went red in the face as he quickly loosened his grip on Gu Ruoyun's hand. He then lowered his head and muttered as he blushed furiously, sorry, I didn't mean it. He carefully glanced over at Gu Ruoyun as he said these words, completely terrified that this lady would be enraged by his actions. If that happens and she refuses to save grandfather, he would become a fugitive of the Jiang family. Miss, this grandson of mine is impatient and careless. Please do not lower yourself to his level. Ah, that's right. I haven't introduced myself to you. My surname is Jiang. Everyone in the Northern Bloc territory knows me as Old Man Jiang. However, you may call me Grandfather Jiang. This is my grandson, Jiang Maju. I hope that you can help me in educating my grandson in the future. Old Man Jiang sighed with emotion. There was a reason why he had said these words. She's such an outstanding girl. If only she was my granddaughter, but this was an impossibility. That's why I wanted to cast my grandson to her so that he can learn from her. Old Man Jiang. Gu Ruoyun smiled as she greeted him. If you can provide me with a few medicinal herbs, I can start to heal you now. The herbs that I need are rather common, so I'm sure that the governor's palace should have them readily available. When he heard Gu Ruoyun address him in that manner, Old Man Jiang felt somewhat disappointed. However, when he heard her words, his eyes immediately lit up and his breathing quickened. You mean to say that we can start the treatment now? That's right, Gu Ruoyun nodded. Your old injury had been caused by being poisoned. Because the toxins had not been thoroughly cleared out, it has accumulated in your veins. However, I cannot clean it all for you in one day, so you must be ready. All right. Old Man Jiang smiled. I'll have to trouble you then, Miss Gu. Only, may I ask, how many days will it take for it to be completely cleaned off? 3 days. 3 days, that was the minimum time she needed to fully clear the toxins from his system. The toxins were far too stubborn, which was how it had been able to accumulate in his body for such a long time. If she had not broken through to the rank of Marshal Supreme at this point, she might have been powerless to do anything this time. Regardless, Cloudy Wind City was quite a formidable force in the Northern Bloc territory. Hence, the governor's palace held a rather impressive collection of medicinal herbs. The ingredients that Gu Ruoyun needed were soon sent over by Wen Yan's dispatched parties. Upon receiving the medicinal herbs, Gu Ruoyun then asked everyone to leave and began to detoxify Old Man Zhang's body. Within the entire detoxification process, Wen Yan and Zhang Maju had waited outside the room without leaving even for a moment. Just as they had grown increasingly anxious from the wait, the tightly shut door was opened from the inside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 992, The Mysterious Woman in White, 4. Chapter 992, The Mysterious Woman in White, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The first person to step out was dressed in green robes and carried her usual air of indifference. Her dark eyes were calm and not a single sign of emotion could be seen in them. Wen Yan's heart thumped anxiously when he saw the look on her face and he hurriedly rushed into the room. Maternal grandfather, are you all right? He saw the old man who was sitting cross-legged and noticed the emotionless look on his face as well. His heart raced fiercely as he spoke. Maternal grandfather, was it a failure? It's all right. Even so, we still have the dragon blood fruit on hand. I will ensure that the dragon blood fruit will display its best effects. At this moment, Wen Yan was under the impression that old man Zhang had been unable to accept the shock and had been rendered speechless. He hurriedly tried to console him, but his brows remained tightly furrowed and no one could tell what he was thinking at all. Idiot boy. Just as Wen Yan had gone into a complete state of anxiety, the old man finally responded, "What are you standing around for? I'm getting stiff, why aren't you helping me up?" Ah. Wen Yan was mildly dazed before he quickly followed old man Zhang's orders and helped him to his feet. Maternal grandfather, Wen Yan spoke in an anxious voice, what's wrong? Even if Miss Gu had failed, it's not a huge issue. After all, many doctors who have tried to treat you have failed, so don't blame her for this. Besides, didn't she mention that she wouldn't be able to clear the toxins in only one day? It's only been a day after all. We still have 2 more days to try again. Regardless, Gu Ruoyun had already helped everyone in Cloudy Wind City and Wen Yan does not want his maternal grandfather to blame her in any way. Old man Jiang took a deep breath before glaring at Wen Yan, who told you that it had been a failure. I'm only feeling a bit numb. Let me tell you this, ever since I had been poisoned, this was the first time I've ever felt so relaxed as if my very bones have been cleansed. 3 days? Old man Jiang believes that he might be able to return to his former glory tomorrow without the need to wait for 3 more days to pass. He could not help but feel excited when he thought about that and spoke with a radiant look on his face. Yenner, I have a feeling that this little girl is no mere weed in the pond. She will grow even stronger one day. When that time comes, perhaps the geniuses of the first city can only look up to her existence. Wen Yan was completely dazed when he heard this. Gu Ruoyun was indeed very powerful. Even he admits to this. Otherwise, that holy beast would never have followed her so willingly. However, even the peerless geniuses of the first city could not be compared to her? Is this even possible? The first city was not like any place in the secular world. A countless number of geniuses lived there and some were unmatched in existence. However, he never thought that his maternal grandfather would place Gu Ruoyun in such high esteem. Jure, old man Jiang glanced at Zhang Maju who was standing at the door. He then raised his brows and said, "It's worth it for you to start a relationship with this little girl. Besides, you can learn well from her. I believe that her appearance will bring great change to the Northern Bloc territory's landscape. Perhaps we might even become unified." Wen Yan, who still had not regained his senses, became dazed once again when he heard these words. Her appearance will bring great change to the Northern Bloc territory's landscape? Wen Yan wrinkled his brows, but he did not respond to old man Zhang's words. However, he never thought that old man Zhang's words would come to fruition one day and that the Northern Bloc territory would indeed be greatly changed by Gu Ruoyun's appearance, creating a full-blown carnage. Grandfather, I understand, Zhang Maju smiled as he replied. His smile was as brilliant as a ray of sunlight shining into one's heart. Just then, a delicate and serene figure appeared in his mind's eye, causing him to blush red. I won't let you down. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 993, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 1. Chapter 993, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ultimately, Gu Ruoyun chose not to attend Cloudy Wind City's banquet. She gathered all the things that she needed after healing Old Man Jiang and left without any further delay. The delicate-looking youth, who had tagged along with Old Man Jiang, tried to speak to her several times but could not find the words. Finally, he approached Gu Ruoyun and mumbled coyly with a very red face, "I hope that we'll meet again someday." After he had spoken, he then hurriedly turned and walked away as Gu Ruoyun stared in confusion at him. Xia Lingyu seems to have noticed something but he did not say a thing. Instead, he turned around and looked at the woman in green next to him before smiling and saying, "Sister, let's go." "All right." Gu Ruoyun nodded with a small smile as a light flashed across her eyes. "The matter at hand is most urgent at the moment, so we need to rush towards the main city where the medicine sex mansion is located. Of course, if we do manage to find some of the herbs along the way, that would be even better." Xia Lingyu smiled delicately. He had really never placed any hope into recovering his severed arm from the very beginning. Now, however, hope has been reignited in his heart. He does not wish to drag his sister down just like he did during his past life. He wants to utilize his own abilities to protect the person he loves the most in this lifetime. The Northern Bloc territory is like a country with extremely vast territories. In the Northern Bloc territory, there lies an abundance of famous herbs. Hence, Gu Ruoyun had managed to collect a lot of precious medicinal herbs along the way. Unfortunately, none of the herbs that she had picked up were the herbs that she actually needed to restore Xia Lingyu's arm. The Nemesis Forest. Even though it was not the most fearsome place in the Northern Bloc territory, the Nemesis Forest was known to contain countless danger zones and labyrinths. If someone who was unfamiliar with the Nemesis Forest's terrain and boldly set foot into this area, all that awaits them was an eternity of bitterness. Even if one was familiar with the landscape, the innumerable succession of danger zones and powerful spiritual beasts would give one a severe headache. Hence, not many would willingly set foot in the Nemesis Forest. At this time, a group of men was cutting their way through thistles and thorns on a quiet little path in the Nemesis Forest as they forged their way forward. A handsome man dressed in flax-colored robes was leading the way. His skin displayed a healthy wheat-hued tone, clearly due to encountering many frequent battles. There was a scar on the corner of his forehead, but his good looks were unaffected by it. Instead, that scar added an extra sense of heroism to his handsome features. A dainty and exquisite young woman was following closely behind him. This young woman has extremely sweet and beautiful features. Her big, vivid eyes were bright and full of expression. She looked out of place as she walked beside the rough and brawny man next to her. "Leader, we've been in the Nemesis Forest for over a month now, yet we've still not been able to get out. Are we going to be trapped here forever?" A middle-aged man could not help but complain. Heaven knows that they have almost nearly been driven to madness after being trapped in the Nemesis Forest for over a month. If it had not been for this bunch of idiots, they would never have been forced into this state. The man in flax-colored robes, who had been addressed as the leader, knitted his sharp brows into a tight knot. The expression on his face was not a pretty sight, but, in the end, he could only sigh softly. "I know another path in the Nemesis Forest, but that path is guarded by a mid-level martial supreme spiritual beast. That spiritual beast is also the king of Nemesis Forest. Hence, we cannot use that path. We have no choice but to find another way at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 994, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 2. Chapter 994, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as the man had finished speaking, the dainty, exquisite, sweet little woman suddenly exclaimed, "Leader, come look, there are other people in the Nemesis Forest." What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They then turned to look in the direction that the young woman had pointed towards. Soon, two figures stepped out from within the grassy field. It was a man and a woman. They could tell that the woman was around 20 years of age. Her green robes set off her features beautifully. Her eyes were clear and cool like pools of water, while her fine hair fluttered gently against the night breeze. The man in flax-colored robes was not a lecher. Regardless of how beautiful a woman was, it was as transient as a fleeting cloud to him, and all that beauty will ultimately return to dust upon death. What had made him unable to turn his gaze away was the terrifying aura emanating from that woman's body. He found it hard to believe that such a young woman would carry the aura of a supreme ruler. She was a powerful cultivator. He frowned mildly at the thought of this and quickly turned away. Tagging along next to the woman was a crippled young man. This young man's features were rather delicate as well. His skin was fair and white, and he looked rather shy. His eyes were not as clear and cool as the woman's, but were fair and limpid like water. If the woman was stunning to behold, this young man gave off a rather comforting feeling instead. How unfortunate. The sweet and pretty woman noticed Xia Linyu's empty, fluttering sleeve and shook her head sympathetically. Her eyes filled with pity as she commented, how truly unfortunate for such a beautiful young man to be handicapped. This world is truly unfair. Lunner. The handsome man's expression changed immediately and he hurriedly stopped Gulan before she could finish speaking. He then exclaimed with a stern face, "Don't be disrespectful." Gulan returned to her senses and an embarrassed look appeared on her sweet face. After all, that young man must feel very hurt deep down because of his handicap. Yet, she had opened the wound right in front of him. If his temper was a little quicker, he probably would have cast away all sense of courtesy long ago. It's fine. Xia Linyu glanced at the apologetic Gulan as he waved his hand and smiled, "I'm used to it now so I don't mind." Gulan felt even more embarrassed when she saw how the youth was not calculative over her mistake. She blushed furiously as she spoke, "My apologies, it was not my intention to purposely pour more salt onto your wound. Please accept my sincere apologies." "Ah, that's right, what are the both of you doing in the Nemesis Forest?" Xia Linyu smiled, "My sister and I were rushing through this place after leaving the Cloudy Wind City and are on our way to the main city. The only way to the main city is through the Nemesis Forest, but we've been here for nearly 10 days now. We don't have a map so we haven't been able to find our way out yet." Gulan's eyes lit up, "Little sir, we are lost in the Nemesis Forest as well. May I ask if you are heading in the same direction? There is strength in numbers, perhaps we may find the way out a little sooner if we stick together." This. Xia Linyu shook his head and turned towards Gu Ruoyun who was standing next to him. He then asked slowly, "Sister, what do you think?" "I'll follow your decision." Gu Ruoyun fell silent for a moment before turning her gaze towards the crowd before her. "How long have all of you been trapped here? How much do you know of the Nemesis Forest?" The silent and handsome man finally spoke up, "We're being hunted by an enemy so we had been forced to enter the Nemesis Forest. We're not too familiar with the place and I only know one way out of here. Unfortunately, a very powerful spiritual beast lives at the end of that road. We can't hope to pass by unscathed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 995, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 3. Chapter 995, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun's eyes flickered. She then stroked her chin and asked, "Can you take me to the road which is guarded by this powerful spiritual beast? The Nemesis Forest is a labyrinth." No matter how powerful Gu Ruoyun was at this moment, she would still need to spend some time in order to find an exit through the Nemesis Forest's maze. She does not wish to waste her time on that. Hence, these people could show her the way out. As for that powerful spiritual beast who was guarding the way out, it would not be too big of an issue for her to handle. This. The handsome one was stunned and he asked hesitatingly, "Miss, that spiritual beast is a mid-level martial supreme. If we go there, we will most definitely be met with peril. That's the reason why we've never used that road during the past month." Gu Ruoyun stared calmly at the handsome man and replied serenely, "You only need to take me there. You won't need to do anything else after that. I'll take care of it all." The handsome man frowned and was about to speak again when the mercenaries behind him chimed in. "Leader, these two are strangers, we shouldn't trust them too easily. Who knows if they're trying to lead us there on purpose? Especially since these are two youngsters. We reckon that the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries has sent them here to spy on us." As it turns out, the person who had said those words was the middle-aged man who had complained in the beginning. He simply could not believe that there would be anyone else in the Nemesis Forest. Especially two young people. He guessed that they were enemies sent by the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries to beguile them. "I don't think that they're bad people." Gulan replied weakly. "What do you know?" The middle-aged man glared at Gulan and replied irritably, "The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries have always been treacherous. These two are fairly good-looking. Are you under the impression that the mainland is filled with handsome men and pretty women until you can bump into two of them at any moment? Women. You still judge a person's character by their looks. I can't shake this feeling that their appearance here was no coincidence." Gulan stuck out her tongue. Indeed, she does believe that all good-looking people would not be villains. 1. However, she did not have the gall to admit to this. Her crescent-shaped eyes continued to stare curiously at Gu Ruoyun and her brother. "Uncle Ing," the handsome man said before he paused. He then slowly spoke again, "I feel that we should give it a try. If we continue to stay here, we'll lose our lives one day, so why don't we take the risk? Besides, I don't see anything wrong with Lanner's opinion. They really don't look like bad guys. Leader. Uncle Ing exclaimed bitterly and hatefully. He really never expected his leader to have such an opinion. Only an idiot would determine a person's character based purely on their looks. Of course, what he does not know was that his leader does not share Gu Lan's opinion. To the leader, he had concluded that Gu Ruoyun and her brother do not have any bad intentions based on the power he had sensed from the woman in green. To her, annihilating them would not be such a difficult feat. Hence, there was simply no need for her to lead them to the spiritual beast. Since the leader has already made the decision, as a subordinate, I would naturally have nothing more to say, sighed the middle-aged man. He then continued, however, if anything bad does happen in the end, let us be the one to shield you from all danger. When that time comes, you must run, leader. As long as the green hills are there, one need not worry about firewood. As long as you're still alive, leader, even if our entire troop was destroyed, we still have hopes for a revival. Uncle Ing did not forget to send Gu Ruoyun a warning look as he said these words. If they truly do commence their evil plans, I will drag them both to hell even if I have to sacrifice my own life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 996, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 4. Chapter 996, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. By the way, my name is Yi Ying and I'm the leader of the World Destruction Mercenaries. This is Gu Lan. May I ask who you are? Yi Ying asked as he looked at Gu Ruoyun. He had lifted the corners of his lips into a dashing angle and had spoken in a magnetic voice. My name is Gu Ruoyun. This is my younger brother, Xia Linyu. She rubbed her nose and raised her head to face the group before her. However, she clearly noticed a strange look in their eyes when she turned to look at them. She was shocked by their reaction. Is there something wrong with my name? She wondered. Miss, your name is Gu Ruoyun? Yi Ying stared at her with a strange look in his eyes as he asked. Gu Ruoyun blinked. He's asking to clarify if this is my name? That's right, my name is Gu Ruoyun. Is there a problem? The members of the World Destruction Mercenaries looked at each other when they heard this. The strange look on their faces increased in intensity as they stared disdainfully at Gu Ruoyun. Ha! Yi Ying laughed and patted Gu Ruoyun's shoulder as he said, actually, it's nothing much. It's just that you share the same name with a famous figure, so I had repeated the question out of curiosity. Do I share the same name with a famous figure? How am I not aware of a famous figure who also has the same name as me? May I ask, this famous figure you've mentioned is? Are you not aware? Yi Ying was flabbergasted. He was clearly shocked that Gu Ruoyun was actually ignorant of this matter. 2 months ago, something happened during the medicine sect's general meeting. They said that the holy doctor's disciple, Gu Ruoyun, had managed to successfully refine a pill. At that time, a physician from the Northern Bloc territory had also been present at the general meeting. When that physician returned, everyone in the Northern Bloc territory knows of this name. Fine. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and looked exasperated. When on earth did I become so famous? I wasn't surprised that old man Jiang had known of this. After all, he holds a rather high position, so he would need to have some clear understanding of the news outside the Northern Bloc territory. However, I never expected everyone in the Northern Bloc territory to know my name now. Furthermore, ever since the world knows about Gu Ruoyun's name, many in the Northern Bloc territory have started to use that name to swindle others. My enemies, the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, had been once fooled as well. It has caused them to go into a rage at the very mention of that name. Yi Ying laughed before continuing, however, I do believe that this is really your name. I can also see that you have no idea of the incident in the medicine sect's general meeting. Yi Ying did not think that the Gu Ruoyun standing before him and that rising star was the same person. After all, what possible reason would the holy doctor's disciple have to make an appearance in the Nemesis forest all on her own? With her current reputation, she only needs to say the word and many would send her an escort. Hence, it was more likely to him that the woman in green before him merely shares the same name with that celebrity. Gu Ruoyun blinked and looked rather astonished. Not only has my name shocked the whole of Northern Bloc territory, there are many people impersonating me as well? This. Unconsciously, Gu Ruoyun felt a chill. Suddenly, she felt the need to change her name in the Northern Bloc territory. Otherwise, forget about finding the herbs for Xia Linyu, all sorts of other trouble would come her way.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 997 Guru Oyun? Imposter. 5. Chapter 997 Guru Oyun? Imposter. 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Nemesis Forest was vast and endless. To this day, no one knows the full extent of the Nemesis Forest. However, if Guru Oyun wants to head to the main city from Cloudy Wind City, Nemesis Forest was clearly the fastest route. If she had followed any other way, she would have to make a much longer journey and it might be difficult for her to reach the main city within half a year's time. At this moment, under the night sky in Nemesis Forest, a group of people were seated around a bonfire. The red flames glowed like a bright light within the dark night. Aside from Uncle Ling, who was still suspicious of them, the rest of the mercenaries had put aside their vigilance after interacting with them for a short period of time and had asked Xiao Linyu and his sister to drink with them. However, Xiao Linyu, who had never interacted with bold and uninhibited brutes before, only looked very awkward and wished that he could reject their offer but was unsure of how to do it. Ignore them. Such is their morality and conduct. Even in battle, they can't be separated from their alcohol. Just as Xiao Linyu was staring at Guru Oyun and silently pleading for help, a sweet voice sounded from another direction. He shivered. When he turned around, he came face to face with a pair of large, vivid eyes. It seems almost as if the young woman's eyes could speak. They were nimble and touching as a sweet smile hung on her face. She has two dimples which also added even more lovely charm to her already good-looking features. Even her voice sounds as though it has been dipped in honey. Xiao Linyu could not help but feel absolutely dazzled. Still, he managed to quickly return to his senses and a clear and small smile appeared on his face as he said, "Miss Gu, Gu Lan giggled, "We can be considered as peers now, so you can call me Lanner just like the leader does." "Older brother you, older sister Gu, what business do you have in the main city?" "Coincidentally, I have an acquaintance in the main city as well. If there's anything that you need, I can help you." Xiao Linyu looked even more awkward now. He never expected Gu Lan to act in such a friendly manner and found himself unsure of how to proceed. "There's no need." Guru Oyun shook her head and smiled serenely as she said, "We're heading to the main city for an important matter. There's no need for your assistance. However, if we are truly in need of aid, I'll definitely ask you then." Initially, Gu Lan had felt a little bit disappointed. However, when she heard the next part of Guru Oyun's response, her eyes sparkled and curved upwards like two crescents. It was a sweet and moving smile. Just as she was about to say something more, a peculiar movement suddenly appeared from somewhere up front as if thousands of soldiers on horseback were charging towards the group. "What's happening?" Ying quickly rose to his feet and his eyes darkened as he turned to look towards the noise. Not too long after that, he was able to clearly discern the scene in front of him and his expression changed. Countless spiritual beasts were trampling through the dust. They were like the waves of the ocean under the night sky, making it all even more terrifying. Uncle Ling took a deep breath as a stern look flashed across his face. "We've been in the Nemesis Forest for nearly a month now and we've never encountered any herds of spiritual beasts. Why is it that once these two have joined our group, we're faced with this situation? Leader, I've told you before that these two do not harbor good intentions, yet you have refused to listen." He then turned towards Guru Oyun and Xiao Linyu with a very ugly look on his face. "Now," he asked with a fierce look in his eyes, "what do you two have to say for yourselves? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 998 Guru Oyun? Imposter. 6. Chapter 998 Guru Oyun? Imposter. 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He. Xiao Linyu laughed icily as he slowly stood up in front of the bonfire. His delicate features no longer displayed his previously shy and youthful expression, it has now been replaced by a twinge of frost. "Just because you've never encountered a herd of spiritual beasts doesn't mean that they don't exist," he said as he looked Uncle Ling. His limpid eyes filled with disdain as he continued, "If you have the time to accuse and suspect others, why not use it to think of ways to retaliate against these spiritual beasts instead?" He knows that Guru Oyun has never been bothered by the whispers of others, but that does not mean that he could ignore it. He could endure any form of doubts, but he could never tolerate others provoking Guru Oyun over and over again. "You?" Uncle Ying's face was ashen as he spoke. He clenched his fist until a gurgling sound could be heard. Just as he was about to make his accusations again, Yi Ying's voice chimed in, "I believe that he's right. Our time shouldn't be spent by pushing the blame onto others. Instead, we should all think of ways to get ourselves out of this situation. When he heard this, Uncle Ling swallowed the words in his mouth and glared furiously at Guru Oyun and her brother before he turned away. He would never let anyone harm the world destruction mercenaries. If the leader refuses to listen to me, I'll use other means to prove that I'm right. Roar! The herd of spiritual beasts roared loudly as they charged towards them. The spiritual beasts soon pounced fiercely towards the group. They are martial honors spiritual beasts. Heavens, these spiritual beasts are all martial honors. Furthermore, there are also a few of them with unknown yet powerful auras. Unless my guess is wrong, those have already reached the rank of martial supremes. At this moment, the mercenaries could finally sense the spiritual beasts' unmasked auras. Their faces drained of color as they stared fearfully at the spiritual beasts charging towards them. Yi Ying's handsome features became even more severe. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and spoke with determination. Everyone, listen to my order. I want all of you to draw your weapons and prepare for battle. Yes, leader. The world destruction mercenaries immediately drew their weapons, prepared to fight the spiritual beasts to the death. However, a calm voice chimed in at this moment and resounded very clearly in every ear under the night sky's chaotic noise. If all of you don't wish to die, don't retaliate. Humph. Uncle Ling scoffed coldly and sent Guru Oyun an icy glare. Has your fox's tail finally showed itself? Are you asking us not to retaliate? Isn't that just waiting for us to send ourselves to our deaths? Do you really think that we're that stupid? His laughter was full of disdain and his eyes were filled with contempt. Yi Ying glanced at Guru Oyun and muttered to himself for a while. He then asked, Are you certain that if we don't fight, we'll survive this? There were too many of these spiritual beasts. In addition, all of them were very powerful. Even if all the mercenaries were to rush towards them, their chances of survival were slim. If you trust me, then do as I say, said Guru Oyun. She did not say much else as she raised her clear and cold eyes and fixed them upon Yi Ying. As he watched the spiritual beasts draw closer and closer, Yi Ying fell silent once again. Finally, he lifted his handsome face, waved his hands and ordered, Put your weapons away. We will not fight. Leader. That's an order. Yi Ying's expression sank as he barked the order out in a sharp voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 999, Guru Oyun? Imposter. 7. Chapter 999, Guru Oyun? Imposter. 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were many of them who did not agree with that order. However, they put their weapons away and stared worriedly at the fearsome spiritual beasts which were charging towards them. Leader, it seems that you've truly been possessed by a ghost. Uncle Ling laughed bitterly and shook his head in disappointment. I don't know what kind of bewitching elixir this woman has administered to you which has made you trust her so blindly. You would even use the mercenaries as a gambling chip. However, since this is your order, we have no choice but to obey. Thud. Uncle Ling then threw the knife in his hand to the ground and lamented in agony. I only hope that you don't regret your decision, leader. Yi Ying gently pursed his lips. Regardless of how calm he looked, his clenched fist betrayed his true feelings. Those spiritual beasts were drawing closer and closer to them. At the same time, he clenched his fist tighter and tighter. However, he knew that he had no other way. If they stepped out to fight, they would surely die. Nevertheless, if it all goes according to Guru Oyun's words, perhaps they have a sliver of hope. Roar! Roar, 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 dot. A huge amount of spiritual beasts came charging towards them and their roaring shook the land. A few other spiritual beasts hovered in the sky as they all headed towards the same direction. The world destruction mercenaries could not help but shrink away from the sight. Even though they have experienced countless battles, they could not help but feel uncertainty and their legs were almost about to give way. Some were even shaking with fear. This is it. We're finished. The spiritual beasts are right in front of us now. Besides, these spiritual beasts are so fearsome that there's a high chance that we will become their meal tonight. However, even if we retaliate, we might not be able to defeat them anyway. It now looks like though we've been able to successfully escape from the clutches of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, we will still ultimately lose our lives in the Nemesis Forest, but the spiritual beasts at the forefront of the herd have arrived in front of the world destruction mercenaries. Those who were a little less courageous immediately shut their eyes, terrified of witnessing the bloodbath. However, they felt no pain. All they could feel was the piercing of a wild wind and nothing else. Uncle Ling had initially decided to follow his leader's orders. However, once the spiritual beasts have arrived in front of him, he had regretted his decision. He was aware that his chances of victory were extremely slim if he fought against these spiritual beasts, but, regardless, he needed to give it a try. For the world destruction mercenaries' glory. Just as he bent down to pick up his large knife, he saw the fearsome spiritual beasts charging right past him. They kicked up a cloud of dust and did not even stop for a moment, as if enticed by some sort of treasure in front of them. Uncle Ing was in shock. His finger paused at the hilt of his knife as he stared in astonishment at the herd of spiritual beasts. His brain was unable to comprehend the situation. What's the meaning of this? These spiritual beasts aren't here because of us? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, all eyes turned to look at Gu Ruoyun's cool and calm features. The shock in their eyes perfectly described their questions. Didn't you hear it? Gu Ruoyun said as she shrugged her shoulders and smiled calmly. A while ago, I had heard a soft growling sound from not too far ahead. That noise had called out to these spiritual beasts. They are merely on their way to meet it. This also means that there was an even more powerful spiritual beast up ahead. It had issued a command and summoned the spiritual beasts at the rank of martial honors and above from the Nemesis Forest towards it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 8. Chapter 1000, Gu Ruoyun? Imposter. 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If my guess is correct, that spiritual beast further ahead of us is the ruling beast who guards the exit of Nemesis Forest. Of course, what Gu Ruoyun did not know was that she had been able to pick up on the sound because she was the ancient divine pagoda's master. Hence, her hearing abilities surpassed that of an average person. Similarly speaking, the world destruction mercenaries had not heard the ruling beast's growl at all. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Uncle Ying's face. He had assumed Gu Ruoyun had hatched some sort of wicked plan and had somehow caused the spiritual beast's appearance all for the sake of attacking them. However, he never expected it to turn out that the spiritual beasts had not appeared because of them. However, that does not mean that he believes Gu Ruoyun had appeared with no ulterior motives. If my guess is right, the place that we're headed to is over there. Yi Ying was clearly thinking this over even more. Upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's explanation, he had fallen silent and took a while before returning to his senses. He then said with a serious look on his face, "Still, we don't know what has happened over there which had caused those spiritual beasts to surge over." Gu Ruoyun mulled it over for a moment before she slowly replied, "You've mentioned before that you a road that leads out of the Nemesis Forest, but a mid-level martial supreme spiritual beast guards the way, so you had been unable to use that route. However, I now think that the spiritual beast isn't a mid-level martial supreme but a high-level martial supreme instead." Hiss. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but gasp. Amongst all of them, only their leader was the most powerful and has now only reached the rank of a low-level martial supreme. However, with the concepts of both mid-level and low-level martial supremes, even with the addition of the other mercenaries, they could not possibly overcome a mid-level martial supreme. However, they never expected the mid-level martial supreme spiritual beast to actually turn out to be a high-level martial supreme. In that sense, defeating that spiritual beast would be even more difficult now. Yi Ying's expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold. He turned towards Gu Ruoyun and asked, "You're certain that the spiritual beast is already at the rank of high-level martial supreme?" "I'm not too sure." Gu Ruoyun shook her head as she calmly replied. When he heard this, Yi Ying had initially heaved a sigh of relief. However, the next part of Gu Ruoyun's statement drained his handsome face of color and he now looked as pale as a ghost. For hundreds of spiritual beasts to make such a pilgrimage, only a holy beast's breakthrough would cause a situation like this. Therefore, I myself am not too certain at the moment whether it is a high-level martial supreme or it has broken through to the state of a holy beast. A holy beast? How can this be? Uncle Ing did not wait for Yi Ying to respond and hurriedly barged into the conversation. Obviously, he does not have a very pretty look on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "It has broken through to become a holy beast? How could we possibly have come face to face with such a thing? I don't believe it. Quit deluding the crowd with your lies. This spiritual beast is the beast king of Nemesis Forest. Summoning the other spiritual beasts is to be expected. That does not mean that it has broken through to the state of a holy beast." Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly and said nothing else. She then turned her gaze to look at a spot in the sky not too far away from them as the corners of her lips curled into an angle. "Regardless of the state of its breakthrough, I still need to go there and rush ahead. Besides, a newly minted holy beast's aura is unstable at the initial state and that is also an opportunity for us." Gu Ruoyun's eyes held a clear and cold light as she spoke with a calm air. The reason why Gu Ruoyun was so confident was entirely due to the fact that she holds a trump card in her hand, the vermilion bird. Under normal circumstances, she would have exposed the vermilion bird's presence so willingly, but at this point in time, if they had no other choice, she will have to send the vermilion bird into the attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.